Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. To Emperor. Chapter 41. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5th floor of Impel Down is freezing hell. The environment here is colder than the big freezer. Everything seems to be frozen. Not even the surveillance phone bug can survive. And those imprisoned in it are all pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. At this moment, the black sperm used its own cells to easily sneak into the freezing hell from the sea. He changed into walking in a blizzard, cursing. What the hell is this horse riding place? It's so cold. The voice fell. Several snow wolves surrounded him, bared their teeth, and wanted to attack. Seeing this, the black sperm smiled. Boki doesn't even dare to show his teeth to my uncle. While chatting and laughing, his arms swelled and instantly became huge. He directly grabbed a snow wolf and swallowed it while the snow wolf howled. The black sperm exhaled. What kind of trash? There are less than 10 extra cells. Get out of the way, my uncle. As he said that, the huge arm of the black sperm swept across and sent these snow wolves flying, not even bothering to eat them. Soon, through the snow field, the black sperm finally saw the cell. In the cell, there are many pirates. It's just that at this moment, these pirates are all trembling, weak, and covered with ice. And when these pirates saw the black sperm, they were overjoyed, refreshed, and quickly opened their mouths. Hey, that little black thing over there. Come here and get Lousy out. Lousy is Captain Crow with a bounty of 135 million Baileys. Let Lousy out, Lousy will give you endless Baileys. Bailey. The black sperm was stunned for a moment, then jumped forward, using its physical advantage, directly entered the cell, looking at Captain Crow. I'm not interested in Pele. Advertisement. Do you have devil fruit? You can get strange powers by eating the fruit. Devil fruit. Of course there is. Let Lousy out. That thing, as much as you want. Before the other party finished speaking, the black sperm directly punched him with stars. Say, where is the devil fruit? Don't talk nonsense with my uncle. Hearing this, Crow grinned and spoke quickly. I had a devil fruit before I was caught. I wanted to take it myself, but was caught by Marine. Now, I'll tell you the location, and you let me out. The black sperm nodded. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, talk. Seeing this, Captain Crow immediately mentioned a location at random. Here it is, let me out. Hearing this, the black sperm smiled. Don't panic, wait for me to verify it. If there is devil fruit, I will definitely let you go. Verify. Captain Crow was stunned for a moment. You are now in Impel Down, how to verify? Obviously, Captain Crow didn't know this. At this moment, countless black sperm cells have been scattered all over the world. It happened to be his place, not far from Calm Belt. After a while, a cell of the black sperm found that place. Then, nothing was found. You bastard, you lied to me. What? How did I lie to you? There are really devil fruits there. At this moment, Captain Crow was in a panic. How did he know he lied to him? Really verified. Or just say it casually. Advertisement. I didn't lie to you, it really did. If you let me out, I'll definitely find it for you. Seeing that the other party was still struggling, the black sperm showed an evil smile. You bastard. You're underestimating me, right? Do you think my uncle can't verify the outside situation when he's in Impel Down? This uncle is composed of countless Are you lying to me? This uncle is very clear about the outside. As he said that, the black sperm divided into 2. And then into 4, and there were more and more black sperm. Seeing this, Captain Crow's expression changed. Clone. Are you a capable person? How is it possible? These prison cells should all be mixed with seastone ingredients. At this moment, seeing the black sperm showing a malicious expression, Captain Crow showed a horrified expression. Don't, what are you going to do? Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? During Setsuna, dense black sperm raised his right hand. With a bang, the right arm swelled instantly, becoming enormous. Seeing this, Captain Crow's face changed drastically, and he was extremely horrified. Wait. Huge dense fists fell instantly, and Captain Crow was crushed to death on the spot. Seeing this, the pirates in the next cell all changed their faces. The next moment, the black sperm jumped to another cell. What about you? Do you have devil fruit? If not, just hurry up. I'll kill you, very quickly, absolutely without delay. If there is, I will spare you. At the moment, Sabayati Archipelago. With the arrival of the red-haired Shanks, Marine avoids Shanks and conducts a rigorous search in other places in the Sabayati Archipelago, determined to find Ulquiorra. It also dispelled the idea of trouble with Rayleigh. Advertisement. Going to trouble with Rayleigh now, it's not worth the redhead. And seeing Marine avoid him, the redhead didn't care. He also doesn't want to deal with Marine too much. Soon, the red hair came to the bar in the 13th area, opened the door and walked in, smiling. Executive Captain Rayleigh, long time no see. Hearing this, Rayleigh was sitting on the bar drinking some wine and beckoned quickly. Don't call me that, it's been 10 years, and you've been alone in this sea. The redhead walked to the bar, looked at Shaky, and smiled. Give me a glass of whiskey. Shaky smiled. Okay, wait. The redhead smiled and came to Rayleigh, holding 2 bounties in his hand. By the way, this era is getting more and more terrifying. It turned out that 2 terrible guys appeared at once. The 2 bounties belong to Ulquiorra and Chiba. The 5 billion reward doesn't even have a photo. What is Marine trying to do? Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled. You can guess what you want to do. But, you shouldn't be the kind of hot-headed guy, right? The redhead shrugged. Forgive me, if Ennie's lobby and gate of justice are really cut open by this guy, I'm no match. The only ones who are really hot-headed are Kaido and Big Mom. I'm afraid Whitebeard won't take this either. A reward of 5 billion is offered, which is the treatment of an emperor. A guy who doesn't even have a name in his photo is actually treated like open black lens bracket for emperors close black lens bracket. There are many people who are dissatisfied. P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 42 Shiryu, the King of Blame. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shanks, do you know, we may be witnessing the resurrection of a legend. Rayleigh had a beleaguered smile on his face. The resurrection of the legend. Shanks froze for a moment, then looked at the reward order. Do you mean, O King of the Sleeping World? Hearing this, Shanks' pupils shrank, and a look of horror instantly appeared on his face. What? You're talking about the one Captain Luogia brought back? Rayleigh nodded. That's right, that's the one, the legend that spanned thousands of years. Suddenly, Rayleigh raised his glass, and so did Shanks. Boom. The wine glasses clinked together, and the two said with a smile at the same time. It's so damn romantic. Seeing this, Rayleigh ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, you are still the same as before. Shanks laughed too. If this is the case, it would be a pity. If Captain Luogia is alive, I don't know how excited he will be. While smiling, Shanks looked at the gold symbol on the bounty. The King of the Sleeping World. Really want to meet this. A living legend. At this moment, Rayleigh noticed the red-haired arm, and was startled for a moment, showing a dignified expression. Shanks, what happened to your arm? To whom? Kaido. Big Mom. It can't be Whitebeard. Hearing this, Shanks touched his empty right hand and smiled. No, I bet him on the new era. Advertisement. What? Rayleigh doesn't know why. A person with your strength, the person who cut off your arm, what kind of enemy? Not at all. Shanks laughed, not caring about losing his arm, very optimistic. Did you know, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I heard exactly the same words as Captain Luogia from a kid in East Blue. Seeing that Shanks didn't want to say more, Rayleigh didn't ask too much, and then smiled. More than 10 years ago, you were an intern on the Luogia ship, and now you are 4 emperors in a blink of an eye. Times have really changed. Rayleigh sighed, and then he seemed to think of something, and then he spoke. By the way, I have something to tell you. What? Someone asked me to bring you a message, saying that I will wait for you in New World, Punk Hazard. The redhead froze. Who is it? Hawkeye. Hearing this, the redhead showed a wry smile, and then touched his lost arm. Hawkeye. Lost an arm? I don't know if he will compete with me. When are you going to leave? Rayleigh asked. Just tonight. Tomorrow will arrive at New World. So anxious. I've been away from New World for too long. There are always some restless people. Rayleigh nodded. Then you have to teach young people a good lesson. The redhead and Rayleigh talked freely and had a good drink. Who would have thought that there are two legends in the small bar of Sabayati Archipelago at the moment? At this moment, Impel goes down to the 5th floor, inside the freezing hell. Advertisement. The black sperm asked each cell one by one if there was devil fruit. As long as you can take it out, you can survive. Those who didn't take it out or those who lied to him were all killed by his fist as big as a sandbag. For a time, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of pirates died in his hands. However, he really ran into two people who were hiding devil fruit quietly outside. After getting the devil fruit according to the information provided by the other party, the black sperm was also in a good mood and released them directly. As for whether he can survive in this freezing hell, that's not his concern. At this moment, the black sperm came to a prison cell as usual, and spoke directly without saying a word. Is there any devil fruit? Yes, yes, yes. Let me out. There are as many as possible. The man nodded quickly. Before, he already knew the cruelty of black sperm. At this moment, he is being handcuffed by Seastone. If he is really attacked, he may die here directly. Hearing this, the black sperm narrowed its eyes slightly. He had heard this answer countless times. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. Of course, I really won't lie to you. If you let me out, I can provide you with a steady stream of devil fruit. Hearing this, the black sperm directly grabbed his hair, with long arms, and lifted him up. That weird and simple face became terrifying. You guy, you're not looking for me, are you? What is a steady stream of devil fruit? Really, I won't lie to you. The man quickly opened his mouth, begging for mercy directly, and being able to bend and stretch. My name is Guy Saw Curran. I'm a scientist who specializes in man-made devil fruit. Now, I've researched the finished product. One of the finished pieces is in Punk Hazard, which used to be one of my research labs. Hearing this, the black sperm immediately became interested. Man-made devil fruit, interesting. Wait for me to verify it. Advertisement. If you find out that you cheated, you know what the consequences will be. Seeing this, Guy Saw hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice, extremely respectful. In fact, his research on man-made devil fruit has just begun. It is true that the finished product has been produced, but the human experiment has not yet been carried out, so I don't know if it will be useful. However, at this moment, in order to survive, he had no choice but to do so. Not to mention this side. At the moment, due to the absence of video phone bugs. When the guards who come to patrol freezing hell pass this floor every day, they find that a large number of prisoners are dead. Along the way, there were not many living people at all. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly reported to the higher-ups. At this moment, Magellan, who was still the deputy director, immediately found the warden Shiryu, with a stern face and purple poison all over his body. Shiryu, have you been too arrogant lately? In just one day, you killed so many prisoners again. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Hearing this, Shiryu was stunned. What the hell? He just stayed in his room smoking a stuffy cigarette, but Magellan yelled at him as soon as he came in. Murder. I do often kill, but I haven't started yet today. Wait, Magellan, are you making a mistake? Wrong. I didn't make a mistake. At this moment, Magellan was very angry, and behind him, a poisonous dragon appeared, full of anger. I didn't do anything today. That's enough, Shiryu. I don't want to listen to your sophistry. Shiryu was stunned. FK. Who did I take the blame for stepping on the horse? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 43. Running away with poison. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Punk Hazard, backed by New World, was originally an island belonging to the world government and was once used for marine military research. However, due to the spread of a large amount of poisonous gas due to the Geisa-Corland experiment, this small island has been abandoned by the world government and abandoned. At this moment, the black sperm came out of the sea and murmured. Is that what the guy said about Punk Hazard? Let me take a look. Is there really a man-made devil fruit? If not, kill him directly. As he said that, he landed quickly. At first, he felt nothing. As the island got deeper, some poisonous gas gradually appeared. Seeing this, the black sperm was a little curious, took a deep breath, and was still savoring it carefully. This taste is not very good. Soon, he felt a little dizzy, and his body froze. Is this thing poisonous gas? As he spoke, he suddenly fell to the ground, but soon, black sperm came out of the black body that fell to the ground. It's terrible. It actually made one of my uncle's cells lose the ability to move. As a result, my uncle has 2,893,278,211,271 cells left. Saying that, another cell collapsed. It's a pity that this is not painful or itchy for black sperm. Find man-made devil fruit first. As he said that, the black sperm ran wildly all the way, cells kept falling down, and soon entered the center of the island. The deeper you go into the island, the stronger the poisonous gas becomes. Every second, a cell of the black sperm fell down, but he didn't care. Soon, in a laboratory on the island, he found a display case. Through the glass on the counter, he saw a strange fruit. Seeing this, the black sperm paused, a little surprised. Is this the man-made devil fruit that guy said? Advertisement. I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that this guy is still useful. First find a way to get him out of Impel Down, and make a steady stream of devil fruit for his majesty. As he said that, the black sperm directly picked up the devil fruit and ran away. Not to mention this side. On the other side of Punk Hazard. Knowing that Red Hair is about to return from all over the world, Hawkeye left him a message in Sabayati Archipelago early on, waiting for him on this deserted island. The huge T-black knife on the back releases incredible sharpness and pressure, as if it can cut off all existence in the world. At this moment, Hawkeye is standing in the abandoned port facing the entrance of New World, closing his eyes and resting his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Here we come. A huge pirate ship was sailing forward, and the red-haired flag of 4 emperors was flying on the ship. At this moment, Beckman had already discovered the existence of Hawkeye, and couldn't help but whistled into the ship. Boss, that guy is here. Hearing this, the redhead was a little helpless, and smiled. Has he brought alcohol? Beckman smiled. Boss, looking at Hawkeye, it doesn't look like he's here to drink. I knew it. Saying that, the red hair jumped, came to the bow, and smiled. You guard the port and let me meet him. Hearing this, the crew sighed for a while and quickly smiled. Boss, don't lose so embarrassingly. Stop talking nonsense, you guys. Saying that, the redhead jumped up, crossed the port, and walked towards Hawkeye. Seeing the red hair coming alone, Hawkeye smiled, with a sense of pity, and then slowly pulled out the huge black knife behind his back. Red hair, long lost. He hadn't finished speaking, and then he became cold, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Red hair, who did you throw your arm to? Advertisement. New era. Saying that, the red hair pulled out his western sword with one hand. The aura of the great swordsman burst out in an instant, not inferior to Hawkeye at all, and there were waves of smoke and dust rippling around. Hearing this, Hawkeye suddenly showed an angry expression. Redhead, are you kidding me? In an instant, cut it off with a single knife. This knife split the earth in an instant, tore the sky apart, and stretched out, splitting the poisonous gas on the entire island into 2. At this moment, Black Sperm got a devil fruit and was in a good mood, ready to leave and claim credit to Chiba. And at this moment, the sky-shattering slash came in an instant. Cut off the black sperm directly. What the hell? The black sperm froze for a moment. After enduring a slash from the great swordsman Hawkeye, he stood up calmly and patted the smoke and dust on his body, feeling a little puzzled. Did I get hacked by something? I looked around and saw nothing. The black sperm didn't care either. The important thing now is to take the devil fruit away. Then, the black sperm froze. The devil fruit that fell on the ground was split into 2, and the incision was extremely smooth. Obviously, it was cut. In an instant, the expression of the black sperm became extremely terrifying. Sure enough, something killed me. Sneak attack. With that said, the black sperm turned around, and then looked in the direction from which slash came. It's right there. Wait for my uncle. At this moment, Hawkeye slashed out and passed by the side of the red hair, but the pressure of the sword did not hurt the red hair in the slightest. The redhead was taken aback, with terrible control. Advertisement. Hawkeye's swordsmanship was much stronger than last time, reaching a very terrifying level. After cutting out the knife, Hawkeye immediately retracted the knife and looked at the red hair coldly. Since you lost an arm, then I won't fight with you again. At this time, Usopp was on the lookout on the red-haired pirate ship at the port. After all, it is the discussion of my old Yamato Hawkeye, so I can't be disturbed. However, at this moment, in his knowledge, there was an aura. This direction. Usopp was taken aback, a little surprised. Seeing this, Beckman couldn't help asking. What's the matter, Usopp? I remember, the poison on this island is very powerful, right? Beckman thought for a moment, then nodded. It's really powerful. If you don't have an armed color, you will basically be finished if you encounter it. Even if you have an armed color, you won't last long. Hearing this, Usopp pointed to the island as if he had seen a ghost. There is a person, no. I don't know if it is a person, running wild in the poison. Beckman raised an eyebrow. You don't feel wrong, do you? How come? With my knowledge, I can even see the entity, don't you believe it? As he spoke, he was perceiving. This time, he even saw the black sperm through his knowledge, and his expression changed drastically. What kind of creature is this? Without armed color, you are running wildly inside the poison. The speed is so fast. No, he ran in the direction of the boss. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 44 Infinite Value Added. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hawkeye withdrew his knife. His face was stern, and he didn't want to fight the red hair anymore. The battle between them is not only a competition, but also a victory or defeat. Now that the red-haired man lost his arm, even if he defeated such a red-haired man, Hawkeye wouldn't be the slightest bit happy. Even in the eyes of outsiders, it will only be victory without force. The world's #1 swordsman failed to defeat the redhead with both hands, but defeated the redhead with the severed hand. No matter how you think about it, you are not happy. At this moment, seeing that Hawkeye was angry, the red hair also felt that something was wrong, and immediately retracted the knife, and couldn't help but speak. Sorry, Hawkeye. Hearing this, Hawkeye didn't accept it, but spoke calmly. In that case, you shouldn't be here. The redhead was a little speechless. Since you're here, why do you have to draw your sword? With that said, Hawkeye pinned his knife behind his back and prepared to leave. And at this moment, the voices of Usopp and Beckman suddenly came from the direction of the port. Boss, be careful, something is coming from the gas. Hearing this, both the red hair and the eagle eye were taken aback. It was precisely because he knew that there was no one here that Hawkeye chose to compete in a duel here. As a result, something in the gas. That thing is dead when touched, what can there be? But at this moment, a huge figure loomed within the poisonous gas. Both Hawkeye and Redhead frowned, and couldn't help becoming vigilant. What is this? The thing kept getting closer, and the closer it got, the bigger it became. Then, bang. As a result, what rushed out of the poisonous gas was a black sperm that looked no bigger than a few years old child. Seeing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the funny-looking black sperm. But the black sperm didn't care so much, surrounded the crowd and said coldly. Which bastard did the knife just now? Do you know if you cut me down? Advertisement. It's fine if I cut it down to my uncle, but I also cut up my devil fruit. Who is it? I want to kill him. With a short body and funny cheeks, it looks very weird. However, at this moment, the people who are eye-catching in front of the black sperm count as one, and they are all monster-level characters in this sea, so naturally they are not afraid. Usopp smiled even more. Hey, the knife just now came from the world's #1 swordsman. Can you survive if it cuts you? Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback. The #1 swordsman in the world. As that guy also recovered. Strange, why doesn't my uncle know? You guy, you don't even know the world's #1 swordsman. At this moment, Usopp smiled, and the red-haired crew members were also very happy. Who is it? The black sperm asked coldly. It's that guy. Is it possible that you still want to chop it back? As he spoke, Usopp pointed to Hawkeye with a cold face beside him. At this moment, the face of the black sperm changed. That knife just now, was it you who cut it? Hearing this, Hawkeye glanced at him calmly and said, I'm not in a good mood today, don't mess with me. You look down on me, don't you? You bastard. In an instant, the body of the black sperm swelled instantly, and it directly turned into a shockingly muscular giant hand, which was very strange. Beside the red hair, Usopp and others were stunned for a moment. Those who can. It's a weird ability, it's a pity that I found the wrong opponent. Hearing this, the black sperm looked at Hawkeye coldly. Look down on me, you bastard. Hawkeye's expression remained calm. I said, I'm not in a good mood today. Then, instantly cut out with a knife, the speed is unbelievably fast. Directly cut the huge muscular giant hand of the black sperm into two halves. Advertisement. Seeing this, Usopp spread his hands. Hey, it's over, it's boring, by the way, boss, UN. Usopp's voice has not yet fallen. The red-haired brow gradually wrinkled. Boss, what's the matter? Something is not right. What's wrong? The voice has become too. Hearing this, Usopp instantly became knowledgeable, and then froze for a moment. The black sperm that was cut in half did not die. Moreover, the breath became too. More importantly, it has not weakened in the slightest. This ability, clone or split. At this moment, the huge arm cut off by Hawkeye instantly transformed into another black sperm. Seeing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. Troublesome ability. Saying that, cut out a knife again. This time, armament hockey is included. The armed color can even cut to the body of a Logia-capable user. No matter how strange the opponent's ability is, if he is hit by this knife, he will die. Hawkeye slashed down. Two black sperm were chopped to the ground again. However, under the perception of the color of knowledge, the breath did not disappear, but turned into four, and more importantly, each of them did not weaken. The four black sperm climbed up calmly. Troublesome ability. Are you an idiot? Do you think you can beat me? I am a collection of countless IS. Saying that, the black sperm spread his hands. His head suddenly split and turned into a dense row, which is very weird. No matter how you chop, tear, beat, flatten, or twist, I will continue to increase and split. The voice has not yet fallen. Hawkeye swept across. Advertisement. All the brains of the black sperm were cut off in half. If this is the case, then cut off all of you. Then, the black sperm that was cut off by Hawkeye split again, and the number increased by dozens or even hundreds in an instant. At this moment, these black sperm clustered together, looked down at Hawkeye, and hooked their fingers at him disdainfully. You actually want to cut off all of this, uncle? Then come and see. It will make you cry. Hurry up. Come on, come on. Seeing this, Hawkeye clenched the knife in his hand and slashed out instantly. Shish. In the void, there are dense slashes. At this moment, Hawkeye slashed out dozens of knives, cutting off all the black sperm. However, these black sperm split again, increasing by hundreds in an instant, and surrounded Hawkeye. Seeing this, Hawkeye frowned. If that's the case, then chop you into pieces that can't increase in value. Hawkeye swung his knife again. Incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of hundreds of knives were chopped out. Those black sperm in front of him directly turned into tiny fragments. Seeing this, Usopp next to him was extremely horrified. Hawkeye is really strong. However, the red-haired face next to him became increasingly ugly. It looks like we are in trouble. The voice just fell. Those tiny fragments of densely packed black sperm re-added and differentiated, and exploded in an instant. It was as if the entire sky was about to explode. Densely packed, star-studded. Count it down, the number has exceeded 10,000. You're screwed. Ended. 30%. Chapter 45. Talking King. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, dense black sperm almost occupied the entire port. Looking around, it was densely packed with darkness, and there was no end in sight. Even Hawkeye's face has changed now. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned and spoke coldly. The #1 swordsman in the world Has this uncle scared you to tears? How dare you sneak attack me, and cut off my devil fruit? Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? After finishing speaking, black sperm swarmed in, rushing towards Hawkeye densely. Hawkeye's face was stern, and the aura of a great swordsman was undoubtedly revealed from all over his body. Then, in an instant, his gigantic sword was dyed the jet black, armor color, Hawkeye, stronger than ever. It is indeed a troublesome ability. Unfortunately, I already know the way to destroy you. Concentrate the power of one knife at one point and release it instantly, and wipe out all of you in an instant, leaving no one left. The next moment, Hawkeye stepped forward with a terrifying aura, like a ghost. Even Usopp, Beckman and others in the distance were frightened by this momentum. Hey, boss, Hawkeye seems to be coming for real. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye held the knife in both hands and raised it above his head. Seeing this, the redhead immediately tilted his head. Get out of the way. Hawkeye is cornered by the opponent. If this knife is cut down, we will be affected too. The moment he finished speaking, the red-haired group retreated instantly. At this moment, facing thousands of black sperm, Hawkeye froze and said coldly, "Do you know, holding a knife with one hand is fundamentally different from holding a knife with both hands." Advertisement. In the face of this shocking situation, the black sperm is fearless and looks as usual. What's the difference? This knife is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The moment he finished speaking, Hawkeye slashed down. During Setsuna, the soaring slash turned into a substantial impact and spread out instantly. The sky was directly torn apart, and there was no cloud in the sky. This knife splits the sea into two, and all the existences under this sword will be annihilated. At this moment, the red-haired group hurried on board and stabilized the boat so that they would not be blown away. The red hair was standing at the port, holding a sword in one hand, and calmly blocked the shocking impact. This sword is not the pinnacle of Hawkeye. However, I am afraid that no one under 4 Emperor's admiral can catch this sword. Accompanied by a huge storm, the entire port of Punk Hazard was reduced to ruins. At this moment, the sea that has been divided into two is still rolling and surging. Watching this spectacular scene, Usopp couldn't help whistling. This guy is still so pervert. No wonder he can fight the boss so hard. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Beckman. How does this knife compare with the boss? Hearing this, Beckman took a puff of cigarette, exhaled slowly, and spoke calmly. Before he lost his arm, he was almost too strong in terms of power, but now that the boss has lost his arm, it's hard to say. Of course, no matter what, that weird thing is dead. Forcing out Hawkeye, he is strong enough. And what he was talking about was black sperm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a red-haired voice from the port came. Advertisement. Everyone, be careful, be careful. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The next moment, the smoke cleared, and all of them saw a terrible scene. The original port was completely destroyed before Hawkeye's knife. However, now, not only the ruined port, but also the small island, the interior of the small island, and even the sea that was cut open by the eagle's eye, are now completely filled with darkness. Knowledge and knowledge swept past. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. What? How is this possible? That densely packed black area is actually the body of black sperm. The number is too large to be counted at all. Everything within the visible range is full of black sperm rolling, as if it can cover the entire island and fill the entire sea. What's even more frightening is that under the color of knowledge and knowledge, each of these densely packed black sperm, the breath has not diminished in any way, and the intensity is exactly the same as before. Are you kidding me? Even the redhead trembled. Even in the sea, black sperm are rolling, which is extremely shocking. Isn't he a capable person? He can actually swim in the sea. What kind of ability is this? Even though 4 emperors are well informed, at this moment, they are a little shaken. And Hawkeye, who was at the center of countless black sperm, was completely silent at this moment. The dense black sperm looked down at him, like looking at an ant, and spoke calmly. So, is your attack over? It's amazing. This knife killed 423,561 cells of my uncle. It's very strong. My uncle has 2,893,277,787,320 cells left. Oh, I'm sorry, Just now I ate 2 heads of sea kings in the outer cells, and added another 124,524,378 cells. Advertisement. Let you monopolize the content of half a chapter, and then cut out such a thing. It's really disappointing. At this moment, the black sperm began to speak coquettishly, and immediately moved, like a tsunami, swarming towards Hawkeye. Boom. Countless black sperms sent out a shocking blow. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and he raised his black sword to block the knife, but he was instantly sent flying. Before landing, dense black sperm swarmed in again. Seeing this, Hawkeye's face turned cold, and he slashed hundreds of knives in an instant. Poochie poochie. All the black sperm in front of him were chopped into pieces. It's amazing. Slashing 100 knives in an instant, the world's #1 swordsman in this era also has some strength. However, you added 123,145 avatars to my uncle's value. Now the number of me cut out by you alone exceeds 1 million. If you work a little harder, maybe you can hold on and cut out my tens of thousands of clones. After finishing the coquettish words, the black sperm attacked again in an instant, swarming from all directions. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and he raised the black knife instantly. This time, he hesitated for a moment, didn't cut it down, but just resisted. However, the amount of black sperm was too much, directly engulfing him whole body. He was exhausted and was instantly knocked into the air. A dazed man was seized by the black sperm and directly threw out thousands of punches. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and he resisted with armed colors. However, the huge impact made him fly backwards, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hawkeye, the #1 swordsman in the world, was injured. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 46 Tens of thousands of clones. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since Hawkeye became the world's #1 swordsman, it was the first time he faced such a difficult enemy. No matter what kind of slash he unleashed, it was useless. No matter how much he slashed, the number of enemies not only did not decrease, but more and more. This ability is quite terrifying. At this moment, the port of Punk Hazard, the doppelganger of the black sperm, can no longer hold it. Even the sea within the visible range is filled with clones of black sperm. Moreover, those avatars in the distance were simply paddling to watch a show, and even playing on the sidelines, with a look of contempt on their faces, which frustrated Hawkeye's self-esteem. At this moment, even Hawkeye was shaken. You are not capable. What kind of power are you? This ability is simply the nemesis of swordsmen. Hearing this, the black sperm laughed. The swordsman's nemesis. It's ridiculous. Do you think this uncle is just for you? If you really want to say it, I should be the nemesis of all attacks. Regardless of using any attack, I can continue to split and increase value infinitely. You are so ugly, just because you are not strong enough. The black sperm grinned. Your Majesty's big cadre can easily kill my hundreds of billions of cells with a single punch. It's the same with a knife. The world's #1 swordsman, hand-picked by His Majesty thousands of years ago, is the strongest and can kill tens of millions of my cells. Just like you, can you be considered the world's #1 swordsman of this era? This title was bestowed by His Majesty, so you can also bear it. Who admitted it? Ridiculous. The black sperm looked stern. Who are you down on the ground? Such a terrifying ability cannot be unknown in this sea. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. Want to know my uncle's name? Remember it. My uncle, Black Sperm, is a combat member of His Majesty the Empire on which the sun never sets. The moment he finished speaking, the black sperm that had increased in value by millions of clones stopped chatting nonsense with Hawkeye, and turned into a sperm tsunami in an instant, heading towards Hawkeye overwhelmingly. Seeing this, Hawkeye's face changed drastically. Facing the onslaught that was densely packed like a torrential rain, he raised his black knife to resist, and his speed was brought to ultimate by him. Advertisement. Clang clang clang. In the air, there are invisible ripples. Sword skills are good, what a pity. It's big, it's big. The next moment, black sperm swarmed in. Hawkeye's eyes widened, and he was instantly knocked into the air. He wanted to resist, but it was impossible to achieve a perfect defense. The number of black sperm is simply too much. Moreover, every monomer is not weak, no matter how much value is added to the avatar, while the number increases, each monomer does not weaken, just like a cheat. Thump thump. Hawkeye was hit once, and instantly flew backwards. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned. I lost my balance. You're screwed. Seizing the opportunity, the black sperm went straight to the black hands without holding back. Millions of avatar cells instantly struck, blasting and killing Hawkeye. Seeing this, Hawkeye's pupils shrank and his face changed drastically. Defeat. Such words came to his mind. That guy should have taken your title away. However, since you met my uncle, I will clean you up here this time. The world's #1 swordsman, he cleaned it up easily. At this moment, the black sperm is extremely arrogant. This moment, Hawkeye was pushed to the limit. However, the next moment, his right hand was holding his own black knife tightly. He is a swordsman. Knife. Never let go. Then, a shocking momentum rose into the sky. The overwhelming momentum, as if forming a substantial impact, spread out. The eagle eyes at this moment were like ghosts and gods. Seeing this, the black sperm froze for a moment. Is it the momentum of returning light? Interesting. But, don't underestimate me. Uncle. Advertisement. The black sperm snorted coldly. When Hawkeye was at his most powerful, he went head on and hit him with his head without any panic. At this moment, Hawkeye was desperate. This knife represents the limit of what he can achieve at this moment. In the distance, the red-haired crew member watched this scene in shock and couldn't help but speak. Hawkeye is desperate. He has such an aura before he cuts it out. Does he want to cut the whole island? What a terrible knife. It's the first time I've seen Hawkeye use such power, boss. Before they finished speaking, at this moment, the red-haired crew member suddenly found that the red-haired man who was standing with them had disappeared. At this moment, Hawkeye's eyes were blood red, and he looked at the black sperm coldly. You are the guy who forced me to use this knife for the first time. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. What? According to you, this knife can kill me. Black sperm are very disdainful. The next moment, the dense black sperm instantly exposed his neck, reached out and patted it, and said, Come, chop here. Master, hide for a while, I'm the loser. Speaking of coquettish words, black sperm have never lost. As soon as these words came out, the ridicule was full, and Hawkeye's blood pressure rose. The next moment, Hawkeye slashed out. This knife can open the sky and split the earth. Shocking. Seeing this, the black sperm didn't even frown, and really embraced it with his face, and went head on. Then, a figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by black and red lightning, and cut a knife in an instant. This knife is not weaker than Hawkeye's knife. Bang. These two knives seem to represent the collision of the strongest slashes of this era. Seeing this scene, the face of the red-haired crew member changed drastically. Beckman spoke hastily. What? Conquerors. Advertisement. Take cover. Boss is really serious. Then. Bang. The collision of the two knives was comparable to the explosion of a nuclear bomb, and the huge impact blown the entire port away. Even the poisonous gas in the island disappeared at this moment. The sky was shattered. Terrible. Just for a moment, all senses are deprived, nothing can be heard, nothing can be seen. The rippling smoke has already exceeded 100 meters. And in the center of the explosion, there were only 2 people left. Hawkeye looked at the red hair coldly, and said, Redhead, why are you stopping me? Hearing this, the redhead looked serious. You are too impulsive. At this moment, the red hair seemed to be telling Hawkeye something, and Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a manic wind blew in the ruins. The collision of the strongest slash should have destroyed everything around the two of them. But, at this moment, within the range of sight, nothing can be seen except densely packed black sperm. Hawkeye froze. No injury, and the number of opponents has doubled several times. Terrible pressure. Hawkeye felt powerless for the first time. Seeing this, the redhead spoke. Look, I told you, you're too impulsive. At this moment, dense black sperm surrounded the red hair and eagle eyes, looking down at the two of them. You two guys. Not bad, my avatar has exceeded 10 million. It is worthy of praise. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 47. Money for life. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You two guys. Not bad. My avatar has exceeded 10 million. It is worthy of praise. More than 10 million black sperm almost burst the entire space, densely packed and surging, no different from a tsunami. At this moment, he surrounded the red-haired and eagle-eyed two with a cold expression. Are there any other tricks? Let it all out. My uncle was finally awakened by His Majesty, so I have to have some fun. These words are extremely arrogant. One must know that the person in front of him is the world's #1 swordsman, and the other is the Emperor of New World. The black sperm didn't take it seriously. After a while, seeing that the two didn't respond, the black sperm shook his head in disappointment. I see. Have you reached the limit? Okay. Let me kill you all with a swish. Come on. It will be quick, there will be no pain at all. The black sperm started to talk nonsense again, a batch of sloppy. However, no one did anything to him. Red-haired guy, you're not bad either. He actually used the same move as His Majesty. Unfortunately, the difference is too far. Since you brought it to your door yourself, my uncle has cleaned you up as well. With that said, the black sperm was ready to strike. Seeing this, the red hair quickly smiled, put the western knife in his hand into the scabbard, and said, Do not be like that. We are not enemies. Are you a member of the empire on which the sun never sets? Your Majesty is the king of the world, right? King of the world. Hearing this, the face of Hawkeye next to him changed. As for the black sperm, there was also some surprise. Oh, do you know, Your Majesty? Want to get close to me? Advertisement. Don't make trouble. His Majesty has no mercy on ants. Stop struggling. Obediently let me kill you, it won't hurt. The black sperm grinned, wanting to do it in an instant, with killing intent blooming. Seeing this, the redhead didn't panic, and smiled. There's really no way to get close. My ex-co-captain was called Rayleigh, and he helped your members before, and his name seems to be Ulquiorra. Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback. Ulquiorra. Can he come together with humans like you? Ridiculous. Having said that, the black sperm thought about it again. It seems that His Majesty did give Ulquiorra an order to go to Dressrosa. At this moment, seeing the black sperm hesitate, the redhead smiled. Immediately, he took out a pocket from nowhere and threw it out. The black sperm was caught. This is compensation. The redhead smiled and said, wanting to make a big deal out of it. The black sperm opens the pocket. Inside, there are 2 devil fruit lying impressively. Devil fruit. That's right. The redhead spoke. Didn't Hawkeye accidentally cut off a devil fruit from you? I'll help him compensate you, the extra one. How about making a friend? Seeing this, the black sperm was stunned for a moment, looked at the red-haired and eagle-eyed, as if they had discovered a new world, and immediately dismissed the idea of killing them. After all, collecting devil fruit was the only order Chiba gave him. He wants to collect devil fruit more than kill for fun. Thinking of this, the black sperm immediately smiled. Compensation is fine, but 2 coins are not enough to buy your life. Hearing this, the redhead still had a smile on his face. How much does that take? Advertisement. You say the number. As long as it is within my tolerance, it is easy to say. The black sperm grinned. These 2 are buying your own life. I won't embarrass you, let you go. However, this guy cut off so many cells of my uncle, and wants me to let him go, at least take out 3 devil fruits. 3. The redhead hesitated for a moment, then took out a pocket from somewhere and threw it out. Here are 2 more. Forget that I owe you 1, how about giving you another one when I go back to New World? Hearing this, before the black sperm could speak, Hawkeye looked at the redhead coldly. Redhead, I don't need you to wipe my ass. 3 devil fruits, I will give them myself. At this moment, Hawkeye is not showing any strength. Obviously, facing the black sperm, he had some difficulty and did not intend to fight again. Since the black sperm wanted devil fruit, he gave it a step down, and naturally he would not provoke this monster again. Hearing this, the red-haired mouth twitched, wanting to curse. Hawkeye, are you a pig brain when you step on a horse? You put it that way, my 2 devil fruits are in vain. Sure enough, upon hearing Hawkeye's words, the black sperm's face brightened and he was in a good mood. Very good. I remember you. 3 devil fruits, I will give you 3 days. 3 days later, my uncle will come to see you. No, It might not be me at that time. That guy is about to recover. Knowing that you dare to claim the title of World's No. One swordsman bestowed by His Majesty, he will come to you sooner or later. Hearing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. He is. Thousands of years ago, His Majesty hand-picked the world's #1 swordsman. Hearing this, Hawkeye felt his blood boil inexplicably. The death crisis just now is gone. Okay, I'll wait for him. It doesn't have to be 3 days, just 1 day, I'll be waiting here at Punk Hazard until he comes. Hearing this, the black sperm smiled. You better get the devil fruit. Advertisement. If you lied to me, you know what will happen. Saying that, the black sperm looked at the red hair again. Since that's the case, the 2 extra devil fruits count as you and I have made friends. The black sperm grinned shamelessly. It is impossible to return the devil fruit you got, not even in this lifetime. Seeing this, the redhead didn't want to say anything more. These devil fruits are just obtained by him traveling around the world, so they are not precious. After finishing speaking, the black sperm doesn't linger either. The next moment, the tens of millions of cells shrank instantly, fused continuously, and finally turned into the original child-sized body. But, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate the black sperm. You know, this thing just fought against the world's #1 swordsman and 4 emperors at the same time, it's extremely terrifying. The black sperm jumped and disappeared into the sea with 4 devil fruits. What a horrible fellow. At this moment, when the red-haired crew came, they couldn't help feeling scared for a while. The black sperm's ability is outrageous, if it weren't for the red hair to take out 4 devil fruits. I am afraid that everyone will be planted here today. The scary thing is not him, but his ability. Unless you are a Logia fruit-capable user, there is no chance of winning. The redhead murmured. Before, he had been watching the battle between black sperm and Hawkeye and knew this. Facing the unlimited value-added black sperm, only Logia's super wide-range move can effectively damage the black sperm. If Hawkeye is replaced by Aokiji. Once the Ice Age came out, many cells had to be frozen. Of course, red hair is just guesswork. Whether it is effective or not will only be known after a shot. After all, every single black sperm is not weak. Others have no choice but to run away. P.S. Thank you, Brother Perfunctory **** for the 100 rewards, and Sky 323,888 for the 1,000 rewards. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 48 Impel Down Scientists. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hydra Island, beyond the Calm Belt. Dense black sperm came from all directions. These cells came from various sea areas and returned with a full load. At this moment, in 9 Snake City, black sperm returns to Chiba with a large bag of devil fruit. Seeing this Chiba, the black sperm immediately got down on one knee. Black sperm, are you back? Chiba smiled, looked at the black sperm, and spoke calmly. Yes, Your Majesty, this is the harvest of my operation. As he spoke, he opened the huge pocket on his back. There was a bang. Between Setsuna, the densely packed devil fruit fell to the ground. At this moment, the Empress next to Chiba couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes when she saw this. Usually rare devil fruit. There are so many. Seeing this, Chiba smiled, then nodded. Well done. Tell me. Yes, Your Majesty. The black sperm opened his mouth immediately, talking about his harvest. I searched all the sea areas in the Calm Belt area and salvaged 21 devil fruit. Stolen 6 devil fruits from other pirates. From the information provided by some prisoners in Impel Down, I got 2 devil fruit. I also got 4 devil fruits from Hawkeye and Redhead. Hearing this, the Empress next to her was startled. Hawkeye and Red Hair. The black sperm smiled. That's right, they provoked me and were defeated by me to buy their lives. The Empress thought she had heard wrong. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, is currently one of the Shichibukai. Advertisement. She has red hair and is one of the 4 emperors of Open Black Lens Bracket New World Close Black Lens Bracket. Both of them are the top powerhouses. In the end, he was defeated by the black sperm, and even bought his life with devil fruit. Seeing the surprised expression of the Empress, Chiba was not surprised and spoke immediately. No surprises, Hancock. The most restrained black sperm is the swordsman. Eagle eye and red hair are not rivals, it's normal. However, if you switch to someone with a large range of Logia abilities like Admiral, the black sperm won't have any advantage. Hearing this, the black sperm smiled. Your Majesty, if I regain my fusion ability, no amount of Logia will be enough for me. Sheba smiled. This is natural, but I value your value added and splitting abilities more. You just said that you got information from the Impel Down prisoner that you entered Impel Down. The black sperm was taken aback for a moment, then remembered something, and opened his mouth quickly. By the way, Your Majesty, there is one more thing I need to report to you. I met a scientist in Impel Down. Claims to make artificial devil fruit. I went to confirm it, and it seems that there is a finished product. Do you want me to bring it to work for you? Hearing this, Sheba was a little surprised. The scientist you mentioned is Guy Sakurang. Oh, does Your Majesty already know? Sheba nodded, rather surprised. 10 years before the plot started, the man-made devil fruit was produced. Or did Guy say that on purpose in order to survive? Thinking of this, Sheba spoke immediately. You said you got the finished product, bring it up and show me. Whether it is a finished product or not, Sheba will know after absorbing it with the system. If it can be absorbed into special energy, then Gaizen will be of great use. Hearing this, the black sperm froze for a moment. Forehead. Your Majesty, sorry, that devil fruit was chopped off by Hawkeye. Advertisement. That's right, forget it. Sheba waved his hand, and without getting angry, he spoke again. The task of finding devil fruit, you continue. As for the scientist, watch it, don't let him die. Also, go to Dressrosa immediately, and tell Ulquiorra not to kill the Don Quixote family, I'll save it. Yes, Your Majesty. After speaking, the black sperm left immediately. Now that man-made devil fruit has appeared, Sheba wants to give it a try no matter what. If it can become a special energy, then Geisa and Doflamingo are so useful. Thinking of this, Sheba stood up, came to the pile of devil fruit, then raised his hand and began to absorb. The special energy immediately changed from 23 to 54. Not to mention this side. New World, Dressrosa, the peaceful void was torn apart, and the black cavity suddenly opened. Ulquiorra stepped out calmly, looking up at his surroundings. As this is Dressrosa. In the air, there is gunpowder smoke. This country seems to have just experienced war. The town was deserted, sparsely populated, and looked a bit distressed. On the street, Ulquiorra saw two toys walking towards each other. This toy is like a human being. After a little perception, there is actually a human soul inside. Ulquiorra didn't care either, and set his eyes on the palace. That's the goal. After speaking, Ulquiorra stepped out calmly and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already reached the second floor of the palace. The sudden appearance of Ulquiorra directly attracted the attention of the soldiers in the palace. Who are you? How dare you break into the palace? Hearing this, Ulquiorra didn't care, just walked by calmly. During Setsuna, these soldiers could not bear Ulquiorra's Reiatsu at all, and died on the spot, not even knowing what happened. Even if someone can bear it, they are dying and in a state of dying. And at this moment, inside the stone wall of the palace, a giant face emerged, looked at Ulquiorra, and spoke coldly. Who are you? Ulquiorra didn't respond to him, but calmly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Advertisement. Back off, ants. Sero. Ulquiorra didn't want to talk nonsense, so he did it directly, and he didn't talk too much. During the Setsuna, the green Reiatsu frantically gathered and released instantly. With the blow that shook the kingdom, the giant face and the entire wall were blasted to pieces and destroyed directly. From the stone wall, a figure was abruptly blasted out. Wow, what kind of power is this? That's Pika, one of the top cadres of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, he was clutching his body, struggling constantly, spitting blood, in great pain. That blow, just being affected, felt like Reiatsu was being torn apart. After a long time, he slowed down, looked at Ulquiorra solemnly, and then drew out the long knife. This is Dressrosa, it's not your turn to play wild. Just as he was about to make a move, his body froze instantly, unable to move. Dover. Pika's expression froze, and he turned his head to look sideways. A figure swaggered out of the darkness. It was Doflamingo. Pika, don't be rude. This is our honored guest, Ulquiorra, a fighting member of the empire on which the sun never sets. When Pika heard this, her pupils shrank. Ulquiorra, he is no stranger, and Doflamingo only got the news that this person defeated Akainu in Sabayati Archipelago, and left easily. For the first time, he offered a reward of up to 1.5 billion Baileys. And how long has it been since the culprit has come here? Incredible. At this moment, Ulquiorra turned his head, his face was calm, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Another ant. Sero. Ulquiorra shot instantly, not even giving Doflamingo a chance to speak. Seeing this, Doflamingo's face changed drastically. What kind of murderous person is this, who just opened up when they met? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 49 His Majesty has an order to spare his life. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Doflamingo's expression changed. He has come into contact with countless strong men, but there has never been that person who came up to fight directly and did not speak to him at all. And Ulquiorra's eyes were empty, as if he didn't pay attention to everything. The huge Sero came bombarded. Doflamingo's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand to resist. The next moment, his whole body was blasted to pieces. A shocking blow. Where Sero swept, everything was reduced to ashes. And this, it seems, was just a random hit by Ulquiorra. However, Doflamingo's body was instantly smashed to pieces, turning into countless thin threads. Dover. Pika shouted hastily. But at this moment, Ulquiorra's face was calm, and the nerves of the probe swept across, and there was nothing to hide. Then he turned around, raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger calmly, pointed it in one direction, and opened his mouth calmly. Sero. In Setsuna, the green Sero blasted towards one direction. In the darkness, a surprised voice sounded immediately. What? Sero bombarded him, and the building in front of him collapsed into ruins. Doflamingo jumped out in a panic. Humans, how dare you show hostility to me? Words and expressions can deceive. However, the soul does not. At this moment, Ulquiorra shot directly, and at the moment Doflamingo appeared, Sero bombarded him again. Doflamingo's heart was shaken, and he didn't dare to neglect this blow at all. Spider's web wall. Doflamingo raised his hand to resist. Immediately, thin threads like spider webs spread out from the palm, trying to block Ulquiorra's attack. Advertisement. However, the next moment, Sero swallowed everything up. Doflamingo suddenly felt a terrible force tearing his soul. Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically, he didn't dare to take it hard, and quickly retreated. A sound from Pung. The huge force knocked Doflamingo into the air, smashing through the opposite wall, and he was extremely embarrassed. It's so strong, not in the general sense. One face to face, he was completely suppressed. And the other party didn't even take a step. The two sides are not on the same level at all. The next moment, as soon as Doflamingo raised his head, his pupils shrank. In the distance, a puff of smoke billowed from where Ulquiorra had stood. Ulquiorra disappeared abruptly, without waiting for Doflamingo to react. A fair finger calmly aimed at Doflamingo's head. Green Sero. Crazy gathering. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. Wait, I don't mean anything malicious. Hearing this, Ulquiorra was unmoved. Looking at Doflamingo with those empty eyes, he was no different from an ant. Sero. No nonsense. Decisive shot. Doflamingo's face changed drastically, and he was extremely frightened. At this moment, he experienced death. But this moment. Bridge bean sack. Let's borrow. An arrogant voice sounded, and with a bang, Pika was knocked into the air, and a black shadow came to Ulquiorra in an instant, and punched out. Doflamingo was knocked into the air on the spot and crashed into the wall of the palace. Advertisement. Boom. With the explosion of the palace wall, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, and his heart was extremely shocked. What happened again? Then, the next moment, Sero swallowed the man directly. Ulquiorra froze for a moment, then frowned. Black sperm. What are you doing? Under Sero's bombardment, there was an angry voice. Ulquiorra, the dog day, actually knocked out 136,739 cells of my uncle. And, it really hurts, your guy's soul attack. The next moment, a giant black hand exploded instantly, soaring into the sky, its height exceeded 100 meters in an instant. The black sperm seemed to be angry. In the distance, Doflamingo vomited blood, watching this scene in shock. In the end, what happened? What is that? This terrifying giant hand looked extremely terrifying, and then directly smashed towards Ulquiorra. Seeing this, Ulquiorra frowned, and stretched out his right hand calmly. Then, boom! There was a loud noise, the giant hand smashed down, and the entire second-floor palace completely collapsed. Not only that, the aftermath of the impact made the entire island tremble. Doflamingo's face changed drastically. What a terrifying power! What kind of monster is this? After everything dispersed, Doflamingo looked towards the center. At this moment, he found that the shocking blow of the giant hand was actually blocked by a pale arm. Ulquiorra raised his right hand calmly and took the blow. Even if the ground beneath his feet crumbled, Ulquiorra couldn't be moved by such a terrifying force. Advertisement. Seeing this, Doflamingo swallowed. What kind of monster is this riding horse? No, I have to get out of here. Doflamingo was just about to leave. Suddenly, a black thing about the size of a child stood in front of him, and he spoke calmly. You can't go. Seeing this, Doflamingo froze for a moment. Child. Just as he was about to make a move, he repelled the opponent and fled away. The next moment, the body of the black child in front of him exploded and turned into a terrifying giant hand. Doflamingo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. What? This is the monster just now. He saw with his own eyes that the opponent's blow shook the entire island, which was extremely terrifying. Without waiting for Doflamingo's reaction, the giant black sperm directly lifted Doflamingo and threw him back in front of Ulquiorra. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra frowned, a little confused, and asked, Black sperm, what are you doing? Why are you hindering me? The next moment, the black sperm came out of the smoke, stepped on Doflamingo, looked at Ulquiorra, and said, Your Majesty has an order. Save the lives of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Doflamingo was completely numb. He is the majestic seven warlords of the sea, the king of the dark underground forces, and he was nicknamed Open Black Lens Bracket Heavenly Yaksha Close Black Lens Bracket. As a result, being thrown around like a chick by black sperm and Ulquiorra at the moment. Pika next to him was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a pitiful, weak and helpless Doflamingo. Dover. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for rewards. Chapter 50. Do you really think of yourself as a character? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ulquiorra couldn't help frowning at Sunspot's words. Your Majesty's order. As he spoke, Ulquiorra calmly looked at Doflamingo, who was trampled under the feet of the black sperm. At this moment, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. There was no emotion in Ulquiorra's eyes, only calm and reason. At this moment, being watched by Ulquiorra like this, Doflamingo felt the hairs all over his body stand on his head. That feeling of emptiness is really terrifying. In addition to the fact that Ulquiorra had suppressed and defeated him just now, Doflamingo felt so terrified for the first time. After an unknown amount of time, Ulquiorra withdrew his hand, turned around calmly, and at the same time, took back that terrible Reiatsu. During Setsuna, Doflamingo felt a sudden drop in pressure. Since it is His Majesty's order, then I will stop. After speaking, Ulquiorra stepped forward, disappeared instantly, and flew towards the highest point of the palace. Seeing Ulquiorra leave, the black sperm smiled and sat down on Doflamingo. It's really ignorant to provoke this guy. The black sperm had nothing to do, and started talking flirtatiously again. Not only is he familiar with him, but he also shows hostility. What a joke. This fellow Ulquiorra has no heart. In his world, there are only enemies and His Majesty, and His Majesty's orders are above all else. And humans, in his eyes, are just ants. Although he doesn't kill indiscriminately, he never cares about the life and death of ants. You were almost trampled to death by him just now. Like ants on the side of the road. At this moment, Doflamingo doesn't know what happened. Ulquiorra is the empire on which the sun never sets, and it seems that the current black sperm is also. Advertisement. However, one wanted to kill him, while the other wanted to keep him. What is your empire on which the sun never sets? Why did you come to me? Doflamingo looked wary, at the same time, thinking about the opportunity to get out. The power of Ulquiorra, he even felt, was devastating to the soul, and dangerous. However, the black sperm at the moment seems to be of the pure power type. For Doflamingo, it is not impossible to deal with. Thinking of this, Doflamingo had a smile on his face. Fufurfurfur. How about telling your purpose? If it's suitable, maybe we can cooperate. Such power. As long as you can avoid enmity and avoid provoking as much as possible, Doflamingo, as the heavenly Yaksha of the dark forces, naturally has his own set of survival rules. But the black sperm grinned when he heard this. Cooperation. Is this kind of thing worthy of discussing cooperation with His Majesty? Since His Majesty has taken a fancy to you, you just need to be an obedient dog obediently. Do you really think of yourself as a character? Hearing this, Doflamingo's face changed slightly, and suddenly became extremely gloomy. Anyway, he is the awakened conqueror's hockey, how could he endure such humiliation? I see, it's you who makes yourself a character. Doflamingo grinned, shot instantly, and gently hooked the fingers of his right hand. Next moment, with a puff, densely packed thin thread streaked across the void, directly cutting the black sperm's body open. Advertisement. The black sperm was cut into pieces directly under Doflamingo's thin thread. Seeing this, Doflamingo grinned. Fufurfurfur. Indeed, you are not worthy of discussing cooperation with me. Hooking your fingers, an invisible thin line shot out instantly, pulling it to the clouds in the sky. Doflamingo wants to leave. Leaving aside the black sperm, Ulquiorra who just left has not gone far. If the other party turns back, it will be troublesome. However, before he could act, a chill came over him. You bastard! Unexpectedly attacked me. Next moment. The densely packed black sperm fragments that were cut apart instantly melted, and then became huge, turning into a shockingly muscular arm. Since you are disobedient as a dog, you need to be trained. Beat you half to death first. Anyway, His Majesty's order, as long as you live. If it doesn't work, I'll crush your hands and feet. Don't move, or you will be killed by mistake, and His Majesty will blame you. I can't bear it. The moment he finished these words, the gigantic black sperm rushed towards him with a punch. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. What? You won't die like this. What kind of ability is this? Doflamingo instantly raised his hands, snorted coldly, and released his abilities. Spider's web wall. Advertisement. In the next moment, the black sperm's fist bombarded him. Boom. Doflamingo suddenly felt an endless force, as if the whole world was rolling towards him. Good wait. It's not power in the general sense. I can't stop it. Doflamingo's face turned pale, the opponent's punch was too powerful. The previous Sero was unable to defend, which can be said to be due to the energy body. However, the black sperm's attack right now is a real brute force, without even using armed color. He was powerless to resist. Doflamingo hurriedly turned his body away, abandoning the spider web. Boom. The huge force completely shattered the ground, and the rippling impact alone knocked Doflamingo into the air. Doflamingo looked serious, seized this opportunity, and made another move. 5 color strings. Cut from fine wire. The black sperm didn't dodge or dodge, with a sarcasm on his face, he was cut open. However, at the next moment, the cut black sperm instantly turned into dense clones, and Doflamingo's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. How is this possible? I use armament hockey, that comes with it. P.S. Thank you, Shiva Drag Dance, for your reward. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 51 The Dark Knight King. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In horror, the black sperm grinned. You're done. The next moment, dense black sperm surged in and punched. And from Doflamingo's point of view, the attacks were as dense as raindrops. Damn, what kind of ability is this? The armed color covered his hands, and Doflamingo raised his hands to resist. The next moment, he was under the storm-like attack of black sperm. Ola ola ola. Thump thump. The huge force instantly knocked Doflamingo into the air, breaking through the defense head-on. At this moment, Doflamingo vomited blood and felt that many bones in his body were broken. Just when he was about to get up, the black sperm stepped on his foot and opened his mouth condescendingly. Now, can you be more honest? And at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the black sperm, covering it, looking at the two of them coldly. Joker, what are you doing? What Governor Kaido wants, are you ready? Seeing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he muttered. Drought. Jack. Kindness. The black sperm was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly turned around, a little surprised. What? At this moment, what appeared in front of the black sperm was a huge monster. It was a mammoth, as huge as a mountain, and it was condescendingly looking down at the black sperm. The body shapes of the two sides formed a sharp contrast. Then, advertisement. Boom. The nose of this gigantic mammoth fell instantly, and the huge force even caused an invisible impact in the air. The black sperm took the blow head-on and was directly sent flying. Crashed into the palace in the distance. Thump thump. After smashing through several palaces, it was buried by the ruins and there was no movement. Seeing this, the gigantic mammoth suddenly changed into a humanoid size, standing in front of Doflamingo with a stern expression. Doflamingo, how are you preparing for Governor Kaido's request? Hearing this, Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up from the ground in some embarrassment, and said with a smile. Jack the Dro, artificial devil fruit is out. However, the experiment has not yet been carried out, and the success rate cannot be guaranteed. I only have 2 here. Hearing this, Jack the Dro frowned slightly. Why not experiment? As a developer, Guy was caught by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down. Even if I use the identity of Shichibukai to fish him out, it will take time. Hearing this, Jack sneered. Time. It depends on whether Governor Kaido will give it to you. You have taken so many benefits from Governor Kaido, if there is no result, you know what the consequences will be. Fufurfurfur. Of course I know. Doflamingo smiled. Guy, I have a way to get him out. At that time, artificial devil fruit will be as much as you want. However, the premise is that you have to solve this trouble for me. Speaking, Doflamingo pointed to the ruins in the distance. Advertisement. Among the ruins, the black sperm stood up calmly. 1, 2, densely packed, seemingly endless, patted the smoke and dust on his body. The black sperm looked normal, and stared at Jack. Very good. You bastard, you also came to sneak attack on me, didn't you? You'd better have devil fruit on your body to pay for your life, otherwise, my uncle won't be as lenient as he was with Hawkeye and red hair. Hearing this, the face of Doflamingo next to him changed slightly. Hawkeye and red hair. This guy, has he fought these two monsters? Thinking of this, Doflamingo suddenly felt his scalp go numb. I seem to have provoked an incredible guy. This black sperm, perhaps even scarier than that Ulquiorra. Hearing this, Jack grinned, and instantly pulled out his ivory, turning it into 2 machetes. By your life. Who do you think Lousy is? Jack's eyes widened. Holding 2 machetes in his hand, he rushed towards the black sperm, and then chopped off with 1 blow. Go to hell. At this moment, Ulquiorra came to the uppermost floor of the palace and frowned slightly upon noticing the movement below. It's noisy down there. The black sperm is too sloppy. Since there are enemies attacking, just push it horizontally. It's a waste of time. After speaking, Ulquiorra paid no attention. Immediately, he stepped out to the awakening place, raised his right hand calmly, and spoke. Ulquiorra, obey His Majesty Chiba. Wake up from your deep sleep. During Setsuna, on Chiba's side, his special energy decreased by 10, leaving 44. And at this time, in the void, a burst of purple-black magic power suddenly burst out. This magical power seemed to be corrosive, and the moment it overflowed, it instantly dissolved everything around it. And in the center of that shocking magic power, advertisement. The magic power solidified, even turned into a liquid, turning into black and red, and the sense of oppression was full. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black figure walked out of it calmly. The pitch-black armor was stained with blood-red patterns. That pattern, like fresh blood, was attached with a hint of ominousness and curse. It's just a black and red mask that covers the eyes. Under the background of this violent magic power, there is such a trace of rationality amidst the restlessness. The golden hair, dancing wildly in the magic power, seems to be the only embodiment of her noble ideal. At this moment, she is like a cursed butterfly dancing in the dark. While beautiful, it is also extremely deadly. At the waist is a holy sword. Even though the golden color faded due to the curse, and it was dyed black and red, it is still the highest standard as a sword. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra spoke calmly. Are you awake? Artoria. Pendragon. Artoria Pendragon open black lens bracket black close black lens bracket. Race. Heroic spirit curse. Ability. 1. The sword of vowed victory, black. 2. Not open. Then. Bang. The black-red magic power exploded in an instant, attacking Ulquiorra directly, extremely fierce. Seeing this, Ulquiorra looked calm, raised his right hand, flicked it away, and spoke calmly. I see. Sleeping for thousands of years, without His Majesty's magic power, has the suppression of violence weakened. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 52. Violent Magic Power. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So, is this the best you can do? The dense black sperm surged in, instantly engulfed Jack, and blasted him away with a single blow, knocking him flying tens of meters away, before falling heavily and being buried by the ruins. At this moment, there are quite a lot of black sperm, densely distributed in the entire palace, the number has already exceeded 10,000. Doflamingo next to him watched this scene in horror, feeling extremely terrified inside. This black sperm is so strong. Ridiculously strong. Regardless of any attack from Jack, he directly received it with his face, and his head was hardened. But the problem is, after using his face to face him, nothing happened to him, and he transformed into countless clones in an instant. The more Jack attacks, the more clones he has. Now, the entire palace has been surrounded by black sperm. More importantly, even though so many clones have been split, in Doflamingo's knowledge and color perception, the single black sperm has not weakened in the slightest. It's outrageous. And, even now, the number of black sperm is still increasing. This guy, can it be split indefinitely? Doflamingo was terrified. If so, that black sperm is simply a swordsman's nightmare. From this point of view, he was not joking when he said that he had fought Hawkeye with red hair, but it was true. Thinking of this, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. Just now he actually sneaked up on the other party. Advertisement. Damn it, where did this monster come from? I should have guessed. Ulquiorra is already heaven-defying, how could this damn thing pull the brakes? Now, the black sperm is just playing Jack. That is one of the three major Kanban under Kaido's command, but now, it is played by the black sperm in the palm of his hand. If the other party really wanted to, Jack would have been on the street a long time ago, and it is impossible to persist until now. Hey, have you reached your limit? Is there devil fruit or not? Hand it over, and I will spare your life. If not, I will kill you. Tasted the sweetness in Hawkeye and Redhead. Seeing that everyone wants to charge a sum of money for their lives. If the other party has the best one, he will make a lot of money. If he doesn't, he will kill him directly, and he will make a steady profit. And at this moment, on the top floor of the palace, the blood-red magic power soared into the sky, covering the entire sky in an instant, and it was densely covered with darkness. Doflamingo's heart sank suddenly, and he had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Then, what is it? Knowledge and knowledge swept past. In the royal palace, besides Ulquiorra who entered before, there was one more person at this moment. Doflamingo wanted to find out. However, the next moment, the violent magic power struck, and directly hit Doflamingo's body. In an instant, Doflamingo's face changed drastically, and he was instantly shocked. At this moment, he even had hallucinations, as if a peerless beast was biting towards him. It's so terrifying and ferocious, it's almost unheard of before. What kind of beast is this? However, the words should just fall. Advertisement. Accompanied by a violent fall of magic power. From it, a beautiful figure stepped out. Seeing this, Doflamingo froze for a moment. Woman. Then, in an instant, a sense of oppression hit. That violent magic power seems to be able to suppress everything. If the Reiatsu of Ulquiorra is nothingness and loneliness, then the magic at this moment is as violent as a nuclear bomb. Crazy. The pitch-black armor, the blood-red lines, the ominous holy sword. Who is this? Again. Suddenly, she turned her head coldly, looked at the black sperm, and spoke calmly. Her voice seemed to be magical. Black sperm, you still can't change the problem of having fun. This kind of enemy can be pushed horizontally, so much time is wasted. Seeing this person, the black sperm froze for a moment. Artoria, such a violent magic power. You bastard, have you exhausted the magic power His Majesty bestowed on you after sleeping for thousands of years? You can't even restrain violence. The voice just fell. On the other side, among the ruins, it exploded instantly. Jack stood up from it, the veins on his forehead popped out, and he was already furious. At the same time, the wound on his body seemed to heal again. Compared to being completely suppressed by black sperm just now, Jack seems to be more fierce now. Seeing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but speak. Advertisement. Zone's awakening. What a strong resilience, but it's not a good thing to have an effect at this time. These people are too cruel. Jack is going to have bad luck today. But at this moment, Jack, who is hard-headed, doesn't care so much. He looked at everyone in front of him coldly, and instantly discarded his ivory long knife. At the same time, the body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Mammoth, wake up. Ho 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 ho. A soaring roar was released from Jack's throat, and in an instant, Jack transformed into a huge mammoth. At the same time, the black armor color, hockey covered his whole body. During Setsuna, even the ground could not bear Jack's weight, and cracks began to appear. The next moment, Jack ran wildly and rushed towards Artoria, who suddenly appeared with a powerful posture. Everyone, go to hell. Mammoth, crash. Jack is starting to work hard. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo's face changed slightly, and he murmured, Jack is desperate, it's hard to stop him. The next moment, Jack rushed past like a tank, blowing everything in front of him like confetti. But in the face of all this, Arturia's complexion did not change in the slightest. At the moment of the collision, he calmly raised his right hand and took it with the armor on his arm. Chapter 53 Unlimited Magic Power Uppercut. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A sound from Pung. The invisible shock rippled directly from the two of them, causing a huge shock in an instant, blowing away all the surrounding ruins. Jack's collision stopped abruptly, and the ground under their feet completely collapsed in an instant. However, Artoria didn't take a step back, her face didn't change, and her arms didn't even bend. The armor that blocked Jack's blow creaked, but remained motionless. What? At this moment, even Jack was shaken. Then, the next moment, the black and red violent magic power burst out instantly, soaring into the sky. Arturia took advantage of the situation and hit an uppercut. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion of magic power, turmoil occurred in the void. This blow even produced a sonic boom. The huge impact almost caused Doflamingo to be blown away, and he couldn't help raising his hands to resist the storm. This moment, Doflamingo stared blankly. I saw that the huge mammoth Jack was instantly knocked into the air by Artoria, who was covered in black. Boom. Under the impact of the magic power, Jack's huge body flew tens of meters high before falling heavily, and then he stopped moving. What a terrifying power. The sense of oppression that is simply displayed. This Artoria is even above Ulquiorra and Black Sperm. And, more importantly, advertisement. Doflamingo saw the knife on Artoria's waist. This guy uses a knife. However, he punched Jack, who was galloping at full speed, in an instant, without even drawing the knife. Is Jack dead? I don't know, but in a short time, it is estimated that I will not be able to climb up. You know, this guy is an awakened zone ancient species demon fruit power. He can recover quickly after getting a batch of meat. Doflamingo swallowed subconsciously. Where did this monster come from? And at this moment, in the distance, the black sperm who saw this scene suddenly exclaimed. Ah, Arturia, you bastard, you actually snatched my prey. My uncle still wants to buy life money from him. You bastard, how are you going to compensate me? Hearing this, Artoria just glanced at the black sperm, and no one knew what kind of eyes were hidden under her black mask. However, at this moment, Doflamingo felt it. That is, the eyes of death. Black sperm, it is because of you procrastinating that the enemy has survived for so long. Even, there is one alive here. Thousands of years ago, you fought with His Majesty. You should know that what His Majesty hates the most is indecision. The moment I finished speaking, the violent magic power surged out and exploded instantly. This huge magical power even set off a huge storm. Advertisement. The next moment, Doflamingo's face changed suddenly, and before he could react, he saw Arturia, who was covered in darkness, rushing towards him with infinite magic power. At this moment, what Doflamingo smelled was death. At this moment, Arturia is full of murderous intent. Is this guy a beast? That's right, crazy like a beast. Doflamingo didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hands, ready to hook his fingers to defend and counterattack at any time. But at this moment, Ulquiorra's voice seemed to come out of nothingness. Humans, if you don't want to die, don't do anything. In an instant, a powerful Reiatsu crushed towards Doflamingo in an instant. This kind of momentum is several times or even dozens of times that of Ulquiorra fighting him just now. At this moment, Doflamingo knew. Just now Ulquiorra made a move on him, just kidding. Now he is really serious. At this moment, Doflamingo really wanted to defend, but he didn't dare to move. Then, bang! Arturia, who was rushing towards him in front of her, stopped abruptly, and the violent magic power suddenly dissipated. Ulquiorra and Black Sperm attack at the same time, stopping Arturia, who showed her killing intent. Suppress violence. Arturia, Your Majesty has an order. Save his life. Hearing this, Arturia, who was covered in darkness, narrowed her eyes slightly, and the killing intent all over her body suddenly disappeared. The violent magic power also slowly converged in her body. Your Majesty's order. Seeing the killing intent subside. Advertisement. Ulquiorra and Black Sperm just gave up. At this moment, the Black Sperm was extremely annoyed, glared at Arturia, and said coldly, Arturia, you bastard, you not only robbed my prey. Moreover, I almost disobeyed His Majesty's order. Can't you suppress your violence? The pitch-black Arturia, also known as the Black Saber. She is the ruthless version of King Arthur, corrupted by the Holy Grail's curse. Having said that, in fact, her character traits are not fundamentally different from before. Because, the blackened posture is actually caused by the erosion of the curse that made her feelings superficial and reversed her thoughts. And her own goals and ideals haven't changed, it's just that the ordinary Arturia keeps herself clean for the sake of her ideals. After being blackened, Arturia believes that even tyranny is a feasible means to realize her ideals. And Arturia in this state has an infinite supply of magic power, undoubtedly the strongest posture. However, because of this, she also showed a violent side. Suppressing violence will dull my super intuition, which is not conducive to fighting. And I need to follow His Majesty to fight the world, so naturally I have to maintain the strongest posture at all times. Arturia said with a smile. At this moment, she has suppressed her violence, but she has become a lot gentler. However, once liberated, she will become the Dark Knight King with infinite magic power again. Hearing this, the Black Sperm quickly spoke. Sleeping for thousands of years has consumed the magic power His Majesty bestowed upon you. So, you'd better go and ask His Majesty to grant you mana. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 54 Fight for Glory. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Replenishing the magic. Hearing this, Arturia, who was originally extremely strong, suddenly hesitated. After a moment, she shook her head, looked at the Black Sperm, and spoke. I am cursed. How can I use this cursed body to defile your majesty? Arturia knew very well what replenishing magic was. Thousands of years ago, Sheba rewarded Arturia with a magic replenishment. And after that replenishment, Sheba's powerful magic power perfectly suppressed the violence brought by the curse power. This allows Arturia to maintain rationality even though she possesses almost infinite magic power, so that super intuition used for combat can play its greatest role. With full concentration, it is even possible to predict the future. That replenishment was an unparalleled enjoyment and admiration for Arturia. But in fact, Arturia has been extremely upset after the mana replenishment was completed. Because she felt that her cursed body was defiled by asking His Majesty to perform magic repairs. If it was the noble Night King before being cursed, Arturia would naturally dedicate her body and mind to Chiba perfectly. However, right now, my body is burdened with darkness. Hearing this, the black sperm next to him pouted. Arturia, it's not me that I'm talking about you. Sometimes, you are just too hypocritical. Do you really think His Majesty would care about this curse? Moreover, this curse has no effect on His Majesty. Arturia dismissed this. Black sperm, don't confuse me with a despicable guy like you. Advertisement. Do you know the 8 principles of knights? One of them is honor. I will fight for honor, and your majesty is my honor. Hearing this, the black sperm smiled and couldn't help but speak. Since you mentioned honor, then let me tell you one more thing. In this era, there is a guy named the world's #1 swordsman. This title was given to you by His Majesty, right? Is this also your honor? What are you going to do? Hearing this, Arturia frowned, and there was a dark magic power rippling all over her body. The #1 swordsman in the world. Who? A guy named Hawkeye. I met him last time, and I wanted to deal with it easily, but he used 3 devil fruits as money for his life. I'll leave him to you. Hearing this, the complexion of Doflamingo next to him changed, and he couldn't help but speak. You actually defeated Hawkeye. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. It is also one of the current open Black Lens bracket 7 warlords of the sea close Black Lens bracket. Having said that, 7 warlords of the sea is actually not worthy of his strength and status. After all, with pure swordsmanship, Hawkeye could confront Redhead head-on. Fortunately, Hawkeye is a lone traveler, otherwise, with his influence, on the Sea of New World, many strong men would flock to him with just one move. Within a few years, a power that can rival the 4 emperors' power will be formed. And such a guy, Doflamingo didn't dare to provoke him at all. In the end, the black sperm not only defeated him, but also made him pay for his life. Doflamingo spoke suddenly, and immediately attracted the attention of Arturia, Black Sperm, and Ulquiorra. Being watched by 3 big bosses at the same time, even Doflamingo felt a little creepy. When did you interrupt here? Advertisement. The black sperm grinned, shot in an instant, and landed with a punch. Seeing this, Doflamingo hurriedly avoided, not daring to say anything, and was very frightened. These 3 are big guys. Just looking at their combat effectiveness, they might not be weaker than Admiral. If you really want to do it, he will be killed instantly. At this moment, Arturia frowned. What is His Majesty going to do with his life? The black sperm shook his head. Who knows? However, since it is His Majesty's order, it naturally has a deep meaning, so we can just follow it. As he said that, the black sperm thought of Doflamingo's sneak attack before, then looked at him coldly, and said, by the way, in order to prevent this guy from thinking about running away again, I am going to amputate his hands and feet first. Hearing this, Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically, and he spoke quickly, breaking out in cold sweat. Do not. I won't run away. Your Majesty spared my life because he must want me to do something for him. I run many businesses in this world: weapons, black market, intelligence, and man-made devil fruit. Hearing this, the black sperm was taken aback. Artificial devil fruit. Interesting. I ran into a scientist in Impel Down who claimed to be the maker of artificial devil fruit. Hearing this, Doflamingo was taken aback. Surprised, this black sperm has sneaked into Impel Down. That's Guy Sakurang, I'm his collaborator. Hearing this, the black sperm nodded immediately. Advertisement. I see. No wonder your Majesty spared your life. Since this is the case, let's not let you escape. Just now, I am going to sneak attack on my uncle. I will cripple your hands and feet first. As he said that, the black sperm planned to do something. Doflamingo's complexion changed, and he slowly hooked his fingers, ready to put all his eggs in one basket. Next to him, Ertoli, who was originally very violent, waved his hand. Okay, black sperm, since His Majesty has given the order, don't touch him. I haven't recovered the strength of the sword scabbard yet. Your attack is not serious, it is really going to kill you, how are you going to apologize to His Majesty? Hearing this, the black sperm smiled and stopped immediately. Humph. You woman, sure enough, you are much gentler when it comes to His Majesty. No wonder His Majesty dotes on you very much. My uncle is a little envious. So, how do you plan to defend His Majesty's honor? That is the title bestowed by His Majesty. Hearing this, Artoria held the sword in her right hand and spoke calmly. Of course I know this, and you don't need to say more. Indeed, it would be inappropriate to regain His Majesty's imperial title with beast-like violence. However, even if I want to ask His Majesty to replenish the magic, I still need to offer something that makes Your Majesty happy. Hearing this, the black sperm immediately kicked Jack, who didn't know what to do. Isn't that what it is? I wanted to do it myself, but since you want to ask His Majesty to restore the magic, then I will give you this opportunity. However, you just hit so hard, you just don't know if this guy is dead or not. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 55 Blackmail for Emperors. Open black lens bracket, ask for flowers, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is. Arturia has just woken up, and she is not very familiar with this, so she doesn't understand the meaning of the black sperm. To this, the black sperm smiled. Buy life money. Your Majesty wants devil fruit. But this thing is a rare thing. If you collect it yourself, how can you get it faster than extortion? This is also the inspiration that black sperm took from Hawkeye and Redhead. Just by killing them, you will get a lot of devil fruit, which makes the black sperm sweet. Seeing that everyone wants to go up and blackmail a fortune. After all, how can extortion come so quickly after all the hard work I have been searching for? According to the information obtained by my avatar, the person behind this guy seems to be a big shot in New World. With that said, the black sperm turned to Doflamingo and said, "Do you know?" Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded. "I know, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, commands 1/10 of the entire New World sea area." The black sperm smiled. To command such a huge sea area, devil fruit is probably indispensable. Saying so, the black sperm kicked Jack up to Ulquiora's feet, and spoke. "Ulquiora, are you too taciturn? Do you really care about nothing but His Majesty's orders? See if this guy is dead or not." Hearing this, Ulquiora glanced at the black sperm calmly, but was not angry, then scanned Jack's nerves, and spoke calmly. Advertisement. The soul is still fluctuating, and it has not died. The body has been severely injured, but it seems to be the awakened person of Zone's fruit ability. The vitality is very strong, and he can't die. Hearing this, Artoria nodded, looked at Ulquiora and spoke. "Help me wake him up." Hearing this, Ulquiora stepped forward, came to Jack, and calmly extended a finger. During Setsuna, Reiatsu was released and entered Jack's mind. The next moment, Jack's soul was shocked, and he woke up from the coma instantly. Seeing this, Ulquiora was taken aback for a moment. After the soul is awakened, his recovery ability has become stronger. I didn't expect an ant to have such tenacious vitality. Hearing this, Artoria kicked Jack away without saying a word. It's time to wake up. Jack suffered pain and woke up from a faint. He felt that all the bones in his body were broken. Although he just woke up, it was only to the extent that he regained consciousness. At this moment, opening his eyes, Jack saw 3 people. Leaving aside the unfamiliar Ulquiora, the other 2, Jack has just fought. At this moment, seeing Artoria, Jack was a little panicked. After all, she just shot him with a thunderbolt and knocked him unconscious with a very decisive and cruel method. At this time, the black sperm came to Doflamingo and stretched out his hand. "Is there a phone bug?" Doflamingo nodded, then took one out of his bosom and handed it to the black sperm. The black sperm was thrown to Artoria without any hassle. After Arturia took it, she calmly walked in front of Jack, put the phone bug back in front of him, and said, "Call Kaido behind you." As soon as Arturia's words fell, Jack suddenly rushed towards him, as if returning to the light. Advertisement. Seeing this, Arturia didn't care, and shot instantly. A cold light flashed by, and the dark holy sword directly penetrated Jack's shoulder, nailing him to the ground. "You really have vitality. It seems that Awakening Zone's recovery ability is really good. Do you need me to beat you half to death?" Hearing this, Jack fell silent. He had no doubt that the other party would really do this. Seeing Jack's confession, Arturia smiled and spoke coldly. Call quickly. Hearing this, Jack stared at Arturia like a mad beast. You'll regret it, woman. With that said, he dialed the phone bug. Recruiting Lord Kaido will only ruin you. This kind of thing is not something you should say as a prisoner. After the phone bug got through, Arturia immediately took it, kicked Jack away, picked up the phone bug, and Kaido came from that side. Hello. Jack, what do you want? Jack is in my hands. He is dying. To save him, take out 5 devil fruits. Hearing this, Kaido was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Did some short-sighted pirate set his mind on lousy again? This is not a play. So what? Arturia looked calm, unmoved, and directly cut off the possibility of negotiation. A moment later, Kaido's icy voice came from the other side of the Arcworm. Very well. Who are you? Report your name. The battle member of the empire on which the sun never sets, the King of Knights. The sun never sets. Kaido's voice sank, and then he sneered. It turned out to be you guys who hide their heads and show their tails. You better be careful, and you will mess with lousy. Advertisement. Before she finished speaking, Arturia hung up the phone directly. Then, he punched Jack casually, with violent magic power, and blasted Jack in front of Doflamingo, lost consciousness again, and then spoke calmly. Put it up. Don't let him die. Hearing this, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Looking at the half-dead Jack, he wanted to cry without tears. Why do you want to involve me in the matter between your sun never sets and Kaido? I imprisoned Jack by myself and was later pursued by Kaido, which is a big trouble. Your empire on which the sun never sets is not afraid of 4 emperors, but he is so afraid of Flamingo. Having said that, Doflamingo can only think in his heart. The 3 people in front of me are more ferocious than the other, and I am able to stand here intact, thanks to the command of the illusory majesty. Otherwise, Doflamingo felt that he would have died countless times. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't reply immediately, Arturia frowned. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Hearing this, Doflamingo quickly shook his head and said with a smile. Fooferferfer. How is it possible? And at this moment, the face of the black sperm next to him changed slightly. Sensing the change in his expression, Ulquiorra asked. What's wrong? Black sperm. Just now I reported the situation here to His Majesty, and His Majesty said that he will come in person soon. Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. The king of the empire on which the sun never sets. The mysterious majesty who commands these 3 murderous men. P.S. Thanks again, Shiva Drag Dance, for the reward. Chapter 56 Get on your knees, Doflamingo. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Before that, Doflamingo had never heard of the empire on which the sun never sets. Recently, it suddenly appeared, and even naval headquarters offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys to the mysterious emperor for the first time, which is enough to see its threat. And the other party's 3 subordinates, Doflamingo has already seen something. Ulquiorra has a mysterious soul attack, hard to guard against. The black sperm has infinite clones, the swordsman's nemesis. Arturia's violent magic power, full of pressure, even the former, world's #1 swordsman. All 3 of them, if singled out, are not weaker than Admiral. And how strong should the mysterious emperor who commands these 3 be? For the first time in his life, Doflamingo shook with fear. The black sperm next to him slapped Doflamingo. Don't stand still. Get ready to meet His Majesty. Clean up this place and make it into such a mess. How can His Majesty set foot on this kind of land? Hearing this, Doflamingo was a little speechless. Unlike the taciturn Ulquiorra and the irascible Arturia, Doflamingo found that the black sperm liked to talk a lot and was a talker. The palace is currently in a state of partial destruction. Wasn't it all caused by you? In the end, you still have to clean it up yourself. Although he was dissatisfied, Doflamingo did not dare to resist. He could see the ferocity of these murderous people. The Jack who stumbled last time was still lying on the bed unconscious. Thinking of this, Doflamingo immediately spoke. Pika. At this moment, the ground was floating, and Pika appeared from it, looking at the 3 of them in horror. Dover. Clean up here and prepare to welcome. Advertisement. Hearing this, Pika felt a little terrified. Do you really want to clean up? As soon as the words fell, Ulquiorra next to him cast a look. That look was empty and terrifying, like looking at an ant. Doflamingo was startled. I remembered the dirty words that the black sperm said before. Ulquiorra has no heart, his world, only enemies and his majesty. Doflamingo spoke hastily. Just clean it up. Don't ask too much. Hearing this, Pika was helpless, and then used his ability to tidy up the ruins in front of him. In a short while, the palace that was originally in ruins took on a new look. At this moment, Doflamingo was also thinking. On this sea, is there an empire called, the sun never sets? He is also well informed, but he has never heard of it. Now, this force suddenly appeared on the sea, with a ferocious force and fierce means. At this time, Doflamingo suddenly noticed that the sky seemed to be getting darker and darker, and there was a sense of uncertainty. His heart was inexplicably heavy, just like the changing weather, there was a kind of inexplicable terror. And just like this, Doflamingo suddenly discovered that there was a person walking slowly on the top floor of the palace. Seeing this, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see clearly. A moment later, as the opponent approached, Doflamingo finally saw clearly. It was a person with calm eyes, neither sad nor happy, without any emotional color. At the same time, Doflamingo can't feel anything from him, and from a distance, he looks like an ordinary person. Seeing this, Doflamingo frowned and couldn't help but speak. Who are you? The other party did not speak. Instead, he sat down on top of the railing on the top floor of the palace, and looked down at Doflamingo calmly with a condescending attitude. Advertisement. Seeing this, Doflamingo was about to speak when another person walked out from the other side. She was wearing a cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her tall figure. Seeing this person, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but speak. One Piece, Boa Hancock, why are you here? The Empress ignored Doflamingo, but stood beside Chiba calmly, seeing Doflamingo's shocked face. He knew that the pirate Empress was extremely arrogant, and at the same time, she especially hated men. As a result, standing calmly in front of this person now. What are you doing? At this moment, Doflamingo has not realized the identity of the other party. After all, in Doflamingo's perception, the person in front of him is no different from ordinary people, and there is no sense of oppression at all. And at this moment, Ulquiorra, Black Sperm and Artoria appeared at the same time, and they walked out peacefully. Artoria's whole body was rippling with pitch-black magic power. The next moment, she took off her heavy armor to reveal a jet-black gown, and walked with Ulquiorra's Black Sperm. At this time, Doflamingo suddenly discovered that Artoria's violent magic power seemed to have disappeared at this moment, and she was suppressed to the limit by her. Immediately afterwards, Black Sperm and Ulquiorra knelt down on one knee, while Artoria gently picked up the corner of her black dress, her body slightly bowed, following the standard medieval European aristocratic etiquette. Then, the three spoke calmly. His Majesty. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo was struck by lightning. What? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the man sitting on the railing of the palace. Respond instantly. At this moment, Doflamingo felt that the hairs all over his body stood upside down, and he broke out in cold sweat. This is, the king of the empire on which the sun never sets. How is this possible? Doflamingo still hasn't recovered from the shock. After all, in his cognition, the emperor who can command Ulquiorra, Black Sperm, and Artoria must be powerful and oppressive. Advertisement. However, the person in front of him can't perceive anything. There is no soul trembling like Ulquiorra's nihilism, nor the cynicism of Black Sperm's terrified thinking, and there is no heavy pressure of Artoria's violent magic power. It's just as simple as what he feels at this moment. No matter how hard he tries to release observation hockey, he still can't feel anything. At this moment, I saw Chiba calmly looking at Doflamingo, meeting his eyes. Those eyes, calm and deep, made Doflamingo feel a sense of crisis that went deep into his bones. This sense of crisis does not mean that he feels anything. And because I can't feel anything. Unknown means unfathomable. At this moment, Doflamingo noticed. Chiba sat there, as if he was not there, as if he was not in the same dimension as him. Seeing this scene, Sheba suddenly smiled and spoke calmly. He seems to be frightened by me. However, due to my status as the king, I have been unable to take the lead. After all, I am an orthodox conqueror's awakened person, and it is normal to be a little arrogant. I don't like it. Hancock, I taught you a lot last time. As the king's wife, go and make him submit. Don't let me down. Hearing this, the empress next to her nodded immediately, looking at Sheba with gentle eyes. Then, the moment he turned his head, that look in his eyes was extremely sharp. An astonishing conqueror's haki was released instantly, directly hitting Doflamingo's back, and he snorted coldly. Doflamingo, kneel down. Chapter 57 Capture the Big Prison. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An astonishing conqueror's haki was released instantly, directly hitting Doflamingo's back, and he snorted coldly. Doflamingo, kneel down. The Empress's words were shocking, as if they contained a supreme order, and she wanted to make Doflamingo submit. In the next moment, the powerful and thick conqueror's haki struck, directly bombarding Doflamingo's back, trying to suppress him. Seeing this, Doflamingo's complexion changed slightly, and he looked at the Empress with disbelief. Such a strong conqueror's. It's just that the strength released now is still above him. But, how is it possible? As the king of Nine Snake Island, the pirate Empress is not surprised that he is the awakened conquerors. After all, this woman is arrogant and arrogant, she doesn't take everything seriously, she is high above her, a natural superior. Conquerors is an innate destiny, which cannot be strengthened by exercise, but can only be strengthened by the growth of the user himself. However, what growth did the Empress herself have? Dwelling on a small Nine-Snake Island, when going out to sea, he would do some small troubles to plunder the necessary supplies on the island. How could such an experience release such conquerors? Thinking of this, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He neither accepts nor admits it. Fooferfer. Want to overwhelm me? A true king will never kneel down. In an instant, Doflamingo also unleashes Conqueror's haki. Bang! During Setsuna, two invisible conquerors impacted and collided in the void, as if forming invisible lightning, rippling the surrounding smoke and dust. Ulquiorra, the black sperm, and Artoria next to them watched all this calmly. Your Majesty's wife has grown up. Advertisement. Seeing this, Ulquiorra spoke in silence. When Doflamingo heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. What? The pirate Empress is actually the wife of the king of the empire on which the sun never sets. When did the most beautiful woman in the world get married? At the moment of horror, the queen's conquerors surged like a tsunami. Doflamingo's expression changed, his body sank, and he almost knelt down. He hurriedly resisted with all his strength, not daring to relax in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Sheba smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen such a scene, the persistence of the ants. The Empress next to her was slightly taken aback when she heard the words. She slowly closed her eyes, thinking of the conqueror's haki that Sheba demonstrated at the main entrance of Eni's lobby that day. In an instant, the giants kneeled down. The real conqueror's haki was never meant to intimidate. Shock and awe is just the most basic measure of a superior. If it is regarded as conqueror's ability, then the cart before the horse. Thinking of this, the Empress took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The next moment, she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. During Setsuna, her whole body was like black and red lightning flashing up. Immediately afterwards, the shocking conqueror's haki came rushing like a spring. Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't resist it at all, and couldn't help but speak. It's surrounded by conquerors, and the conquerors is really used as a means of attack. This is completely different from shock and awe. Just a face-to-face, Doflamingo was completely suppressed. The next moment, there was a bang. All the conqueror's haki dissipated, and Doflamingo suddenly felt his right leg go limp, and directly knelt on the ground on one knee. He was stunned, a little unbelievable. I was actually forced to kneel down by a woman with conquerors. Advertisement. How is this possible? Doflamingo's eyes were empty, he couldn't accept it. Surrounded by conquerors, that is a move used by the New World Emperor, and the Empress actually used it like this. Seeing this scene, Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. Hancock, I'm glad you've grown up. Saying that, Sheba looked at Doflamingo. Being stared directly at by Chiba, Doflamingo felt a little terrified in his heart, and then couldn't help but speak. What are you going to do? You don't have to be nervous. Chiba smiled. I've always been kind. Since you kneel down and submit, I won't kill people for no reason. It meant that if he failed to kneel down, Doflamingo would splatter 3 feet of blood on the spot. What a horrible guy. Hearing this, Doflamingo laughed dryly. I don't know you. No, what does His Majesty the Sun Never Set want from me? One thing, artificial devil fruit. Chiba didn't want to waste time, so he spoke directly. I'm very interested in this. It turned out to be this. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Chiba, the pressure was not normal. I am indeed running a business related to man-made devil fruit. However, this technology is not mature. Now the scientists who are the core staff have been captured by Marine and locked up in Impel Down. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. This kind of thing is irrelevant. Chiba waved his hand. I want to know, is the man-made devil fruit finished? Doflamingo nodded. It does exist, but it hasn't been tested yet, and it's still unknown whether it's effective. Submit it. After hesitating for a moment, Doflamingo still took out the devil fruit. Advertisement. This was originally intended for Kaido, but right now I can't take care of so much. After Ulquiorra took it, he handed it over to Chiba. Chiba raised his right hand, the system scanned it, and immediately indicated that special energy had been detected. Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly, but he really did. In that case, he had to eat the huge cake of man-made devil fruit. It's just that the special energy contained in this man-made devil fruit is quite low, only 1/10 of the real devil fruit or even less. Of course, this is just an initial product, and when the technology matures in the future, it may not be much worse than the real devil fruit. Thinking of this, Chiba smiled and spoke immediately. Yes, this man-made devil fruit is really interesting. Black sperm. Hearing this, the black sperm immediately stepped out and said, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Get ready to move, bring out that scientist from Impel Down, don't let him die. Ulquiorra. Your Majesty, I am here. Go to Impel Down immediately, capture the big prison, and meet the black sperm. I will give you new power, don't let me down. After finishing speaking, Chiba calmly raised his right hand. During Setsuna's time, 20 devil fruits were consumed, and he still had 22 special energy left. Ulquiorra. Cipher. Race. Imaginary. Ability. 1. Arankar. 2. Return to the blade. Chapter 58 Husband, what is tonic? Open black lens bracket. One more request for the first order. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Doflamingo didn't know what happened, it was just Chiba's order, but his face changed, and he thought he heard it wrong. Storming the great prison. This kind of shocking thing, the other party said lightly, without any plan. And, just send 2 people. Moment. Wait, Doflamingo was shocked. Both Black Sperm and Ulquiorra spoke calmly without changing their expressions. Understood, Your Majesty. At this moment, seeing the horror on Doflamingo's face, Chiba smiled. What's the matter, Doflamingo? Do you still have doubts about the strength of my subordinates? In order to let you do things for me with peace of mind, this time, you will follow Ulquiorra to go. Take a good look at our style of doing things. Hearing this, Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. What? But, I am Shichibukai. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the matter? Do you have any objections? A look instantly made Doflamingo terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. No. Doflamingo was extremely tangled. That's Impel Down, the great prison under the sea. Chiba dispatched men to attack in a few words, and, with just 2 people, it was too childish. More importantly, he also put himself in it. At this moment, Doflamingo couldn't help looking at Ulquiorra next to him. Nothingness, calmness, silence. From Ulquiorra's face, there didn't seem to be any emotional fluctuations. Advertisement. He had fought Ulquiorra briefly, and knew something about him. Coupled with the fact that the opponent defeated Akainu on the Sabayati archipelago, Doflamingo would not doubt the strength of the opponent. But, no matter what, it is also Impel Down, a real iron wall. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help but speak. How about we go find some help? Unnecessary. Ulquiorra spoke calmly. You don't need to do anything. Just go with me. You just need to watch from the side. Don't get in the way. Black sperm and I will solve all this. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately shut up. The people in the empire on which the sun never sets are more and more cruel than each other. If possible, Doflamingo really doesn't want to deal with them. And at this moment, next to it, a clone of the black sperm appeared, and Minyu took out a huge package. Your Majesty, I have collected a new devil fruit again. With that said, the black sperm opened it. There are many devil fruit lying densely inside. Seeing this, Doflamingo was a little surprised. I thought to myself, what do the people of the empire on which the sun never sets collect so many devil fruits? One person can only eat one devil fruit. Is it possible that besides eating, does devil fruit have any other functions? Including the two obtained by Ulquiorra, here are 18 devil fruits in total. I have explored most of the Grand Line's sea area. Next, I'm afraid the speed of collecting devil fruit will be greatly reduced. Hearing this, Shiba smiled, and then waved his hand. It's okay, black sperm, well done. However, Hawkeye still owes us 3 devil fruits. As soon as the black sperm finished speaking, Arturia next to her stepped out and spoke. Your Majesty, let me retrieve the devil fruit from Hawkeye. Seeing this, Shiba smiled and said, Hawkeye, the #1 swordsman in the world, Arturia, I know what you're thinking. You want to take back the title I once bestowed upon you. Advertisement. Okay. Go and get the title back tomorrow. Shiba agreed, but Arturia hesitated for a while. Seeing this, Shiba spoke. What's wrong? Arturia. His Majesty. Before Arturia could speak, the narrator's black sperm spoke immediately. Because of the knight's honor, Arturia wants to take back this title in full glory and defend Her Majesty as glory. She's going to get 5 devil fruits from Kaido in exchange for a chance to restore magic. One day, I'm afraid it's not enough. Black sperm. The black sperm had just finished speaking. Next to it, Arturia began to raise violent black magic power all over her body, and the sense of oppression was full. Seeing this, the black sperm pouted. Don't release the magic power like this, in front of His Majesty. Hearing this, Arturia immediately withdrew her magic power and glared at the black sperm with dry eyes. You wait for me. Hearing this, Shiba smiled. It turns out that this kind of thing, I don't care. Arturia, do you want to restore your heyday? Yes. 0. Seeking flowers. As he spoke, Shiba raised his right hand, and at this moment, the 18 points of special energy disappeared instantly. Arturia Pendragon open black lens bracket black close black lens bracket. Race. Heroic Spirit Curse. Ability. 1. The Sword of Vowed Victory, black. 2. An ideal town far away from the world. During the Setsuna, Arturia's body changed. The black holy sword that was pinned around her waist now had a scabbard. As for replenishing magic, I can give it to you. You want to use 5 devil fruits in exchange, and I will make up for it immediately after the matter is done, I don't care. Hearing that Shiba had bestowed a mana restoration, Arturia looked excited, and couldn't help but speak. Advertisement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shiba waved his hand, and then spoke. 0. Let's go, Arturia, come with me. Put away the devil fruit. Ye absorbed it smoothly. 18 pieces of devil fruit turned into 18 points of special energy, and now there are still 22 parts of special energy. Checking the location of his next subordinate, Shiba smiled. It's not a problem to wake up another subordinate. On the way, the Empress followed Shiba and couldn't help but speak. Husband, what is tonic? Hearing this, Shiba smiled and spoke calmly. Just do what you do when you go to bed. During Setsuna, the Empress froze in place as if struck by lightning, thinking she had heard wrong. Wait, husband, is this the magic remedy? What's wrong? Shiba smiled. This is the most efficient way to replenish mana. It is a necessary step to suppress Altria's infinite mana violence. I have bestowed the magic tonic, there is no joke, it is natural to do it. At this moment, Arturia came over. His Majesty. Shiba nodded, speaking calmly. Tonight, let the two of you sleep together. Saying that, Arturia nodded, but soon noticed a resentful gaze. Arturia froze for a moment, and then saw the Empress looking at her with hostile eyes. Well, what's the matter? The Queen's mouth twitched. I'm All right. Chapter 59th. The king issues a summoning order. Second update asks for first order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning entered the bedroom of the Dressrosa Palace, Artoria woke up from her sleep. She was naked, sat up from the bed, calmly walked to the window of the bedroom, and gently opened it. Feel the breeze on her flawless skin. At this moment, Artoria felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. Because of the curse, the berserk magical power is making Artoria develop towards violence all the time. For her, this is not conducive to fighting. However, now this problem has been perfectly solved. Facing the breeze, Artoria took a deep breath, rippling her golden hair. Last night, what Sheba left in her body contained a powerful magic power. And it was this magical power that freed Artoria from the shackles of violence. A270. Artoria, are you awake? At this moment, Sheba's voice came from behind. Artoria turned her head and looked at Sheba, who was sitting by the bed, looking at her calmly. Seeing this, she hurriedly bowed slightly, and spoke with a smile. Sorry for waking up, Your Majesty. Sheba waved his hand. I don't care. Have you suppressed violence? Artoria nodded. As expected of His Majesty's magical power, I seem to have returned to the posture I had 1,000 years ago. At this time, the Empress behind Sheba also slowly woke up and looked at Kiantu. She immediately picked up the pajamas, draped them lightly on Sheba's back, and at the same time hugged Sheba from behind, looking at Artoria with a resentful expression. Advertisement. Seeing this, Artoria smiled and didn't care. In this case, then in my name, go and get back the title of world's #1 swordsman. As he said that, Sheba raised his hand casually, and a sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Artoria. Artoria quickly took it, glanced at it, and then shrank her pupils. Ryujin Jaka, Your Majesty, is this? The battle is over. If you want to kill the opponent, use this sword to finish him. Sheba smiled, propped his chin, and said, after all, he is the world's #1 swordsman of this era. Using this millennium, world's #1 sword, to kill him is what a noble knight should do. Of course, whether to kill him or not is up to you. Thousands of years ago, I also saw many situations where you showed mercy in battles with other sword masters. Hearing this, Artoria immediately put away Ryujin Jaka. The next moment, huge magic power surged out of her body, and in Setsuna, a pitch-black dress appeared on Artoria's body. Pinned to the left is the black holy sword, and pinned to the right is Sheba's Ryujin Jaka. In that case, thank you, Your Majesty. Saying that, Artoria left immediately. After leaving the palace, Artoria found Ulquiorra and spoke. Ulquiorra, send me to Punk Hazard. Seeing Artoria at this moment, Ulquiorra froze for a moment, then spoke. I can't feel violence at all. Have you suppressed it? Artoria smiled. That's natural. After all, it's His Majesty's favor. HMPH, just have fun. It's all devil fruit collected by my uncle. Beside, the black sperm was a little upset, and Artoria shrugged. Okay. Don't make trouble. Advertisement. Your Majesty has his own considerations. Unlimited value added is your strongest method. Although the ability to combine can guarantee your strength. However, with such a wild personality like you, it is easy to overturn. Hearing this, the black sperm pouted. I can't get used to you talking so softly all of a sudden. I suddenly feel that you, who were violent yesterday, are more suitable. Is it? In an instant, Artoria released her magic power. Violence blooms instantly, full of killing intent. Do you really think this suits me? The rage between Setsuna made the black sperm's mouth twitch. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by the King of Knights in this posture. Okay. Don't be complacent. I know His Majesty loves you very much. In this case, then complete your mission well. It's natural. At this moment, Ulquiorra raised his right hand and knocked on the void. Between Setsuna, the black cavity opened, and Artoria stepped out without hesitation, and then disappeared in place. Okay. Artoria has been sent away. It's time for me to act. The black sperm nodded. Since this is the case, then I can't be idle. There are many pirates in Impel Down. If you blackmail a sum, you can get a lot of devil fruit. The black sperm touched his chin, showing an evil smile. And at this moment, Doflamingo has received a letter from Naval Headquarters. After taking it apart, Doflamingo was taken aback. 7 warlords of the Sea Summoning Order. Why at a time like this? What is Marine going to do? Advertisement. Just when Doflamingo was hesitating, Ulquiorra appeared and spoke calmly. Doflamingo, let's go. Go to Impel Down. Hearing this, Doflamingo opened his mouth quickly. Marine came and sent a letter, and issued it 7 warlords of the Sea Summoning Order. I need to participate. What does it have to do with me? His Majesty's order must be carried out. Actually, Doflamingo doesn't want to act with Ulquiorra. Even if he hides his identity, there is a possibility of being discovered. And once discovered, his decades of hard work will be wasted in an instant, and he will be labeled a must-kill by Marine. However, if I don't participate in Shichibukai, I will be suspected by Marine, and if I am found in Impel Down, I will be killed. I said, what does it have to do with me? You just need to follow His Majesty's orders. The disaster of killing yourself. If it is useful for His Majesty to keep you, even the gods can't kill you. If your Majesty wants you to die, the entire world 1.6, even if you escape to Tianya Cape, it will be useless. So, it's meaningless to say these. Hurry up and set off, don't waste time. Hearing this, Doflamingo sighed. It seems that there is no way to hide. However, 7 warlords of the sea, he also wants to participate, and it is necessary to obtain information from the Marine side at any time. About Empire on which the sun never sets. Marine probably knows more than him. Thinking of this, he immediately released the thin thread. These thin lines are wrapped together, and a person like Doflamingo is quickly constructed. Thin line avatar. This is one of the fruit awakening abilities that Doflamingo has only recently obtained. It can be manipulated from a long distance. Of course, if the distance is too far, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight, but it's not just about listening to information. Chapter 60 Over the Millennium, the Battle of the World's Greatest Swordsman. Open black lens bracket. Third watch for the First Order. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Punk Hazard, the void suddenly split open, the black cavity opened, and Arturia, who was wearing a black dress, stepped out calmly and was teleported by Ulquiorra. As soon as she appeared, Arturia's eyes narrowed slightly. In the air, it seems to be filled with the breath of beasts. This world's greatest swordsman, it seems that he didn't blow it out. The next moment, she stepped out, disappeared instantly, and moved towards the direction of the breath. At the moment, in the Punk Hazard port place. This place has been completely reduced to ruins due to the previous battle with the black sperm. In the middle of the ruins, a man sat calmly on it, and behind him, there was a huge black knife with the character T. And at this moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman of this era. Are you coming? This breath. Furious, restless, unknown. Thinking of this, Hawkeye suddenly smiled. That's right, it's a beast. As this that worlds know. One swordsman from thousands of years ago. And 06 was appointed by that world king. Let me see how strong it is. With that said, he stood up calmly. And at this moment, Arturia, who was covered in pitch black, stepped forward and came to Hawkeye. Is that you? The person who claims to be the world's #1 swordsman. Hearing this, Hawkeye followed the voice, and that gesture made her narrow her eyes slightly. Woman. What? Do you have any comments? Hawkeye shook his head. Advertisement. Do not. Under the title, The World's Greatest Swordsman, there is no distinction between men and women. As he spoke, he took a package from behind and threw it directly to Arturia. Here are 3 devil fruits. I promise to give you, the sun never sets, black sperm. Seeing this, Arturia smiled. Leaving aside the strength of swordsmanship, this kind of demeanor is worthy of the title of World's #1 swordsman. Unfortunately, with me here, you can only rank second. The glory bestowed by His Majesty will be taken back by me. After finishing speaking, Arturia looked around and spoke immediately. Black sperm, take these 3 devil fruits away, or they will be chopped down later. A moment later, a black figure appeared at the port, picked up devil fruit, and reminded. Be careful of the poisonous gas behind. I can't bear that thing. You don't need to remind me. Soon, the black sperm left with a piece of evil. At this time, Hawkeye put his right hand behind his back, slowly pulled out the black knife on his back, and with a light pick, smoke rippled around him. Draw the knife. Hearing this, Arturia grinned. I have already drawn my sword. At this moment, Hawkeye realized that Zipping was indeed holding a knife in Arturia's hand. However, there is only the handle, not the blade. No blade. No. It's hidden. It's a good way. How did you do it? After your majesty's magic power suppresses violence, I can use many moves. This is called the Wind King Barrier. It's just a magic trick. Hearing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Arturia, feeling apprehensive. The empire on which the sun never sets, famous people are terrible, Ulquiorra, soul attack, defenseless, black sperm, infinite value added, swordsman nemesis, what about you? The invisible sword twitched lightly, stirring up dust. Advertisement. Arturia looked at Rayleigh calmly. I only have this sword. Then what is the knife on your other side? Is it a two-sword style? Sorry, that's His Majesty's sword. Arturia smiled. He said, since you are the world's one swordsman in this era, you should use the world's one sword for thousands of years to kill you. Hearing this, Hawkeye was startled, then smiled and spoke calmly. So that's how it is, to be recognized by your emperor, the sun never sets, is a worthwhile trip. Dracul Mahawk, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman of this era. Please enlighten me. Arturia also smiled. Arturia Pendragon, King of Knights, world's one swordsman thousands of years ago. In Setsuna, pitch black magic power surged up and turned into a black and red armor and mask. The moment Arturia finished speaking, the two of them shot very fast. Clang. The confrontation of swords and swords burst out with brilliant flashes. The ground where the two stood was suddenly dented and cracked, and there was a huge impact. The next moment, the eagle-eyed black knife swept across. However, before the attack fell, Arturia's infinity sword had already arrived. Clang. The attack was interrupted, and Hawkeye's pupils shrank. Before he could react, Arturia's strike had already landed. Seeing this, Hawkeye had no choice but to resist with a sword. Boom all over. The ground beneath his feet crumbled. The collision of swords and swords creaked, and fierce sparks burst out. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, launched a fierce attack again, his moves were seen through again, and he was instantly suppressed. After fighting for a few seconds, Hawkeye was completely at a disadvantage, and he couldn't even unleash a complete slash. Advertisement. Observation hockey. And its level is quite high. Hawkeye couldn't help but look solemn. Regarding this, Arturia just looked calm. Sorry, this is not observation hockey. It's called open black lens bracket super intuitive close black lens bracket. If I focus enough, I can even see part of the future. The next knife, you will come up. 170. The words should just fall. Hawkeye's upward attack has already fallen, and when he heard Arturia's words, his pupils shrank immediately. Seeing this, Arturia grinned. You're distracted. How careless. That is to say, Setsuna, Arturia held the sword in both hands, and went down again. Boom. A shocking blow, with unparalleled heavy strength. Hawkeye's face changed slightly, he quickly took the black knife over his shoulder, and blocked it horizontally. The next moment, he was directly suppressed. The ground exploded, and Hawkeye knelt on the ground directly on one knee. This knife was terribly heavy. Hawkeye blocked the knife and quickly backed away. Seeing this, Arturia grinned. Show some strength, it's not enough. In this era, the world's #1 swordsman, is this the only ability? After speaking, the hurricane on the holy sword was suddenly released in one fell swoop, and the compressed air was blasted out in the form of a hurricane. Like a cannonball darting past, the earth instantly set off a gust of wind, and even the will was blown away. What? Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and before he had time to dodge, he quickly raised his sword to block. In an instant, Pung was blown away. It's so powerful. Is this compressed air? Hawkeye flew far away before stabilizing his figure, looking at Arturia with a surprised expression on his face. At this moment, the jet black holy sword that had just flashed in the pan was once again wrapped by the Wind Master barrier. Chapter 61. One knife blows away everything on the island. 4 more requests for the First Order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's so powerful. Is this compressed air? Hawkeye flew far away before stabilizing his figure, looking at Artoria with a surprised expression. At this time, the pitch-black holy sword that had just flashed in the pan was once again wrapped by the Wind King barrier. Hiding the sword again. Does that sword have any secrets? What is it with you? Arturia smiled. Based on the strength you have shown, you are not worthy of the title Worlds Know. One swordsman. I am very disappointed. Hearing this, Hawkeye also showed a smile. At this moment, there seemed to be blood boiling in his chest. It's not known how long ago it was the last time I really fought with the red hair with a sword. Sure enough, only the collision of swords is the best way to improve. Night King, I have defeated you. I have a hunch that my swordsmanship will rise to an unimaginable level. Hearing this, Arturia grinned. Beat me. That joke doesn't make me laugh. To this day, no one can defeat me with a sword except your majesty. Between the words, a fierce and brutal battle broke out between the two. Knights in armor are fighting each other with all their strength in the shadow of swords and swords. The feet that stepped on the ground crushed the earth. The air pressure brought by the weapon will tear everything around. At this moment, even the black sperm with their avatars on the side can no longer clearly see their ultra-high-speed movements. He could only feel the aftermath of the battle between the two. Thinking of this, he touched his chin. Is this guy so strong? Why didn't he feel like this when he was fighting with my uncle? The black sperm murmured. Previously, the eagle-eyed sword technique was completely restrained by the black sperm and could not be used at all. Fighting with Artoria at this moment is his highlight. A full display of swordsmanship. Advertisement. The wind hummed. The confrontation of sword and sword made the surrounding air scream nervously. A wild storm raged on the island, destroying and trampling everything. A huge storm swept the poisonous gas on the island. The black sperm took a look. The poisonous gas is starting to permeate. A moment later, Hawkeye blocked Artoria's attack. Although Wushan's sword is tricky, I have learned it. Hawkeye said. Your super intuition is indeed powerful, but it is not enough to defeat me. He suddenly exerted force, and the sword in his hand suddenly turned into pitch black. It was Haki. Also, I'm curious, why doesn't someone as strong as you use Haki? Arturia sneered. Holding up the invisible sword, the hurricane surrounding the sword gathered together. Between the entanglements, you can even see the black sword body protruding from it. That's because you don't need it, Haki, nothing to worry about. Then I won't be polite. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, and the pitch black sword slashed down, turning into a sharp sword energy and galloping towards Arturia. Arturia was unmoved. Facing this overwhelming sword energy, she even raised her left hand to block it with her bare hands. This scene inevitably made Hawkeye's pupils shrink. Instead of using a sword, use your hands to resist my sword energy. Never seen such a wild way of fighting. I thought that the powerful sword energy would blow Arturia's entire arm away, but it was blocked with bare hands. From Arturia's left hand, a jet black magic light was released. Noble phantasm, an ideal land far away from the world. This is how I fight. I said, this level is not enough, you can't beat me. Let me be a little more serious. Advertisement. The voice fell. With a bang, the Wind King barrier suddenly disappeared, revealing the pitch black holy sword inside. Seeing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a sword he had never seen before. It was not in the shape of a taidao, it looked a bit heavy. The next moment, Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly. From the pitch black holy sword, violent magic power erupted, surrounding the blade. Magic power released. Then, Arturia struck out instantly and chopped off with a single blow. With this knife, even the atmosphere exploded, and brilliant sparks burst out in the void. What? Hawkeye's face changed drastically, and he dodged in an instant in horror. During Setsuna, under this knife, everything in front of him was completely emptied and destroyed, extending to the end of the visible range. It's not a slash, but pure destructive power, such a terrifying power. What is this? It's nothing, pure magic. After finishing speaking, the pitch black violent magic power attached to the holy sword again. Seeing this, Hawkeye's expression sank. Is it an increase similar to the weapon color? Can it be used endlessly, or is there a consumption? Naturally there is consumption. Arturia spoke calmly. However, Under my posture, my magic power is equivalent to infinite. And the magic power released by that knife just now is less than 1/10 of what I fully released. What? Hawkeye's face suddenly changed. Infinite magic power. This kind of power is not as good as Tian Ling. The next moment, Hawkeye didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, and the jet black armament Haki instantly surrounded the black knife. The two stood at each other's eyes and shot instantly. Thump thump. Advertisement. The speed is full, and in the void, only the collision of swords can be felt, and the violent magic power is continuously released, destroying everything around. With a huge shock, followed by the whole island. Huge storm, constantly around. Beside, the black sperm suddenly frowned and spoke suddenly. You two, stop fighting. The black sperm appeared and hurriedly stopped the two of them. Arturia frowned. What are you doing, black sperm? The black sperm pointed to the distance. The impact of the two of you fighting is too strong, and the poisonous gas is filling the air. Seeing this, Arturia narrowed her eyes slightly, and then looked at Hawkeye. Chi Li's decided to call the world's #1 swordsman such an important matter, and you chose this place. Hearing this, Hawkeye was a little speechless. Before he could speak, Arturia stepped forward and spoke calmly. No need to leave. The poisonous gas is coming, just blow everything on the island away. The moment she finished speaking, Arturia put the holy sword in her hand on her waist, and the jet black light began to surge. Seeing this scene, the black sperm's expression changed. Arturia, you bastard, what are you going to do? Are you going to destroy this island? No, I will control the output of magic power. And then, rubbish. Arturia thought inwardly. Pledge. The sword of victory. In an instant, a knife swept across. Target. Is everything on the whole punk hazard? Chapter 62. You got into trouble. Open black lens bracket. Fifth watch for first order. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blow away everything on the island. Hearing this, Hawkeye's expression suddenly changed. Without waiting for his reaction, Arturia shot instantly. That pitch black holy sword released a supreme charm, even he still felt lingering fear, and his heart trembled endlessly. What kind of trick is this? Is it a powerful slash? Or the release of the same magic power as before, or is it the sword pressure? But at this moment, Hawkeye only saw that Arturia seemed to inject all her strength into her wrists that were holding the sword hilt tightly. A dark, ominous light is gathering. It is clearly revealed that the curse is unknown. However, this brilliance shows an unparalleled sense of the Holy Spirit. Quite contradictory. As if illuminating this holy sword is his highest task, the brilliance is infinitely condensed and merged into a dazzling beam of light. Under this cursed and unknown light, Hawkeye couldn't say anything, but the black sperm next to him was completely stunned. The figure of a hero who once illuminated the darkness of troubled times deeper than night. After 10 years of unyielding, after 12 battles without defeat. This feat is unparalleled in the world, and this glory is unparalleled. In the brilliance released by the holy sword, they transcend time and space and are immortal. This dazzling holy sword is exactly the dream pursued and longed for by all the warriors who died on the battlefield throughout the ages. 027 Crystallization of prayer named open black lens bracket glory close black lens bracket 0. Its name is Oath. Sword of Victory. The next moment, Arturia's expression froze. Then, a knife swept across. Seeing this scene, the black sperm's face changed drastically. Damn it! There is a research institute for man-made devil fruit that the scientist said on this island. You got into trouble, Arturia. Obviously, the black sperm said it was a step too late. This knife cannot be unsheathed. Light, galloping and roaring. The magic power was accelerated by the unshackled dragon factor, and it turned into a flash of light. The gushing torrent rolled up countless Uzumaki and headed towards the entire island. Seeing this, Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly, even though the blow was not directed at him, but he subconsciously released the pitch black, armor color, Haki. This knife is dangerous, very dangerous. Advertisement. The next moment, the galloping jet black light roared past, instantly destroying everything within the visible range. Huge magical power roared past. In just an instant, the air that was originally filled with poisonous gas dissipated directly. Hawkeye watched this scene in horror. What a terrible blow. This does not mean his slashing, but pure destructive power. At this moment, Hawkeye looked at Arturia, his eyes had completely changed. Before, Age 8 Black Sperm said that her one knife can destroy hundreds of millions of his cells. This sentence is not a joke. And, is this her best effort? Not necessarily. Thinking of this, Hawkeye suddenly found that his hand was on his waist. As this, fear, shook his head. Do not. It's exciting. Encounter a sword that is evenly matched, even one level stronger than myself. Hawkeye's blood hasn't been as hot as it is today for a long time. At this moment, Arturia withdrew her knife, and everything became calm again. It's just that the entire island, everything within the visible range, was completely flattened. Okay, now that the gas is out of the way, we can get on with it. Arturia looked at Hawkeye and said calmly. But at this time, the black sperm rushed over directly, snorting coldly at Arturia. You woman, do you know that you got into trouble? What? On this small island, there is a research laboratory where the scientist made man-made devil fruit. But you stepped on your horse and chopped up all the things on the island. Hearing this, Arturia's face changed slightly. Man-made devil fruit, this is indeed what Chiba pays attention to. And that research factory is naturally extremely important. Why didn't you say it earlier? Who knows that you will cut down the island with a single knife? Don't you know how to control the output of magic power? Advertisement. Arturia was a little helpless. I'm in control. At this moment, she looked at the endless ruins in the distance, and couldn't help but speak. Perhaps. The research institute has not been destroyed. Do you think it's possible? The corner of the black sperm's mouth twitched, feeling a little helpless. In short, you two have to fight somewhere else, you can't stay here. Hearing this, Arturia immediately withdrew her knife and did not plan to continue fighting. Where is the closest place to here? The black sperm then pointed in a direction and said. It's the closest there, but it's the Marine Branch G1, with Marines stationed on it. It's okay, it's there. Saying that, Arturia gestured towards Hawkeye. Go, change places. At this moment, Hawkeye suppressed his boiling blood, then withdrew the black knife and nodded. It is good. As they spoke, the two left immediately, leaving behind a clone of the black sperm to clean up the mess. He hurriedly moved towards the center of the island with an ugly expression on his face. This woman is a real person. I have to report it to His Majesty, and refer to her, After speaking, the black sperm disappeared immediately. Not to mention this side. Marine Branch G-1. G1 is one of the few branches of Marine that is oriented towards New World. After all, New World belongs to the domain of 4 emperors. Therefore, all branches stationed in New World will face the impact of pirates. As the base chief of the branch, he must have excellent strength. As the naval headquarters vice admiral, Flying Squirrel is also the vice admiral and base chief of Marine Branch G1, which is the best proof of his strength. At this moment, he was staying in his office, flipping through the documents with a serious expression on his face. This month, the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have had 3 frictions. Is it possible that they will really fight? This is a big deal, I don't know how the headquarters will react. And at this moment, advertisement. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire G1 trembled. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's face changed slightly, his face was serious, he opened the window, and couldn't help but speak. What's going on outside? It's so loud. The words should just fall. A huge impact hit instantly, facing the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. The Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he seemed to see a shocking slash coming towards him. He quickly drew his sword, but found that there was nothing in front of him. Phantom. Hallucination. However, before he could react, a bigger shock struck again. The surrounding window glass was instantly shattered. At this moment, the Flying Squirrel seemed to see it again, and there was coming. However, when he raised his sword, there was still nothing. This is not a hallucination. This is the aura of a great swordsman. What's going on outside? The Flying Squirrel's face darkened. At this moment, his phone rang and he quickly picked it up. Hey, this is the Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. On the other side of the phone bug, the panicked voice of the sea soldier came immediately. Big thing, it's not good. Just now, Hawkeye and a mysterious person appeared, landed at G1 port, and fought. The two slashed at each other, and there was no winner. It was terrible. The huge sword pressure destroyed the entire port and the square where we were training. It will soon spread to the branch. Hearing this, the flying squirrel's pupils shrank suddenly. What did you say? Hawkeye got into a fight with someone. Who can fight Hawkeye? That is the recognized world's #1 swordsman. Chapter 63 The Gods Fight. Kaido comes. 6 more requests for First Order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The flying squirrel's heart has never been so heavy as it is today. Even though they were far apart, the terrifying impact of sword energy seemed to the flying squirrel as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Every time this illusory sword energy rushed over, the flying squirrel had the illusion that countless slashes were coming towards him. He is a swordsman. A swordsman who can cut iron, he ranks among the top swordsmen. However, just the leaked sword energy at this moment made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy and even saw hallucinations. Can't go wrong. This is the aura of a great swordsman. And, not only that, in this sword aura, there is also a violent black magic power. The flying squirrel didn't know what it was. However, the destructive power contained in this power is not weaker than the sword energy of the great swordsman, even higher than it. Damn, what the hell happened? Put down the phone, bug. The flying squirrel's expression became extremely ugly. Hawkeye got into a fight with someone. With who? Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, who can slash against Hawkeye and release this sense of oppression, red hair. It shouldn't be. The duel between the two will be in the marine branch. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly moved towards the location of the branch port. At this moment, the closer you get, the more oppressive the intertwining of sword energy and magic power will bring. After crossing the branch, the flying squirrel came to the square. Outside the square, many sailors gathered here, looking at all this with despair on their faces, and now seeing the flying squirrel vice admiral coming, they hurriedly opened their mouths. Flying squirrel vice admiral, Hawkeye and each other fight. The port has been destroyed, and the 2 warships docked in the port have sunk. Advertisement. I don't think it will be long before this square will be affected. At this moment, the flying squirrel looked in the direction of the sword energy and magic power, and saw a shocking scene. I saw Hawkeye fighting with a woman in black armor. Hawkeye's black knife released an astonishing sword energy, but the other person released even more violent magic power. The two saw that sword energy and magic bombardment were intertwined in everything, forming a huge invisible impact, destroying everything around them. The special effects of void bursting are dazzling. In the instant attack and defense of the two, they swung tens of hundreds of swords. At this moment, even Flying Squirrel, the strongest swordsman, could not clearly see the movements of the two of them. Powerful. Too strong. Is this the swordsmanship of the world's #1 swordsman? The Flying Squirrel trembled. As a swordsman, he always felt that the swordsman was strong enough, but now he realized how small he was. In front of him, it was completely a fight between gods, but he was like a mortal. But, who is the other person? How could he fight Hawkeye like this? At this moment, next to him, Haibing couldn't help but speak. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, if you don't stop them, the destruction of this branch is only a matter of time. The speaker was extremely anxious. However, the corner of the Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched. Prevent. Who will step on the horse to stop it? You or me? In this situation, whoever steps on the horse will die. Unless Admiral arrives. However, as the head of the base, he must do something, and the word, responsibility, was on his shoulders. He couldn't help but took a step towards the Flying Squirrel, and shouted at the two of them. Hawkeye, what are you doing? As one of 7 warlords of the sea, why do you want to fight in the marine branch? Leave quickly. Hearing this, Hawkeye glanced at the Flying Squirrel, but ignored him. Advertisement. At this moment, Hawkeye's blood has never been so boiling, and his blood pressure is full. Marine. 7 warlords of the sea. To hell. Arturia also noticed Marine, looked at Hawkeye, and couldn't help but speak. You were just distracted. Do you want to deal with it? I can wait for you. I don't want to be distracted by such nonsense in this sacred duel. Only by taking back the title dignifiedly can we perfectly defend His Majesty's glory. Hearing this, Hawkeye grinned, extremely excited. Unnecessary. In this case, come on. Artoria snorted coldly, and on the pitch-black holy sword, even greater magic power was released, and it instantly slashed towards Hawkeye. Thump thump. The explosion of huge magic power completely engulfed the entire port. In an instant, Hawkeye was suppressed, even repelled. Seeing this, the flying squirrel's expression changed. Who the hell is that? So strong, he actually suppressed Hawkeye. Is there such a person in this sea? Subconsciously, the flying squirrel clenched its fists. At this moment, he feels quite powerless. 0. Seeking flowers 00. As a vice admiral and branch chief of the Marine branch, I can't do anything. Hawkeye is open black lens bracket Shichibukai close black lens bracket, and I don't care about him at all. And at this moment, a sea soldier looked at the sky with sharp eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but speak. Flying squirrel vice admiral. What's wrong? Heaven. Sky. Look at the sky. Hearing this, the flying squirrel frowned, then raised its head, and suddenly its pupils shrank. Advertisement. At this moment, the sky is covered with dark clouds at an unknown time. And in the dark clouds, there seemed to be lightning flashing. Every flash of electric light can illuminate a corner of the dark cloud. Through the light of the lightning, there seemed to be some huge creatures hovering and snails dwelling in the dark cloud. Seeing this, the flying squirrel's heart sank suddenly, and suddenly there was a bad language in his heart, and observation hockey swept past. During Setsuna, his expression changed. In that dark cloud, there seems to be a great terror hidden, like a peerless beast. What is that? Next moment. From the dark clouds, there was a howling wind, forming a dense hurricane, surrounding the entire branch square. Looking from afar, it looked like the end of the world. At this moment, not only the flying squirrel, but Hawkeye and Arturia who were fighting were also taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help but look towards the sky. What is that? There is a huge sense of oppression. The next moment, the dark clouds surged, and accompanied by lightning, a huge figure rushed out of the dark clouds in an instant, invincible. That's a train. A cyan dragon, carrying lightning and flames, descends into the world like a god. As soon as this dragon appeared, it was furious and unleashed a shocking coercion, so powerful that it let out a cold snort. Little bug that never sets, I found you. The next moment, Qinglong approached Arturia and went. At this moment, the face of the flying squirrel also changed. What? 4 emperors Kaido, why did the emperor of New World come here? And, that woman is actually from Empire on which the sun never sets. No, the current situation is beyond my control. I have to report to the headquarters as soon as possible. Otherwise, open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket this Marine branch will cease to exist. Chapter 64 No Injuries, an ideal town far away from the world. Open black lens bracket seeking the first order for the 7th update close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A powerful coercion reverberates in the sky. The next moment, a huge green dragon burst out of the air, very fast, carrying a shocking coercion. It was invincible, and snorted coldly. The little bug that never sets, I found you. Kaido shot instantly, and the huge dragon body swooped down like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, he took a deep breath, a huge amount of energy gathered in his mouth, and he spit it out directly. Breath. The scorching wave was instantly released from Kaido's mouth, blasting towards Artoria. In fact, the scope of breath is too wide. Directly engulf the entire Marine branch square. The expressions of the sailors below, including the flying squirrel vice admiral, suddenly changed drastically. Get out of the way. Next moment. The breath is approaching, directly engulfing everything below and evaporating everything. And Arturia instantly reacted. 360 inches, super intuition captured it, and raised the holy sword to resist the moment the breath fell down. Bang! Accompanied by the shocking explosion, the soaring fire seems to be able to burn the sky up. Hawkeye also resisted with a black knife. Since the attack was not aimed at him, the power was not strong, so he was just repelled. However, Arturia was different, the whole breath swallowed him completely. The huge breath was so powerful that it exploded after extending several kilometers away, and a mountain in the distance was directly razed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye who dodged the blow suddenly shrank his pupils and his face changed drastically. The next moment, he shot instantly, without any reason. You bastard, you actually launched a sneak attack in this sacred duel. Advertisement. The pitch black knife was instantly covered by armament hockey, and under the flash of lightning, it shone with terrifying obsidian light. Then, cut it off. At this moment, Kaido had already noticed Hawkeye, and when he saw Hawkeye attacking, he immediately grinned. The number one swordsman in the world. Ridiculous. The next moment, his huge green dragon body instantly shrank and turned into a human form. Facing Hawkeye's knife, he instantly picked up the mace in his hand and headed forward. At this moment, his mace is not only surrounded by the black-armed color and Conqueror's hockey, flashing black lightning. Back off, this is a grievance between me and the sun never sets bug. Kaido roared furiously, carrying lightning all over his body, and instantly smashed it down with a stick. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The black knife and the mace blasted together. The collision between the two caused a huge impact in an instant, causing everything around them to be blown away. But, in fact, the two weapons did not touch each other at all. The black and red electric light surrounding the mace completely blocked Hawkeye's knife. Seeing this, Hawkeye's pupils shrank. Same as Redhead. Before he could be shocked, Kaido sneered and exerted his strength instantly. I said, stand back, Hawkeye, do you want to be killed by Lousy? Boom. The black and red lightning exploded in an instant, and the huge impact directly forced Hawkeye back, causing Hawkeye to fly backwards. After the explosion in the ruins, Hawkeye stabilized his figure. Seeing this, Kaido smiled. Received Lousy's attack, it was indeed a two-shot, no wonder you can compete with red hair in swordsmanship. Advertisement. Hawkeye stabilized his figure, holding a black knife, extremely annoyed. Most of the boiling blood was extinguished at this moment, and he held a sword in both hands, ready to move the people. And at this moment, boom, the dark magic turned into a huge slash and soared into the sky from the ruins in the distance. 3 magical slashes will disperse everything around. Don't do it, Hawkeye, it's between me and him. Among the ruins, Artoria's voice came. Pushing away the smoke, a figure emerged. The next moment, Artoria walked out of the ruins with the radiance of dark magic power. Noble phantasm, utopia far away from the world starts. All injuries recover instantly. Seeing this scene, Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned. When Lousy breathed out hard, he was unharmed. It looks like a stronger bug. While chatting and laughing, Kaido carried a huge mace on his shoulders. Artoria came in front of Kaido, and the two stood facing each other. The disproportionate height and size provide a stark contrast. Kaido's bulging muscles are like an explosion. I'm afraid a single slap can smash a warship into pieces. At this moment, the flying squirrel next to him shrank his pupils when he saw this scene. Damn, why did Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, suddenly appear here? Artoria looked at Kaido calmly, and the magic power all over her body released an unprecedented momentum. Are you Kaido? The efficiency is good, and it took only 1 day to find it. Have you brought the devil fruit? That is a gift I will present to His Majesty soon. No. Advertisement. Kaido grinned like a beast and didn't care. However, just kill you, Jack can take it back anytime. The simple dialogue surprised Hawkeye next to him. Between the King of Knights and Kaido, the devil fruit seems to be involved. Thinking of the black sperm blackmailing him and the red hair before, Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that the sun never sets people from the Empire have blackmailed a lot? Not to mention this side. At the moment, Naval Headquarters, Marlin is numerous. A sailor rushed into Sengoku's office and hurriedly reported. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong. Sengoku's heart fluctuated, and he almost made a sound. What the hell, the big thing is not good again, how much time has passed, how many big things have happened. Now he has a headache when he hears the words, big things are not good. What happened? If so, Sengoku still calmed down and asked. Big thing. After Ulquiorra attacked the Holy Land at night, and the Sabayati archipelago defeated Akainu, what other big things are there? Just now, news came from the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. 1.3 inches at Branch G1 of New World, Hawkeye is suspected of fighting with someone from the Sun Never Sets Empire. Not only that, but now, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, suddenly appeared, and with a breath, he destroyed the square of the entire branch. If this continues, the entire G1 will be destroyed. What did you say? Sengoku's face changed drastically, he slapped the table to pieces, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Didn't I issue the king's summoning order? Why did Hawkeye fight with the Sun Never Sets Empire? What's going on with Kaido? Could it be that people from Four Emperors and the Sun Never Sets Empire have colluded with each other? That's true, just thinking about it makes Sengoku shudder. Chapter 65 The Sword of Vowed Victory, Black. 8 more First Order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the entire Marine Branch G1 is in a sea of flames. This was originally the base where Marine was stationed, but now it has become a battleground for the three of them. Kaido and Dark Artoria looked at each other, and just standing there, they released a shocking momentum. In the distance, Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, didn't dare to stand up at all at the moment, watching all this in horror. He had a premonition that something big would happen today. He doesn't know the reason for the battle between Hawkeye and Artoria. However, Kaido approached Artoria, who seemed to have caught Jack, and asked Kaido to redeem him with devil fruit. Thinking of this, the Flying Squirrel felt his scalp tingle. Are people in the empire on which the sun never sets so arrogant? Blackmail to the Four Emperors. And Kaido, the grumpiest of them all, no wonder Kaido comes in person. If it is changed to Big Mom dispatching the most generals close black lens bracket. However, the Flying Squirrel is right to think about it. The empire on which the sun never sets is a bunch of crazy guys. Ulquiorra went to the Holy Land and directly wiped out a draconian family, and the second one even went against the wind and defeated a Kainu in the Sabayati archipelago, and left. Now, the strength revealed by the empire on which the sun never sets is limited, and it is impossible to make an objective evaluation. However, Ulquiorra alone has a history that rivals or even surpasses Admiral. At this moment, there appeared another Artoria who could slash with Hawkeye. And that's just their combat members. Is there any cadres above 06 members in combat? Are there any stronger members? What is the strength of the mysterious emperor who commands these murderous men? Rumor has it that the emperor sank Eni's lobby and Gate of Justice with one blow. From now on, there are indications that the empire on which the sun never sets is as powerful as the Four Emperors, and even stronger. You actually said, you want to kill me. Hearing this, Arturia suddenly showed a smile. Ridiculous. Yesterday, Chiba unlocked the power of Sword Sheath for her. That is, an ideal land far away from the world. Under the power of open black lens bracket Sword Sheath close black lens bracket, she can heal from any injury, even aging can be stopped. If it is completely liberated, the open black lens bracket Sword Sheath close black lens bracket will be protected in the form of an enchantment. Under this posture, as long as Arturia has the heart, she can be immune to almost all attacks, and you can't even interfere with her body, even the EA of the Hero Master can be defended. Advertisement. Even if the world falls apart and the world is destroyed, you still can't kill me. Hearing this, Kaido didn't care too much, he just took it as Arturia's hello. Who wouldn't speak harsh words? He himself also called Ishin a creature that could not be killed, a creature that claimed to be unkillable. Just listen to such harsh words. Jack's business can be put aside. He found trouble and was caught, it was his own incompetence. You just resisted my blow without injury, and your strength is not bad. I heard that you, Sun Never Sets, still have a combat member who attacked the Holy Land and even defeated a Kainu. Having said that, Kaido grinned, and Haki was exposed like a beast. Why don't you call him together? Lousy also wants to see, what kind of capital do you, Sun Never Sets, have that are worthy of arrogance? Then, by the way, see if there is someone who can kill me. The moment he finished speaking, Kaido grinned and smashed the mace towards Artoria. Artoria instantly raised the pitch-black holy sword, and blocked it with one strike. The heavy blow inevitably dented the ground under Artoria's feet. Seeing this, Kaido raised his eyebrows. That's right, this little arm and calf can withstand a blow from Lousy without Haki. You're still a little bit impressed. Hearing this, Artoria grinned, and then spoke. Hawkeye, it looks like the duel between you and me is going to be put on hold. I'll clean up this guy first. The moment I finished speaking. Bang! The soaring magic power was instantly released from the holy sword, and and the powerful impact could be clearly felt by Hawkeye even if they were far away. Seeing this, Hawkeye couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The release of this magic power is even stronger than when we fought with Zahn just now. Isn't that still her full strength? Between horror. Don't wait for Hawkeye to react. Artoria swung the holy sword in her hand instantly, and slashed directly at Kaido. The dark magic power, like a rushing torrent, directly engulfed Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and he raised his mace to low gear. However, the power of this blow exceeded his imagination. His whole body was directly blasted tens of meters away, and the ruins in the distance exploded, and a monstrous smoke was set off in the Setsuna room. In the distance, the flying squirrel watched this fairy-like fight in shock. As Vice Admiral, he didn't dare to show his head. These pirates are really stronger than each other. Advertisement. At this moment, after the dark magic power faded, the sky was covered by smoke all over the sky. And in the smoke, a huge figure loomed. Next moment, Kaido raised his right hand and pushed the smoke away, revealing his huge body. At this moment, white smoke was emitting from all over his body. Although the injuries could be seen, they were harmless. Kaido let out a breath, looked down at Arturia, and grinned. The power is pretty good. I haven't met a guy who can hurt lousy for many years. Seeing this scene, Arturia couldn't help frowning. His magic power release has reached the maximum round output. Under this posture, any knife can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and it is not a problem to break a mountain peak. However, Kaido resisted hard and was almost uninjured. What a tough guy. Getting such a title from Arturia couldn't help but make Kaido smile. No, you're proud enough. Ever since I took the position of 4 emperors, I can count the number of people who can hurt lousy, and you count as one. However, this is not enough. Your previous arrogance is not worthy of your current strength. If this is all you can do, then you can die now. The voice fell. During Setsuna, Kaido erupted with powerful conqueror's haki all over his body. Accompanied by black and red lightning, he erupted instantly, rushed towards Arturia, and snorted coldly. Go to hell. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing this scene, Arturia narrowed her eyes slightly. Did you hit Hawkeye just now? I want to see my full strength, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Next moment, Arturia raised the jet black holy sword above her head. The violent magic power is released directly in an instant. Seeing this posture, Hawkeye's pupils shrank immediately, and he recognized it instantly. Is it the trick that blows the entire island away? Thinking of this, he hurriedly left, away from this battlefield. At this moment, seeing Hawkeye leaving, the flying squirrel hiding aside couldn't help but speak. Hawkeye, where are you going? Advertisement. Hearing this, Hawkeye glanced at the flying squirrel. 010, I remind you as open black lens bracket Shichibukai close black lens bracket. Now, get out of the way. That move will kill you. What? The flying squirrel's face changed drastically, and he looked at the battle between Arturia and Kaido in an instant. Who is he talking about? Kaido. No, that move just knocked Hawkeye away, so it wouldn't make him say such an evaluation. Could it be that? At this moment, the flying squirrel immediately set its eyes on Arturia, who was holding the holy sword high. It's about her. The next moment, the shocking magical power turned into substantial brilliance and soared into the sky, as if it was about to pierce the entire sky. Seeing this scene, the flying squirrel's face changed drastically. Are you kidding me? Everyone, run away. Escape from here as fast as you can. Next moment, everyone evacuated with the flying squirrel, in a panic. At this moment, Arturia just looked at Kaido calmly, and spoke coldly. Don't die. The holy sword in this posture is not kidding with you. You still send me 5 devil fruits, that's a gift for His Majesty. Don't worry, I will control the magic power. Half of the power is enough to defeat you. Hearing this, Kaido was shocked. Although he also felt the horror of this move. However, 1/2 of the calendar emperors defeated themselves. Ridiculous. Seeing this, Arturia didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately slashed at Kaido. Oath. Sword of Victory. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Boom. The entire square exploded in an instant, like a nuclear explosion, terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 66 Kill you with the strongest knife in 1,000 years. Open black lens bracket September for the first order close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the flying squirrel felt his eyelids twitching. In my heart, an unknown premonition has been surrounding me, as if there is a big horror happening. Under Hawkeye's reminder, he kept running away. However, even so, the magical light beam that soared into the sky still seemed to be within easy reach. The pitch-black Pentium magic light beam seemed to pierce the entire sky, and the sky was cracked open. What kind of power is that? Is this the monster that came out there? Why have I never heard of it in this sea before? The flying squirrel was terrified. As Vice Admiral, in terms of strength, he can already be regarded as the best in this sea. Although it is impossible to dominate that new world. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, there were almost no opponents. At this moment, the flying squirrel felt like a clown. As Marine, Ben upholds justice and fights evil crimes. However, his embarrassing escape now is simply trampling on the word, justice, under his feet. And just when the flying squirrel was annoyed, Hawkeye's voice came from the side. Coming. Prepare to take the hit. What? The flying squirrel looked up. Next moment, the jet black light beam that pierced the sky shot down in an instant. On the other side, Kaido is holding a mace. Surrounded by terrifying armed colors and conquerors, the momentum is shocking, invincible, no different from beasts. Immediately afterwards, the attacks of the two instantly killed each other. Boom. The black and red electric light and the pitch-black violent magic power were intertwined in an instant, and they exploded. In the very center of the square, a small mushroom cloud erupted. Advertisement. The flying squirrel watched this scene in horror. The huge impact directly engulfed and buried the place where he had just avoided. If it wasn't for Hawkeye's warning, he would have been seriously injured in an instant if he was affected by such a shock. The invisible shock spreads round after round. The ruins and the smoke and dust are constantly intertwined, washing the entire surface of the earth. Is this the Four Emperors' level of power? Terrible. The flying squirrel murmured. This blow is even more terrifying than Marine Admiral's large-scale AoE damage, and Buster Call is no more than that. Kaido is suppressed. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then opened his mouth. The flying squirrel was taken aback for a moment, then looked into the distance. The next moment, the black and red conquerors flashed and was instantly swallowed by the black magic power. Not only that, the huge magic light beam instantly knocked Kaido into the air with a majestic gesture. At this moment, Kaido stared at this scene with wide eyes. From this berserk magic power, he felt the majestic power. What a powerful destructive power. Kaido Haki is broken. The black radiance of the vowed victory sword directly engulfed him and hit him directly. Moment. Kaido's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wow. Boom. Kaido was broken from the front. His body, like a kite with a broken thread, fell instantly, flew upside down for hundreds of meters, crashed into a mountain peak, and was swallowed by the ruins. And the sword of Altria's oath of victory, after knocking Kaido into the air, blasted to the distant sea in an instant. It exploded with a bang. A few seconds later, a tsunami with a height of 100 meters surged, as if it would engulf this branch at any time. Seeing this, the flying squirrel's face changed drastically, and he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Hawkeye made a sudden move, pulled out the black knife, and slashed several times in an instant. Advertisement. The huge sword pressure swept across, cutting off the tsunami resistance, and after continuously weakening, it faded away from the position of the port. Seeing this scene, the flying squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Artoria's face, it has completely changed. This sun never sets woman of the Empire. It's so strong that it actually knocked Kaido into the air, and made him vomit blood, causing real damage. Is Kaido defeated? Flying squirrels don't know. However, from the expression of Artoria half covered by the black mask at this moment, the flying squirrel saw the solemnity. This guy is really tough. Arturia once again made a critic. With a light wave of the pitch-black holy sword, all the magic powers were restrained, and everything became calm again. This blow is equivalent to half of the power of the sword he vowed to win. However, it was carried down by Kaido. At this moment, the smoke dissipated in an instant, and the ruins exploded. From it, a huge figure stepped out. Just took a step. With a sound of pong, he couldn't help kneeling on one knee. Kaido stood on the ground with a mace to keep his body balanced. Very good. Not bad. You bastard. You can actually hurt Lousy to such an extent. The last fight that made Lousy vomit blood was that old guy Whitebeard. Although Kaido half kneeled. However, in fact, he is still alive and kicking. Artoria's attack broke through, but it wasn't fatal. The opponent's defense was beyond Artoria's imagination. After a short rest, Kaido adjusted his breath, spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, and then stood up. You are strong. But not enough. Not at all. Attack with all your strength. No, where's Ulquiorra? Call that guy over. Forget it. You two are not enough to watch. I want to fight the people behind you. Advertisement. Is it called the king on which the sun never sets? HMPH. What a shitty emperor. What do you want to be, king, in front of Lousy? Come on together. Make this world a little more chaotic. Ha 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 ha. Kaido is holding a mace, looking up to the sky and screaming, extremely crazy. Hear, hear. Arturia's pupils shrank suddenly, and then her eyes narrowed slightly, and an unprecedented fierce light was released from her eyes. Between Setsuna, the violent magic power surged out, and the violence that was suppressed originally meant to break free. Your words make me a little angry. Not only interfered with the duel of the holy gods who attacked me, but also dared to speak insultingly to His Majesty. Next moment, the leaked open black lens bracket brutality close black lens bracket was slowly released. The monstrous killing intent bloomed in an instant. Restraining violence is not only for fighting more rationally and rationally. It's also for mercy. Because, in the state of Nuo's Jiao violence, Dark Artoria didn't know how to show mercy at all. For the release of infinite magic power, there is no hesitation. But whoever makes a move is a dead hand. At this moment, even I want to kill you. The infinite fierce light blooms in an instant. And just when Artoria was about to unleash his anger to suppress the opponent. Blazing. For a split second, open black lens bracket Ryujin Jaka close black lens bracket at his waist instantly released a stream of Reiatsu. The invisible scorching flame burst out, showing a wordless anger. Seeing this, Arturia immediately reached out and stroked Ryujin Jaka. I see, Ryujin Jaka, huh. Are you angry too? In that case, it's up to you to get to know him. The moment I finished speaking, Artoria put away her holy sword, and at the same time, slowly pulled out another knife. That one is known as the strongest knife in the millennium. Chapter 67 Ryujin Jaka, kill you like a dog butcher. 10 more requests for the first order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Artoria put away her holy sword, and at the same time, slowly pulled out another knife. That one is known as the strongest knife in the millennium. Hawkeye in the distance shrank his pupils when he saw this scene, and murmured. She pulled out another knife. At this moment, Hawkeye showed unprecedented seriousness. This momentum even shocked the flying squirrel next to it, and couldn't help but speak. That knife, is there anything special about it? Hearing this, Hawkeye said. Before I duel with her, she told me. This knife belongs to the sword of the king of their empire on which the sun never sets. Known as the world's #1 sword. At this moment, Hawkeye focused his attention to the limit. The moment Artoria drew the knife, his soul trembled suddenly. At this moment, he seemed to feel a scorching wave coming towards him. I've always had a point of view. In this world, there has never been any strongest knife. The knife used by the strongest man is the strongest. But, this knife seems to be a little different. Just like what Artoria said, it seems that this knife, even if the owner who uses it is aside, it is still the strongest. At this moment, Arturia slowly pulled out open black lens bracket Ryujin Jaka close black lens bracket and waved it down gently. In 167 Setsuna, where the sword tip points, it is instantly vaporized. At this moment, a scorching wind blew in the air. Seeing this scene, Kaido couldn't help squinting his eyes. Artoria put away the thick black holy sword, but pulled out another vicissitudes of life and simplicity. Advertisement. Compared with the previous holy sword, there is nothing gorgeous about this Teidao, it is extremely streamlined. Draw out another knife. Abandon yourself. Kaido shook his head mockingly, put the huge mace on his shoulder, and spoke coldly. Just now your thick sword couldn't completely break through Lousy's defense, What do you expect this slender sword to do? Tickle lousy. Ridiculous. Hearing this, Artoria was not angry either. She completely suppressed her violence and hid it, looked at Kaido calmly, and said, "You should be grateful. This is His Majesty's sword. I cannot use its power. If this knife is swung by Your Majesty, you will be powerless to fight back in one round, and you will be evaporated into dust in the air in an instant." This sentence, Artoria is not joking. The temperature of Ryujin Jaka is comparable to the sun. Facing such big talk, Kaido just laughed it off. Artoria didn't care, and just communicated with Ryujin Jaka calmly. Ryujin Jaka, not a dead thing. It is alive, has its own thoughts, has its own emotions. If you want to use its power, you need to communicate with it. The power of Ryujin Jaka, linked to Chiba's soul, is a manifestation of Chiba's soul power. So, the wrath of Ryujin Jaka is the wrath of His Majesty. Try it. Can you bear this anger? The next moment, Artoria waved her right hand lightly. Ryujin Jaka, who looked like a sword, rippled in the air. Advertisement. At this moment, it seems that the world is quiet. There seemed to be a shocking temperature in the tip of the sword. At this moment, even Kaido couldn't help frowning, feeling like his soul was being burned. Then, Artoria's heart was calm, the corners of her mouth moved slightly, and she spit out a word. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. This moment. The unbelievable high temperature instantly baked the entire land. In the blink of an eye, the moisture in the air was dried, and the seawater above the sea boiled and evaporated instantly, and countless water vapors rose up. The ruins around Artoria began to melt, and even formed magma. Not only that, even Artoria itself started to burn. However, the Utopia, which is far away from the world, instantly released its brilliance, offsetting all the injuries. Ryujin Jaka, not just for everyone. Players set themselves on fire, and those who cannot control this power will be burned instantly. That is to say, Artoria has an almost indestructible sword scabbard, so she has reached the threshold of using Ryujin Jaka. The heat wave hit Artoria in an instant. When Hawkeye and Flying Squirrel saw this scene, their expressions changed immediately, and armed color Haki instantly covered their entire bodies. The heat wave rushed past, and the two of them felt that their bodies were burning up, and even their throats were smoky. If it wasn't for Armament Haki, I'm afraid he would have been burnt. As for the ordinary sailors next to the Flying Squirrel, those who were too close, their bodies were instantly evaporated and burned, and before they could scream, they were burned to ashes. The Flying Squirrel's expression changed, and he couldn't help but speak. "Everyone, evacuate this battlefield." Seeing this, the sailors were all terrified. They didn't have a powerful armament Haki that could withstand the high temperature, so they hurriedly left under the command of the Flying Squirrel. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but speak. "What kind of flame is this? It's even more exaggerated than magma. Super. The temperature of the magma is already very high, but compared with the flames released by this knife at this moment, it can't reach the table at all." Kaido also instinctively used armor color Haki to resist the heat. Even so, at this moment he felt his skin was scorching hot, as if it would burn at any moment. Seeing this, Artoria smiled and said, "What? Do you also use armed color to defend yourself? You dare to resist my holy sword? I thought you were so confident in your defense." In Ryujin Jaka, a bright flame blooms, releasing unbelievable high temperature. If you don't pay attention, it will be burned to ashes. At this moment, after Shikai, the temperature slowly began to drop. This is Ryujin Jaka's initiative to reduce the power, in order to cater to Artoria's treasure, sword sheath. After all, even Utopia, far away from this world, is constantly damaged by the constant heat of Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka lowered the power and adapted to Artoria's noble phantasm. Sure enough, the first time you use it, you can't establish a good link for the wolf. Sorry, Ryujin Jaka, for making you suppress the flames to such an extent. However, even so, everything around Artoria has been completely reduced to ashes, and the air has been distorted by the heat. See this scene. Kaido woke up like a dream, as if someone who hadn't woken up was poured with water. He grinned. "Arrogant enough. Let lousy try it. Is your strength worthy of this arrogance? Now can you kill me?" After speaking, Kaido let out a loud roar, and with a sudden force on his feet, he ran wildly with such power that the island trembled. Seeing this, Arturia instantly slashed out. The next moment, the flames burst out, and even the air was distorted. This knife directly broke through Kaido's defense, burned and even evaporated a lot of his flesh and blood, causing Kaido's expression to change immediately. This knife caused real damage to him, and even his soul was burning. Kill you. Now I will kill you like a butcher dog. Chapter 68 Want my knife. This is His Majesty's anger. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This knife caused real damage to him, and even his soul was burning. Kill you. Now I will kill you like a butcher dog. Hearing this, Kaido's face changed slightly, and he stepped back instantly, looking at his chest. At this moment, on the chest, there was a terrible wound one day, and no blood flowed out. Under the high temperature, it was directly burned and evaporated. If it wasn't for the powerful armament Haki defense, the knife just now would have been enough to cut open his flesh and blood, and even his internal organs could evaporate. What a terrible flame. Even with Akainu's magma, it's not easy to break through his defenses if attacked from the outside. Now, Arturia did it easily with that weird knife. Seeing this, Kaido grinned, extremely crazy. This knife is really good. In this case, then you come and try to kill Lousy. After speaking, Kaido snorted coldly, and then rushed towards Arturia. At this moment, like a ferocious beast, he rushed in, and smashed down fiercely with the huge mace. Seeing this, Arturia smiled, not being moved at all, neither dodging nor dodging. Raising his hand, Ryujin Jaka released flames that surrounded the blade, blocking the blow. Clang. Under this berserk power, there were invisible ripples in the air. The huge force caused Arturia's body to sink suddenly, and with the explosion of the ground, a huge spider web-like crack appeared around Arturia, extending tens of meters before stopping abruptly. The mace was blocked by Arturia. Before Kaido could attack again, he discovered that the moment he touched the knife, the flames instantly reduced his mace to ashes. What? Just for a moment. Kaido was shocked. It was the first time he encountered such a thing, and even he couldn't help being amazed. Advertisement. Seeing this, Arturia chuckled and spoke calmly. I'm afraid now, isn't it too late? The moment she finished speaking, Arturia jumped up and slashed at Kaido. Ryujin Jaka, carrying extremely terrifying high temperature, seems to be eclipsed by everything under this. Kaido's pupils shrank, and the black armor color, Haki immediately covered his arms. From a distance, it seemed to form a substantial armor, shining with obsidian-like luster. Then take the sword. The high temperature of the flame roasted Kaido's arm, creaking, and in less than a second, even armament Haki burned. When Kaido suffered from pain and was surprised, he pushed Arturia away immediately, and screamed involuntarily. Hee hee. What's the matter? You seem to be screaming. Aren't you arrogant to distinguish? You want to challenge His Majesty just because of you. It's ridiculous. Eat me again. At this moment, along with the flame, Arturia also began to release her own history. The use of Ryujin Jaka gradually began to come in handy. Facing Arturia's ridicule, Kaido was furious. He was furious, and in an instant, the black armed color, Haki covered his whole body. Ha ha ha. Screaming. Do you think Lousy will be afraid of you? Who do you think Lousy is? Are you going to speak harsh words? Arturia sneered. That subordinate of yours said the same cruel words last time. He was knocked down by a punch from me after receiving it, and he still hasn't woken up yet. 4 emperors, what's the point? Kaido was irritated. He didn't care about these at all, and went straight. Lousy is Kaido. Lousy is 4 emperors. Bang bang bang. Between the two, one big and one small, an unbelievable offensive and defensive battle immediately started. Advertisement. Shish. Arturia slashed out 2 flaming slashes, which hit Kaido's body in an instant. In an instant, the armed body was burned. The exposed Kaido's ointment also had a wound, the skin was burned instantly, and the blood that flowed out evaporated in an instant before it dripped. At the moment, even the adrenaline rushing Kaido is not feeling well. Really surprising temperature and attack power. Kaido snorted coldly. A random blow from this sword could injure him. Never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Resisting Altria's sword twice, and punching out with one punch, trying to knock her back. And Artoria can't dodge or dodge. With the invincible sword scabbard on his body, he is not afraid of any attack. Boom. The huge impact even penetrated Artoria's body, causing the sea behind her to stir up waves. However, she was as immobile as a mountain, and this punch was completely scraping. It should surprise me that I have a new appreciation for your defenses. However, how many knives can you resist? 0. Seeking flowers. Kaido's face changed slightly, he was quite afraid of the knife in Artoria's hand. At this moment, he seemed to care about face, but he didn't care, and laughed. Ha ha ha, cozy. It's been a long time since such a refreshing battle, come again. The next moment, Kaido unleashes a thicker and more terrifying armed color haki. Under this haki, Kaido directly abandoned the protection of his body, and all his armed forces were concentrated in his right fist, like a piece of armor, which fell fiercely towards Artoria. Artoria didn't dodge or dodge, she resisted a punch and was unscathed, while Kaido was still scraping. At this time, Artoria followed Kaido's hand and cut it off with a knife, but was caught in Kaido's hand. Ha ha, this knife is really good. It can break through Laozi's defense, all thanks to the flames released by this knife. 0. Advertisement. Without this knife, you are no match for Laozi. Hearing this, Artoria grinned. So that's the case, can't you bear it? Before you clamored that no one could kill you, but now, you realize that you will die if you really fight, are you already admitting cowardice? Admit it. Kaido grinned. Laozi is a pirate, do you think you are fighting for real? This knife is good, it is just right for me to use as my saber. Kaido wanted to snatch Ryujin Jaka from Artoria's hand in an instant. Before, I wanted to die. Now I use the most despicable way to take away the weapon. Kazuki Oden was also defeated by Kaido's shamelessness. In this regard, Artoria smiled. Want His Majesty's knife? Come and try. After speaking, Artoria let go directly. Kaido was startled, and then took Ryujin Jaka in his hand, looking at Artoria, a little surprised. Resigned. However, before he could react, he instantly felt the burning of his soul from Ryujin Jaka. The next moment, the flames soaring into the sky directly engulfed him, enveloping Kaido, spinning and impacting endlessly. Kaido's body was burned, and the scorched body was scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Artoria smiled and spoke calmly. Player self-immolation, Ryujin Jaka, not everyone can hold it. I said it, it's His Majesty's anger. Can you bear it? Chapter 69 Speed of Light. Can it be faster than the future I predicted? Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kaido's body is completely engulfed by Ryujin Jaka's flames. That flame burns the soul and devours the body. At this moment, Flying Squirrel and Hawkeye could still hear Kaido's horrible cry even though they were far away. Ah! The body shrouded in flames kept rolling, and Kaido threw Ryujin Jaka out in an instant, flying to Artoria's feet. Seeing this, Artoria picked up Ryujin Jaka and grinned. It's not ordinary Yang, who dares to hold the liberated Ryujin Jaka. Even she can manipulate Ryujin Jaka only by resisting the damage with open black lens bracket Utopia far from the earthly world close black lens bracket. Kaido actually resists directly with the physical body. I have to say that the head is not ordinary iron. At this moment, Kaido is constantly struggling in the flames. The next moment, it directly turned into a huge green dragon, and the green dragon galloped away, circling in the sky, dyeing the sky a blood red, as if even the sky was on fire. The roaring blue dragon seemed to be able to tear the sky apart, which was extremely shocking and spectacular. There is no 350 meeting. The roar became weaker, the flames gradually disappeared, and the huge green dragon shrank, and finally became the size of a human, falling heavily from the sky. Boom. In the distance, the expressions of Shu and Hawkeye changed slightly. Kaido fell. The breath plummeted. I couldn't believe it, the flames actually weakened Kaido to such an extent. What a powerful flame. Boom. The next moment, the ruins exploded, and Duo stood up from it. At this moment, his whole body became incomparably pitch black, completely burned, and his thick skin had turned into a layer of coke. He moved slightly. Click click click, the coke fell from his body immediately, exposing his body. It's just that, at this moment, his body doesn't even have skin, but the muscles can be seen directly, and at the same time, the muscles are all scorched. What a powerful flame. You can hurt Lousy to such an extent. Kaido's complexion was distorted, even a little pale, and he took a step forward. With a bang, he knelt down on one knee, even his legs trembled a little. Seeing this, Arturia smiled and waved Ryujin Jaka lightly, and the flames surged out again. Advertisement. Hand over 5 devil fruits, otherwise, I will burn you here. Hearing this, Doha laughed. Did you think the battle was over? It's still early. Let's continue. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Kaido made a big show and broke out again. At this moment, the injuries on his body seemed to be recovering faintly, and his vitality was extremely strong. Are you still so energetic? In that case, don't blame me. I can only burn you. As for devil fruit, slowly groping in your territory. The next moment, the two of them were torn together instantly. Iron Fist versus Fire Sword. Kaido looks fierce, but has been completely suppressed by Arturia and has fallen into a disadvantage. It's just that Kaido hit harder and became more and more excited, like a masochist. But at this time, a flash of light suddenly appeared and stopped beside the flying squirrel who was watching the battle. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. As the one fighting Kaido, the sun never sets empire. Seeing the person coming, the flying squirrel shrank its pupils and showed joy. Kizaru Admiral. At the same time, Kizaru saw Hawkeye next to him and couldn't help but speak. Hawkeye, we naval headquarters should have issued a kill order to the sun never sets empire. As 7 warlords of the sea, why didn't you act? Hearing this, Hawkeye shook his head. I promise a duel with her. Now, not only Kaido, but even your marines are dispatched. I stop. Hearing this, Kizaru was silent for a moment, and looked at Hawkeye quietly. That look made the flying squirrel next to him tremble with fear. Kizaru won't do something to Hawkeye here, will he? After a moment, Kizaru shrugged. Never mind. In that case, please leave. It's up to us Marine to handle this. By the way, in order to prevent you from getting in the way, can I ask you not to resist? People from our side will send you away, just in time to go to the headquarters to participate in the Shichibukai call. Advertisement. Hearing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. Send me away. The next moment, before Hawkeye could react, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind him. He was wearing gloves and holding a Bible in his hand. He was very weird, and then he spoke. Want to travel? I can give you a ride. After speaking, he immediately took off his gloves and patted Hawkeye. Seeing this, Hawkeye didn't resist, just looked at him calmly. Bartholomew Bear, have you cooperated with world government to this extent? Next moment, with a bang, Hawkeye suddenly disappeared and was blown away by the bear. Okay, the guy who got in the way is gone, only Kaido is left. Shang, I will find an opportunity to send Kaido away later, this time, at least catch this sun never sets member. As he spoke, Kizaru gave Shang a meaningful look, and then spoke. Is that okay? It's a question, but it's like a threat. In response, the bear just put the Bible down. Open black lens bracket world government close black lens bracket let me fully cooperate with you Marine, of course I have no problem. That would be the best. After speaking, Kizaru looked at the battlefield between Arturia and Kaido. The hot flames even made Kizaru feel hot. It's terrible. As this woman also a member of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Why is 1 or 2 of the members of this organization monsters? You beat Kaido like this. Finished. Sigh. Kizaru suddenly turned into a flash of light and galloped out. Although he really wanted to sit and watch the tigers fight. However, this is G1 after all, at the foot of the red line, under the eyelids of the Tianlong people. The last time the Holy Land was attacked, the Tianlong people were already furious. If there is another moth at the foot of red line, I am afraid that naval headquarters will not be at peace. Thinking of this, Kizaru turned into a flash of light and appeared next to the two of them in an instant. Okay, that's it for now. Advertisement. He snorted coldly. There was a partial flash of light on her body, and taking advantage of the gap in the attack, she came behind Arturia in an instant and kicked it out. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Light speed kick. Perfect sneak attack. Kizaru intends to attract hatred. After the sneak attack is to run away, at least, to attract these 2 god tiers to other places. It is best to get it to the sea and clean it up slowly. He has a speed advantage. Although 1-on-2 is very difficult, at least he can advance and retreat. The speed of light. In an instant, Artoria reacted. Artoria had noticed it before being attacked by Kaido. So, open black lens bracket super intuition close black lens bracket didn't fall on Kaido completely. At this moment, she had predicted Kizaru's actions. Can it be faster than the future I predicted? A flash of light bloomed beside Artoria. Before the attack fell, Artoria raised her armor and treasures first, and launched the Utopia far away from the world in advance, as if she had predicted everything. Then, Kizaru kicked. Boom. The brilliance of the treasure began to flicker. Kizaru's destructive 0.8 speed of light kick fell on Artoria's hands without feeling it. All damage is instantly absorbed and healed. Kizaru's pupils shrank. What? Unarmed. That was his speed of light kick, which was enough to break an Archiman mangrove tree, but it was blocked so lightly by the opponent. Kizaru felt that his IQ was not enough. Where did cats and dogs come from? And they also want to attack me. Where did you come from? Where are you going back? After blocking Kizaru's attack, Arturia raised her hand and swung the sword. Like the god of fire, the violent flames were released instantly, and Jia Yuan was engulfed before he could dodge. Kizaru has never seen such a powerful flame. Even if he is the fluid of Logia, he has the illusion that he will be burned to nothing. But the next moment, his face suddenly changed. The flame seemed to be burning his soul, making him terrified. Chapter 70, Eni's Lobby, did you cut that knife? Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru has never seen such a powerful flame. Even if he is the fluid of Logia, he has the illusion that he will be burned to nothing. But the next moment, his face suddenly changed. The flame seemed to be burning his soul, making him terrified. Unknown. Horrible. Fear. In an instant, countless emotions emerged in Kizaru's heart, which instantly turned into a flash of light, and he wanted to escape. However, Kaido, who was directly opposite, grinned when he saw this. Kizaru. Still acting like a villain, doing sneak attacks. Get out of the way. Lousy, out of the way. Kaido let out a roar. His whole body was covered with scorched marks. It was horrifying. Before Kizaru was fully elementalized, Kaido's fist came crashing down. At this moment, Kizaru's face changed drastically. Right now, both of them are not weaker than him, but they attack him at the same time, even he has to take it seriously. He raised his hand instantly, the flashes condensed, and a lightsaber emerged. Amazon Cloud Sword. Clang. Kizaru blocked Kaido's blow and couldn't help but speak. Kaido, do you have the nerve to say that this old man is a villain? Sneak attack is what you are best at. Fart. Lousy has always been tough. The voice fell. Kaido exerted all his strength in vain, and punched 06 above the head, instantly carrying black and red lightning. Seeing this, Kizaru's pupils shrank. Conquerors surround. Damn it. Kizaru also reacted instantly. His right foot turned into a flash, and kicked towards Kaido's head. Light speed kick. Boom. Kizaru was hit head-on by Kaido, and Kaido was also knocked back. Kizaru, don't get in your way. Having said that. However, Kaido was secretly happy in his heart. The appearance of Kizaru undoubtedly gave him a chance to breathe. Advertisement. If he confronted Artoria again, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, taking advantage of this fact, he hastened to use the Phantom Beast Fruit Awakening to recover from his injuries. Kizaru smiled wryly. Being attacked by two people who were not weaker than him made him a little panicked. It seems that fast speed is not necessarily a good thing. The sun never sets, Guy is really cruel, Ulquiorra is enough for heaven defying. Now there is another existence that can suppress Kaido head-on. How much power do you have? What is it with you? Artoria snorted coldly, held the Ryujin Jaka in her hand, and released a large amount of flames in an instant, making her invincible. Go away, otherwise, I will kill you. Between words, extremely arrogant. However, I dare not Xiaofeng. That flame made him extremely afraid. If he was not careful, he would really be extinguished by the other party. To this, Kizaru just smiled. It's terrible. Your flame, even Kaido can burn, it's really extraordinary. Pity. Kizaru sighed, and the next moment, a burst of cold air suddenly struck. Ice Age. Click. In an instant, everything within the visible range turned into ice sculptures. Including Kaido and Artoria, and the moment the ice approached Ryujin Jaka, it completely melted. It's now. The voice just now came to mind again. Kizaru instantly turned into a flash of light, appeared above the sky, crossed his hands directly, and released a strong flash of light, aiming at Arturia and Kaido below. Kizaru smiled lewdly and snorted coldly. 8 feet Chong Guyu. The next moment, dense golden light bullets fell instantly. Boom boom boom. A carpet bombing was carried out on everything below. After a few seconds, the smoke drowned them all. Aokiji stepped forward and followed Kizaru to the scene. Now they should be more honest. The voice just fell. Advertisement. Bang. The smoke was broken through, and the flame seemed to burn away from the void, turning into 2 pillars of fire that soared into the sky. Seeing this, he and Huang Yuan's expressions changed slightly. The next moment, Aokiji took a step forward, raised his right hand instantly, let out a chill, and snorted coldly. Is it possible to attack after bearing this kind of attack? Frozen time capsule. The cold air shot out like an arrow, heading towards the pillar of fire. Aokiji's cold air can even freeze magma. In his opinion, a mere flame is nothing to worry about. However, as soon as the cold air was released, his expression changed slightly. The temperature of this flame far exceeded his imagination, and at the same time, it made his soul burn a little bit, reminding him of everything that happened on Eni's lobby. What kind of flame? The cold air has not yet approached, it was directly evaporated. Not only that, the pillar of fire shot up into the sky, attacking Aokiji. The next moment, Aokiji suddenly discovered that his icy body started to burn. Aokiji was startled, felt the burning pain immediately, spit out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for his Logia fluid, he might have been burned to ashes. You actually want to freeze this flame? Ridiculous. This is His Majesty's saber, the strongest sword in 1,000 years. This flame is the sole incarnation of His Majesty's power, representing part of His Majesty's 10,000 emperors. It's so cold, do you want to freeze? The smoke cleared away, and Artoria stepped out. The impact spread, and all the smoke was blown away, and Artoria walked out slowly without injury, with dazzling brilliance shining all over her body. Around his waist, the pitch-black scabbard released a terrifying brilliance. Noble phantasm, an ideal land far away from the world. These attacks, to Artoria, are like scraping, not even as good as Kaido's fists. No harm. When Aokiji saw Xiao Yu, his pupils shrank. Such an onslaught, unscathed, is simply terrifying. At the same time, that flame, that knife, cut. He is very familiar. The next moment, his face changed and he couldn't help but speak. You did what Eni's lobby did. Eni's lobby was divided into 2, and there is such a flame left in it. Advertisement. Hearing this, Artoria smiled. Maybe I'm going to disappoint you. At that time I hadn't woken up to 620. If there is such a residual flame, it can only be done by His Majesty himself. I'm proud enough to let His Majesty personally conquer. Hearing this, Chang's expression suddenly changed. That knife was indeed cut by the king of the empire on which the sun never sets. But what about the flame? Is this the power of the mysterious king from that knife? Thinking of this, Aokiji's complexion gradually darkened, and he couldn't help but speak. Kizaru, we may have to change tactics. What's wrong? Kizaru didn't dare to take it lightly, and asked subconsciously. Don't try to capture her alive. This knife is quite amazing. If you get slashed, with or without haki, I'm afraid you'll die. Aokiji's words made Kizaru's face change drastically. You kidding me? What do you think? Aokiji looked into the distance. The kind of attack you and I will not let Kaido come out now. Obviously, he is also afraid of the opponent's attack. Kizaru was surprised, but found that there was no sign of Kaido at the scene. HMPH, discuss countermeasures on the spot. Late. Arturia struck instantly and chopped off with a single blow. Kizaru and Aokiji's expressions changed slightly, and they avoided them instantly. Meanwhile, Kizaru signals to the distant bear. Goal changed. Shoot Arturia away. Chapter 71. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Open black lens bracket. Seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kaido really didn't want to show his head. Ryujin Jaka's flame was really great, and it burned Kaido extremely painfully. And this pain is not only from the body, but also from the soul. That knife can burn the soul, similar to Linlin's ability. If I hadn't taken precautions against Linlin's soul fruit, I'm afraid I'm about to lose consciousness now. In fact, Kaido wanted to slip away a long time ago. Artoria is much stronger than imagined. All his attacks were blocked by the sword scabbard. Up to now, Arturia is still unharmed. Coupled with her infinite magic power, her physical strength has not decreased at all. Kaido realized for the first time what a monster is. But, out of face, Kaido is still going crazy. Of course, if it is really enough to threaten life, Kaido will definitely throw away his face and flee immediately. Now that Admiral is attacking, it gives Kaido a chance to breathe, use the fruit to awaken, and continue to recover. Brand new scales grew out of the burned skin. HMPH, I still have to find a chance. Aokiji and Kizaru can't handle her. Lousy has to do it. Kaido grinned. He was ready to hide aside and give the opponent a fatal blow. If he failed, he had no choice but to leave. As for Jack, he can only ask for blessings. The guy from The Sun Never Sets is indeed a bit fierce. But at this moment, the pheasant became Arturia's opponent. One yellow and one blue, and Altria's long-range attack, they didn't dare to approach at all, and they were extremely wary of Ryujin Jaka. In the next moment, Kizaru seized the momentary opportunity, and his whole body turned into a flash of light. Amazon Cloud Sword. He cut it down with a knife, but was blocked by Artoria. Ryujin Jaka unleashes a fire that burns even the flash, and the photons cannot condense. This scene once again refreshed Kizaru's understanding of flames. This flame is so scary. Scarier than what Aokiji described. If you really want to be hacked, the consequences will be disastrous. At this moment, Aokiji teamed up with Kizaru to instantly release the chill. Ice Age. Ice formed under Arturia's feet and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Instantaneous control is not enough for a tenth of a second. Advertisement. The flames surged out and burned everything directly. I said, your cold air can't freeze my flame. Don't you feel a little arrogant to be so close to me? Arturia snorted coldly, lifted Ryujin Jaka, and the surrounding air boiled instantly. I won't be entangled with you anymore. This knife will kill you. Fire rejection. With the use of Ryujin Jaka, Arturia became more and more handy, and could even use some Ryujin Jaka's moves. Blazing. Under this knife, everything around was instantly ignited, starting from the cold air and extending directly to Aokiji's body. At this moment, Aokiji started to ignite spontaneously. What? As ice, he actually burned himself up, as if using his soul as fuel. It's incredible. Kizaru's expression changed, and he kicked at the speed of light. Noble phantasm, utopia far away from the world starts. Kizaru's speed is indeed ridiculously fast. Even if it is predicted with super intuition, it is not easy to avoid, only to block. And this momentary neutral position allowed Aokiji to breathe, and quickly retreated, feeling terrified. Ice can't freeze, and flash can't kick. How to defeat such an opponent? Aokiji has never faced such a difficult opponent. At this moment, seeing Arturia chasing Aokiji, a flash of light flashed in Aokiji's eyes. It's now. Do it. Kindness. Arturia was taken aback. A figure was instantly captured by her super intuition, and then, she made an instant move at an unbelievably fast speed, as if teleporting. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Shang came out instantly and slapped Arturia with a palm. At the same time, Arturia's knife was also directly cut down. Then, a sound from Peng. Arturia disappeared in vain. However, the flame turned into a slash and slashed at the bear. Shang's face changed, and he quickly raised his other hand to resist. There was a pop. The flame's slash hit his hand and was instantly bounced away. Advertisement. However, at the moment of contact, it made the bear's entire arm burn. At this moment, Shang's face changed, revealing a distressed expression. The left arm quickly slapped the flames on the right arm, and instantly slapped all the flames away. However, the meatball on his palm was burned. At the same time, the flames soaring into the sky erupted instantly with a slash. Boom. The entire right arm of the bear was directly cut open, and the blood was frozen and evaporated in an instant before splashing down. What? Unexpectedly, the flame could not be completely blown away. Bartholomew Bear was shocked. His meatball fruit can bounce everything away, but facing Ryujin Jaka's flame, even if it flies away, it will still be burned. Even the residual flame slash directly cut off one of his arms. If you just failed to bounce off part of the flame, I am afraid that this knife can burn him directly. What a terrible force. Is this the power of that legend, king of the sleeping world? Shang has a close relationship with the world government and knows many of its secrets. At this moment, Kizaru came to the bear, looked at the broken arm, and couldn't help but speak. The whole arm was cut off. Moreover, the wound was burned. It's impossible to connect it. I'm afraid you have to accept Vegapunk's transformation. Hearing this, Shang picked up his severed arm silently, his voice slightly weak. First, don't need Marine to ask about my affairs. Now. Artoria was blasted away. Her super intuition predicted all this. Therefore, at the moment of flying, she not only cut out Ryujin Jaka, but also pulled out her holy sword instantly. Then, when the bounce flies halfway, the infinite magic power is instantly released. Sword of promised victory. Boom. The sky explodes directly. The huge magical radiance engulfs everything within the visible range. The huge impact can be clearly seen even at a distance of several kilometers. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru looked at this scene in horror, their faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but speak. What a terrible slash. Advertisement. The impact released by this slash actually forcibly counteracts Bear's flying. What kind of monster is this? Aokiji and Kizaru's faces changed constantly. As long as Arturia has Ryujin Jaka in hand, they will not be rivals. Continuing to fight will only continue to increase casualties. That flame is terrible. Run. The three acted immediately, and soon disappeared. Amidst the smoke, Kaido also looked at this scene in horror and couldn't help but speak. What a horrible woman. The fighting consciousness is so strong. I'll clean you up next time. After speaking, he instantly transformed into a dragon, soared into the air, and fled quickly, not wanting to confront Arturia head-on. A moment later, Arturia arrived, her eyes swept around, and she couldn't help frowning. Ran. HMPH, you even pulled out His Majesty's saber, how could they be opponents? At this moment, black sperm appeared out of nowhere. Obtained. Seeing this, Arturia couldn't help but speak. Since you are here, why don't you stop them? The two Logias on the other side have some ability to restrain me. Moreover, most of my cells are going to impel down now, ready to knock. No, I'm going to take that scientist away, this clone cell reserve is not enough. Hearing this, Arturia stopped immediately and took Ryujin Jaka back. It's okay to run away. Do things one by one. Take back the title first. Hawkeye is Shichibukai. Marine has issued a open black lens bracket request of the King close black lens bracket. I'll go to Naval Headquarters. Hearing this, the black sperm immediately stopped him. Do not. What's wrong? Don't compare now. The black sperm couldn't help but speak. Ulquiorra and I are going to attack the big prison, don't startle the snake. When we act, if you act again, you can cooperate with us. Hearing this, Arturia thought for a while, felt right, and then nodded. It is good. I'll wait for your notice. Chapter 72 Shichibukai Gather. Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At the top of the building engraved with the characters, Justice, there is a magnificent meeting room. In the center of the meeting room, there is a long table. On both sides of the long table are the current 7 warlords of the sea, however, only 5 people came at the moment. And in the most central position, Sengoku sat here calmly, presiding over the overall situation, and beside him, there was another person, who was very quiet. It's Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, also a staff officer, Crane. At this moment, Sengoku looked at one of the positions and couldn't help frowning. Bartholomew the Bear hasn't come back yet. Not long ago, he got the news that a member of the Sun Never Sets fought against Hawkeye in New World SG-1, and later even Kaido appeared. So, 2 people, Kizaru and Aokiji, were dispatched with the bear. With the strength and ability of the 3 of them, There is no reason why they haven't come back yet. Hawkeye, on the other hand, was already sitting in his seat at this moment, with a calm expression on his face, and he couldn't even see the slightest injury. Sengoku felt a little strange. Is something going to happen? Sengoku thought to himself, took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Ha 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 ha. Gecko Moria looked around and grinned. It seems that 7 warlords of the sea has not been able to gather 7 people. As he said that, his eyes swept around, and the people sitting next to him were all famous and famous figures. Open black lens bracket sand crocodile close black lens bracket crocodile. Open black lens bracket worlds no. One swordsman close black lens bracket Hawkeye. Open black lens bracket heavenly yaksha close black lens bracket Doflamingo. Open black lens bracket sea man close black lens bracket Jinbei. Including himself, 7 warlords of the sea has a total of 5 people. It's better to call it 5 Wuai. Advertisement. Sengoku. Bears aside, I heard that you invited One Piece Boa Hancock, but it is said that there has been no reply so far. Your face is not as big as you imagined. Hearing this, Doflamingo next to him narrowed his eyes slightly, and then smiled. Fufurofurfur. Honestly, I'm also quite surprised. Gecko Moria, your strength will also be selected, Shichibukai. Sengoku does sometimes make mistakes. What did you say? Moria's eyes were wide open, and her whole body suddenly released a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Doflamingo leaned back on the seat with a look of contempt. What? Do you want to fight with me? Having said that, the current Doflamingo is just a clone. If he really wants to fight, he will be instantly killed by Moria. However, Jia Hancock ignited the fire, which made Doflamingo say a few words. Before Doflamingo heard from the black sperm that there are his clones in every corner of the world, and his clones are more than billions. Maybe, it is lurking somewhere here at this moment, so he must express something. Otherwise, if you are caught and say something, it will be a fire. Doflamingo witnessed the ferocity of the sun never sets with his own eyes. Okay, it's done. Sengoku waved his hand, and then spoke. Sooner or later, 7 warlords of the sea will have enough people. I don't have time to worry about the pirate Empress. As for Bartholomew, he's in a special situation. As he spoke, he glanced at Hawkeye, but Hawkeye didn't ignore him, and Sengoku didn't ask, and then continued. This time you are summoned here, mainly because of 2 things. First, it is about a new force, the sun never sets empire that has emerged in this sea. Sengoku didn't say anything about the king of the sleeping world, just treat him as a strange evil force. I think you've heard a little about the sun never sets. Advertisement. One of them, Ulquiorra, attacked the Holy Land at night and made a big fuss about the Sabayati archipelago. Hearing this, everyone around laughed. What a fuss about Sabayati archipelago, it's just that Akainu got beaten up. Of course Sengoku would not slap his own admiral in the face in front of so many pirates, but he just put it nicely. And at this moment, everyone is surprised. Because, on the side of the vacant seat, suddenly appeared a palm-sized pitch-black villain. This villain appeared from nowhere, climbed onto the seat, stood up just like that, and then slowly grew bigger. Seeing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. Black sperm. Good guy, it's actually here. This is Naval Headquarters, Marineford, he sneaked in so quietly, and in front of Sengoku. 0. Seeking flowers. Really all-pervasive. Who? Except for Hawkeye and Doflamingo, the rest of the Shichibukai were shocked. Sengoku looked at the black sperm with a terrible expression. No, to be precise, it was the sun symbol on his head. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned. Aren't you discussing His Majesty's empire? Just happened to be heard by my uncle. My uncle also wants to know how your Marines evaluate us. You go ahead, I'm free. At this moment, even Sengoku had a horrified expression on his face. The other party appeared suddenly, without warning. There are many masters right now, but none of them have found each other. Advertisement. How did you get in here? Oh. Hearing this, the black sperm grinned. This uncle has unlimited clones. Is there any place in the whole world that this uncle can't go to? Naval Headquarters, I can come and leave whenever I want. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Come when you want, leave when you want. So arrogant. At the same time, The black sperm circled around and punched, and finally set their eyes on Gecko Moria, and couldn't help but taunted him. Sengoku, you gathered such a group of crooked people to deal with us. If that's the case, then I'll be a little disappointed. This kind of opponent, my uncle, Black Sperm, every day as a child. The black sperm started talking dirty. However, Doflamingo's expression froze. Good guy. Gecko Moria, the guy who talks loudly, is going to be bad luck. At this moment, Doflamingo felt how witty he had just said a few more words, otherwise, after going back, he would not have to argue with Black Sperm. He has endless talk, endless fights, and endless clones. At this moment, Gecko Moria looked at the black sperm with an ugly expression, and snorted coldly. What do you think I mean? The moment he finished speaking, behind him, a shadow suddenly came close to the ground, extending to the position where the black sperm was standing. The next moment, it directly turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, piercing through the black sperm. Shadow Horn Gun River. Chapter 73 Yushichibukai, the quality is not good. Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shadow Horn Gun. There was a snort. The black sperm did not hide or dodge. Gecko Moria's shadow instantly passed through the black sperm's body. This sudden action did not cause any surprises among the people present. Even Sengoku watched silently. Right now, everyone is a lawless existence on the sea, and it is because of Sengoku that they can sit here in peace. It is normal to fight if one sentence is wrong. Ha 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 ha. It's quite arrogant to talk, but is this the only thing you can do? Idiot. Beside, before Doflamingo opened his mouth, Hawkeye opened his mouth subconsciously. Because, he is well aware of the strength of black sperm. At the same time, he will take revenge. If you attack him, you will either die or pay for your life. Right now, Gecko Moria must be bleeding heavily. Otherwise, the blood, 427, splashed 3 feet on the spot, and no one could stop it. Hearing this, Gecko Moria frowned and snorted coldly. Hawkeye, what did you say? He's right, you're a fool. In an instant, the chills hit. The black sperm looked at Gecko Moria calmly while maintaining the posture of being penetrated, and sneered. I heard that you are Kaido's defeated opponent. Is this also a big blow to Ben? Not long ago, we, the sun never sets, the world's #1 swordsman, defeated Kaido and let him flee. As soon as this word comes out, Doflamingo suddenly felt a chill. In his mind, the violent figure of Arturia instantly appeared. Threatening Kaido the day before, will defeat Kaido today. So cruel. At the same time, the others looked at Hawkeye in unison. The world's #1 swordsman, isn't it you? How did it become, sun never sets? Advertisement. And, also defeated Kaido, don't be ridiculous. Just listen to this, don't take it seriously. Don't look at him, that title will be taken back by us sooner or later. Speaking of which, he is nothing but the defeated general of my uncle. What? Everyone was shocked again. Hawkeye lost to you. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Hawkeye again, waiting for his answer. However, Hawkeye was silent. Seeing this, everyone gasped. For this kind of victory or defeat, Hawkeye did not deny it. That is to say, this little black thing really beat Hawkeye. At this moment, Gecko Moria's complexion changed slightly, and he looked at the black sperm, suddenly having a bad feeling. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned. Scared. Late. You have offended my uncle. Take out 3 devil fruits, or, you will be destroyed. After finishing speaking, the black sperm instantly committed a crime. The pierced body was torn apart, split into 2, and rushed towards Gecko Moria. Then, his body exploded in an instant, turning into a giant hand with shocking muscles, and slammed down on Moria fiercely. Go to hell. Seeing this, Moria's face changed slightly. What a speed. He snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. The shadow under his feet moved instantly, turning into dense bats, blocking in front of him. Shard bat. You actually want to block my uncle's attack. This blow will bring back 100,000 cells of my uncle. Advertisement. Then boom. The bat shadow was instantly shattered and splashed onto the ground. The attack power of the black sperm remained undiminished, hitting Moria directly. Moria's complexion changed drastically, and she felt like her bones were going to be broken. After being defeated by Kaido, he abandoned himself and hid in the Devil's Delta. Strength does not advance but retreats. Facing the onslaught of black sperm, there is no power to fight back. Shadow Revolution. Crucial moment. He immediately switched places with Shadow. This blow shattered the Shadow again. However, the impact that was received before fell directly on Moria's body, causing Moria to fly upside down, smashing the wall of the meeting room. One strike. Seconds Gecko Moria. Although Moria's strength is indeed not good enough. But, how many people on the scene can hit him in seconds? Just when everyone was horrified, Suru, who had been sitting next to Sengoku, stood up and spoke calmly. Okay. Be quiet. She flicked lightly with her right hand. I don't know when. I came to the side of the black sperm. Wash the fruit to start. Wash away all evil and rage. Feeling the change in himself, the black sperm froze for a moment, rather surprised. A mind-altering devil fruit. There are a lot of weird devil fruits in this era. After finishing speaking, he directly raised his hand, twisted his own neck, and died on the spot. Seeing this, not only these Shichibukai, but even the cranes were stunned. This guy committed suicide. However, she was not surprised yet. From among the corpses, another black sperm stood up. Advertisement. This time, the black sperm didn't do anything, just smiled. You won't let this group of people deal with us, the sun never sets. The quality of your 7 warlords of the sea is really not good. It's better to let the uncle do it. After finishing speaking, the black sperm sat down on one of the seats. Seeing this, Sengoku smiled, and saw the extraordinariness of the black sperm. The other party dared to appear here swaggeringly, so he was not afraid of them, so Sengoku didn't do anything. You want to be open black lens bracket 7 warlords of the sea close black lens bracket. It's okay. After all, the original intention of calling 7 warlords of the sea is not to deal with you. In the near future, there is a high probability that Whitebeard and Big Mom will fight. As 7 warlords of the sea, I will naturally contribute. Whitebeard and Big Rom, how about killing one at random? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned again. Crocodile couldn't help but speak. Whitebeard and Big Mom going to war? Sengoku nodded. Probably yes. Big Mom used one of his daughters to marry Al Buff, although they haven't officially married yet, but Al Buff has given Big Mom a lot of support. I got some 5.2 powers from the giants, and the Big Mom has been crazy recently, trying to defeat Whitebeard. After speaking, Sengoku looked at the black sperm with a smile. How about it? It's easy to kill Whitebeard and Big Mom. The black sperm smiled, speaking surprisingly. Open black lens bracket 7 warlords of the sea close black lens bracket. This name is not very good. A mere marine, dare to call himself king. Ridiculous. The king of this world, the heaven and the earth, is only our majesty. Hearing this, Sengoku looked at the black sperm calmly, and then spoke. So, what do you want to do? The black sperm tapped Erlang's leg and smiled. What you think? At this moment, Sengoku had a bad feeling in his heart. Not to mention this side. When the black sperm clone was swearing in naval headquarters. His body, however, started to make trouble in Impel Down. Chapter 74 Our Majesty, decide to pardon the world. Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Great Undersea Prison, Impel Down. 5th floor, freezing hell. At this moment, after being robbed by black sperm, I don't know how many pirates died. Because this layer is too cold, there is no phone bug installed, and the jailer in Impel Down is like a blind man, who didn't find the existence of black sperm at all. Some important people came to patrol several times, but they were all avoided by the black sperm and were not found. It's not that black sperm are afraid of anything. I just don't want to be discovered so early. He won't die, it's just that guy is a weak chicken. If he really wants to fight, if he is slightly affected, he may see the king of Hades. This time, the black sperm, as usual, came to this floor and found Guy Saw. Seeing the black sperm, Guy shuddered. You again. What are you going to do? I should tell you. Honestly. He was a little scared of black sperm. This thing looks like a human, a ghost or a ghost, and it is completely different from other things, but the problem is that it is ridiculously forceful, moody, and kills as soon as it is said. The criminals in freezing hell are almost killed by him. What are you afraid of? My uncle didn't do anything to you. Get ready, let's go. Hearing this, Guy was stunned. Go. Where? Of course, get out of this prison. Didn't you just want to leave before? Now go out with my uncle. Guy's expression brightened. You can leave. How to leave? This is a big problem. Just follow me. I have a companion who is going to attack the prison, and when the time comes, you and I will fight out together. Hearing this, Guy's expression changed immediately. Get out. What are you kidding? I'm a scientist, how can I do these things? Advertisement. Having said that, in fact, he was terrified to death. This horse is impelled down, the big prison under the sea. Fighting out with you. I'm afraid I was shot dead at the door as soon as I went out. What? You don't want to leave. It's not, it's just that it's degrading. Boom. The black sperm almost knocked out Guy's brains with a punch. Speak human words to my uncle. This is impelled down. The warden, the director and the deputy director, which one is not a monster? If you kill it like this, you will die. No, I don't. 11. Guy almost cried. How did I come across such an iron-headed weirdo? Doflamingo, where are you? Didn't you come to save me? This is different from what you said. Guy raised his head to the sky and screamed. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned. It's not up to you. After finishing speaking, there was a bang. The arm of the black sperm exploded instantly, and the muscles bulged, which was quite terrifying. Guy pissed in fright, thinking that the black sperm was going to beat him with this arm. Wait, what are you going to do? Don't step on the horse, do you want to die? The black sperm snorted coldly, and Guy was too scared to move. At this time, the black sperm picked up the seastone chains that locked Guy, and pulled it instantly. Boom. In an instant, the power of millions of cells exploded, the void even produced a sonic boom, and the seastone chain was directly torn off. Guy was immediately frightened to pee, panting carefully. I ride a horse. This is a seastone chain, you broke it just like that. Stop shaking. Prepare to escape. However, before that, I'm going to the 6th floor. Hearing this, Guy was taken aback. Advertisement. What are you doing there? It's closed there, it's all monsters. Monsters are good, you can definitely get a lot of devil fruit. Guy saw's face changed slightly, and his heart trembled. This murderous person doesn't want to go to the 6th floor to blackmail him, does he? Not to mention this side. The black sperm shrank itself, and sneaked into the 6th floor through the gap. This is open black lens bracket eternal hell close black lens bracket. But anyone who enters eternal hell committed such shocking things that the world government had to erase them all. As long as criminals enter this level, they will never see the light of day. At this moment, the black sperm entered it, looked around for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. It's so dark, it's just right to sneak in. The black sperm hid in the darkness, sneaked into it, and after a while, came to the center of the cell. At this moment, he doesn't hide, Ulquiorra is almost here, it's fun to make the prison lively, think of this, step out, and instantly become bigger. The sudden appearance of black sperm immediately attracted the attention of the criminals in the cell, and they couldn't help but speak. What is this? It's not black. Did that bastard find a new jailer? It doesn't look good. Ha 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 ha. Let Lousy out, Lousy is going to kill Magellan. In an instant, eternal hell boiled up. Seeing this, the black sperm grinned, folded his hands on his chest, and spoke calmly, arrogantly. Who is the strongest guy on this floor? During Setsuna, the real eternal hell was quiet for a moment. In the next second, there was a loud noise. Of course the strongest is Lousy. No, it's me. Before Lousy came here, he became famous all over the country. What is destroying a country? Lousy slaughtered 5 celestial dragons. Go away. The strongest thing is that it's your turn, Lousy of course. For a moment, eternal hell was extremely noisy. Seeing this, the black sperm was stunned for a moment, some admired the shamelessness of these pirates, and felt that they were the strongest, thinking of this, then sneered. Since they are all the strongest, then Lousy will just find someone. After speaking, the black sperm started directly. The body exploded instantly, turning into a shockingly muscular arm. Advertisement. It's you. Go to hell. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. A cell exploded instantly, And before the prisoner had time to resist, the meat pie was smashed by the black sperm, and the blood splashed all over the ground. Seeing this, the entire eternal hell fell silent. Simba was killed. Who is this guy? Someone with ability 697. Idiot. That's Seastone's prison cell. Can a capable person break it? It's such a strong blow. Simba's bounty can be as high as more than 1 billion, and it's actually taken in seconds. The brief silence made the black sperm smile, and then spoke. You trash, listen to me. This uncle is a combat member of the Sun Never Sets Empire, Black Sperm. Now, under the order of His Majesty, capture the big prison. Those who want to leave, please report your name. This uncle will let you go. After going out, turn in 3 devil fruits. As he said that, the black sperm grinned fiercely. 3 devil fruits, this is money for life. During Setsuna, eternal hell became quiet again. The next moment, an instant eruption. I do. Quick. Let Lousy out. Ha ha ha. Finally let Lousy wait until this day. Hearing this sound, the black sperm grinned. Is it? In that case, thank your majesty for your kindness. Today, our majesty, we have decided to pardon the world. Having said that, at this moment, the black sperm wrote down all the people in front of them in a notebook. As long as you get out alive, 1 counts as 1, if you can't take out 3 devil fruits, all of them will die. Hee hee, this is much more efficient than looking for devil fruit alone. My uncle is really a genius. Chapter 75 World Famous Paintings, Don't Look Down on Me, Uncle. Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Recently, Shiryu, who is the warden, is in a bad mood. The prisoners in Impel Down kept dying, and everyone in Impel Down thought he was the one who killed them. But Shiryu knew. I haven't started riding a horse recently. That's right, he planned to do it, but he didn't. Moreover, even if you want to kill, it's only 1 or 2 at a time. Mass murder of criminals, even the chief warden, will be unlucky. Last time Shiryu and Magellan had been arguing for a long time before Magellan reluctantly believed him. In the past few days, another prisoner died. Although the number was not many, Magellan looked at Shiryu more and more fiercely. Shiryu has no doubts. One day, Magellan will directly attack him, and even imprison him. A horse rider. Who the hell? Shiryu took a deep breath of the cigarette, choked it out, and stomped on the ground. Lousy's majestic Impel Down chief guard actually took the blame for someone. What Lousy killed was what Lousy killed. Really do it yourself. Has Lousy ever denied it? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Shiryu took a deep breath, and then ran to the monitoring room to wander around. He also went to freezing hell several times, but found nothing. And at this moment, one of the guards saw Shiryu coming and spoke immediately. Shiryu warden. There seems to be something wrong here. Shiryu was taken aback, a little wary. What's wrong? Eternal hell on the 6th floor, there seems to be something here. Thing. Shiryu leans closer. Eternal hell looks a bit dark due to no lights. And in the darkness, there is indeed something. And the next moment, this thing instantly became bigger, and directly turned into a fist, blowing a cell to the house. Advertisement. The whole Impel Down shuddered. Shiryu's eyes widened immediately. At this moment, he could see clearly that there was indeed something dark in the darkness. But, what kind of thing is this riding horse? Is it human or ghost? Couldn't it be this thing that blamed Lousy? Shiryu rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more he thought so. Thinking of this, his face was stern, his killing intent permeated, and there was a bloody aura in the blade, which startled the jailer next to him. Shiryu, look, warden. Hearing this, Shiryu patted the jailer on the shoulder and spoke coldly. Where's Magellan? The words of the deputy director seemed to be in the toilet. This lazy bastard. Shiryu looked grim. Because of this incident, Magellan has been targeting him, and he has long been upset, thinking of this, and then opened his mouth. Go now, Magellan, call that diarrhea bastard. Let him take a good look at how Lousy got the criminal out. After finishing speaking, he held the knife and left gracefully, murmuring. You wait for Lousy, lazy bastard. HMPH. Immediately afterwards, Shiryu acted immediately, took the elevator, and went to Eternal Hell. As soon as he entered, he found that the entire eternal hell was extremely noisy and chaotic. The black sperm is in the center, fanning the flames. Seeing this, Shiryu drew his sword instantly and struck directly, extremely fierce. What the hell are you? How did you get into Impel Down? In an instant, it was chopped off with a single knife. The black sperm was chopped off in half. At this moment, the black sperm was talking in high spirits, but was interrupted by this knife, extremely annoyed. You bastard, how dare you interrupt my uncle's speech? You must have made up your mind. The severed black sperm split into two and stood up again. Seeing this, Shiryu grinned. Advertisement. Not dead. Then die a few more times. Hearing this, the black sperm didn't dodge or dodge, even though Shiryu slashed and slashed, he couldn't help ridiculing. Another stupid guy, comma. At this moment, outside of Impel Down, in the void, the black chamber opens. Ulquiorra stepped forward and headed here with Doflamingo's body. At this moment, in order to conceal his identity, Doflamingo is wearing the same Night Palace costume as Ulquiorra, and also wears a mask. It's just that the momentum is not at the same level as Ulquiorra's, and it even looks a little wretched. Doflamingo was a little surprised to come across the space suddenly. Fufurfur, the ability to travel through space is really convenient. Nothing to be surprised about, just forcefully destroy space with Reiatsu. Hearing this, Doflamingo laughed dryly. Forcibly destroy space. Ulquiorra's mouth spoke of such an inhuman method, but Doflamingo was a little numb to their methods. He was suspended in the air by a thin wire, looked at the Impel Down below, and couldn't help but speak. How do we attack? Impel Down is an iron wall. There are not only the warden Shiryu, and the deputy director Magellan, but also a monster-like director. His ability is not weaker than Admiral. Hearing this, Ulquiorra's face was calm, and his nerves were scanned across the area, and then he opened his mouth calmly. It's just ants. As for how to capture our sun never sets method has always been only one: push it horizontally. The moment he finished speaking, Ulquiorra stepped out and disappeared instantly. At this moment, Ulquiorra's presence is also noticed by the influence phone bugs that have flowed outside the city. The people in the monitoring room thought they were dazzled when they saw a person floating in midair. In the next second, the figure in the sky disappeared strangely. I read it wrong. In the blink of an eye, the figure reappeared, but at this moment, it had already arrived at the gate of Impel Down. What is this? Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger through the influence phone bug. The next moment, the berserk green Reiatsu gathered wildly. Even through the video phone bug, I feel that this is extremely dangerous. Subconsciously prepared to use the intercom system to report the warning to the whole building. But it was still a step too late. Sero. Then, boom. The green Sero instantly engulfed the entire Impel Down gate. Seeing this, Doflamingo in the sky could not help but twitch his mouth. Good guy. To attack Impel Down, there is really no plan, just rely on recklessness. As expected of Sun Never Sets, as really arrogant. Recklessness is also built on the basis of strength. And Sun Never Sets has this strength. This Wang Lizao shocking outburst caused the entire Impel Down to become turbulent in an instant. At this moment, Magellan was called, a little displeased, frowning. What happened? Where's Shiryu? What did that guy ask me to come and see? Hearing this, the jailer looked terrified, and then pointed to the affected picture. Deputy Chief Magellan, hope Shiryu asks Warden to let you. Look at this. What? Magellan's face froze, and he looked towards the display screen, his pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he saw a world-famous painting body. Black sperm cells proliferate, just like a member of the opposite sex. With long arms, he picked up the dying Shiryu, and lifted him high, forming a H shape. At this time, the words of the black sperm just came. Don't underestimate me, uncle. Seeing this, Magellan's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but speak. Shiryu really asked me to watch this. Chapter 76 One-Way Street of Death. Open black lens bracket seek automatic close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shiryu really asked me to watch this. At this moment, Shiryu was covered all over, and a strange black humanoid creature grabbed the hair and lifted it up. Even though he was still holding a knife in his hand, but he didn't slash at the counter, which meant that he had reached the limit. What is this thing? Even Shiryu is not an opponent. Magellan couldn't help frowning. Although he and Shiryu disagree, and think that Shiryu is too bloodthirsty, even the prisoners who are imprisoned in Impel Down are not tools for him to vent his anger. It was even thought that a dangerous person like Shiryu should be imprisoned. However, Magellan still recognized his strength. However, to be beaten like this by the other party at this moment is really shocking. Hearing this, the jailer spoke immediately. This black thing suddenly appeared in eternal hell before, and the warden Shiryu said to go and check it. Before the words were finished, Shiryu knew what happened next. Shiryu was defeated and was suppressed by the opponent. To defeat Shiryu in such a short time, the strength must be extraordinary. And that puzzled Magellan. How did this guy sneak into Impel Down without anyone noticing? That's the last floor of eternal hell, Impel Down. How did the other party bypass everyone on the 5th floor and enter it? If this is the case, Impel Down will really lose face. And at this moment, the huge alarm in Impel Down was suddenly sounded. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the monitoring room. Magellan's expression changed slightly. The matter of eternal hell hasn't been dealt with yet, so why did other mobs appear in 177? What happened? What happened again? Hearing this, the jailer quickly spoke. Deputy Director Magellan, just now, all the monitoring on the 1st floor of Impel Down, all failed. What? Fail all? That's right. I don't know what happened, all the signals have been cut off. Interference? Asked Magellan. The man immediately shook his head. It's not like that. It seems, in an instant, it was completely destroyed. Advertisement. Hearing this, Magellan's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but speak. Do you know how many video phone bugs there are on the 1st floor? Apart from some fixes, there are also video phone bugs patrolling, wanting to destroy them all in an instant. Is this realistic? The voice just fell. A sound from Peng. The door was suddenly pushed open by a panicked jailer. At this moment, he looked flustered and terrified, and when he saw Magellan, he spoke quickly, with a tremor in his voice. My Deputy Director Magellan. Someone invaded Impel Down just for a moment. The 1st floor was completely destroyed. It's terrible. What? Magellan's face changed drastically. No wonder all the images on the 1st floor were cut off. Is it really broken? Moreover, it wasn't just the video phone bug that was destroyed, it was even the entire 1st floor. Who is so bold? He even invaded this impregnable undersea prison. How many people are there? Two people. What? Magellan was shocked again, and the two of them wiped out the entire 1st floor of Impel Down. No, there's actually only one person. The other person didn't make a move all the time, and was watching the show by the side, and the person who made the shot made a thunderous shot, without giving us a chance to react, and directly launched an attack. By the time we realized it, the 1st layer of Impel Down had been wiped out. Who is that? Magellan's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this, the jailer was terrified, swallowed, and then spoke. A bounty of 1.5 billion belly, member of the empire on which the sun never sets, Ulquiorra cipher. Hearing this, Magellan's face changed slightly. It's actually him. I heard that he raided the Holy Land and defeated Akainu in the Sabayati archipelago. Now he actually came to our Impel Down to make trouble. Magellan frowned. The so-called shadow of the number of people. Even though he has never met Ulquiorra, he should not be underestimated as he bears the power to defeat Admiral. Don't worry about him, the 2nd floor is the chief's office. Meet the director head on, no one can step into the 3rd floor. HMPH, the boy who never sets will soon know the real reason why Impel Down is called Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. As for that damn thing, eternal hell. Let me judge him myself. As he said that, Magellan's body was rippling with purple viscous liquid, and poisonous gas was released, which looked extremely frightening. Advertisement. Also, immediately report the news here to Naval Headquarters and ask for support. I want these guys to invade with their lives and leave with their lives. Yes. Deputy Director Magellan. Not to mention this side. At this moment, in Naval Headquarters, in the conference room, Sengoku looked at the black sperm with a calm expression, not understanding what purpose he came here for. Just simply listening in. In fact, what important news can there be from what is publicly a god in Shichibukai? To Sengoku, these pirates are not to be trusted, but to be used. And just when Sengoku was wondering, his phone buzzed. Sengoku took it, and after listening to the content, his expression changed drastically. The next moment, his face was stern, and he instantly released a shocking momentum, which made all the Shichibukai in the entire conference room stunned for a moment. Bold. The empire on which the sun never sets, you are looking for death. The moment I finished speaking, Sengoku's body was covered with bursts of golden light. Vaguely, behind it, there seems to be a big Buddha appearing. What? Everyone was taken aback. Sengoku shot instantly, mercilessly. As soon as he came up, he directly attacked the killer. Everyone was very puzzled. The next moment, Sengoku instantly appeared in front of the black sperm, and slapped it with his palm. Shock. Seeing this, the black sperm didn't dodge, and was instantly knocked into the air. This huge impact caused the black sperm to split instantly. One is divided into two, and the other is divided into Sichuan and Guangxi. In the blink of an eye, the entire conference room is filled. Seeing Sengoku, the black sperm grinned. Hee, have you heard the news? Alright, let's get started. The black sperm murmured. Sengoku's face changed slightly. Start to act. What action? At the moment, outside of Marineford. On the surface of the sea, Arturia stood on the platform. At this moment, a black sperm emerged and spoke immediately. Okay. Hawkeye is in Marineford, make a fuss. Hearing this, Arturia suddenly opened her eyes with a fighting spirit. Advertisement. Then let's get started. The next moment, she directly raised the pitch-black holy sword above her head, and chopped it off with one blow. Oath. Sword of victory. A black flash, bursting directly at Marineford. A huge alarm rang out. At the same time, Dressrosa. After Chiba learned about Marineford's situation from the black sperm, he immediately smiled. The next moment, he stretched out his right hand and spoke calmly. It's about time. Wake up. All Marine, and in Malindo. 18 pieces of special energy disappeared immediately. At this moment, at the port of Marineford, a white and thin figure quietly appeared. When a sea soldier discovered this person, his expression changed immediately. Who are you? Why did it appear here? Get out of the way. Don't delay our mission. The voice just fell. The man grinned and was insane. Under that head of white hair, there are blood-red pupils. Want to pass here? Stop dreaming, you fool. What is in front of you is the one-way street of death. After finishing speaking, he tapped his foot gently under the ground. And that's this Setsuna. The huge vectors were instantly gathered together and then released suddenly. Boom. Accompanied by a shocking loud noise, the entire earth exploded in an instant, and huge cracks extended out. All the sailors were instantly knocked into the air. What? With a light tap of the toe, there is such a weishi. What kind of monster is this? One way. Race. Superhuman. Ability. 1. Vector Control LV5. Advertisement. Chapter 77 Kazaru Nemesis. Reflection. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No one knew who the white-haired boy who suddenly appeared in front of them was. However, at this moment, anyone can see that this person exudes an aura of, if you provoke me, you will be destroyed. White hair, red pupils. With just one look, all the sailors in front of them were forced to retreat. Coupled with that light tap just now, it released an astonishing power, which made all the sailors incomparably horrified. Take a light step on your feet, and there is such a thing. This guy, is he a capable person? Whoever he is, Marshal Sengoku has given orders. Now, head to Impel Down for support as fast as you can. As for the person in front of him, at this moment, several generals and officers appeared, and they immediately took the lead and snorted coldly. Attack. Whoever he is. Show up at Marineford, grab them all, bring them right to Impel Down, and lock them up. Next moment, the densely packed muzzles were aimed directly at Accelerator. Seeing this scene, Accelerator smiled. My uncle said it. This road is a one-way street of death. Walking around randomly will kill you. Facing the threat of death, these generals and officers remained unmoved, snorted coldly, and were extremely decisive. Shot. The rain of bullets rained down, not to mention the shells of the cannon, but all the physical attacks returned intact. Ineffective. Ineffective. All attacks are ineffective. The person holding the gun just felt that the gun in his hand exploded inexplicably as soon as he fired the gun. The same is true for the cannon. In just a split second, the swarming seashore was wiped out by his own attack. If the bullet cannon doesn't work, it will release poisonous gas and release hypnosis gas. However, the gas used will only be manipulated by an inexplicable air flow and cannot be inhaled by the opponent at all. In the end, they are the only ones who fall down. Throw a flash bomb. Accelerator will instantly put open black lens bracket light close black lens bracket into the reflection list, and even the light will be reflected without any effect. Not to mention grenades and the like. This is different from previous enemies. When they saw that the methods they used could not hurt one party, Accelerator, everyone murmured like this. However, time does not allow them to formulate any so-called combat plan. Advertisement. Gradually, they began to feel fear. They just looked at Accelerator's red pupils, and their whole bodies seemed to be stiff, unable to move. Is this your attack? You bastards. In order to cooperate with you, I have stood here for a minute. As he said that, Fang Accelerator twisted his neck, extremely crazy, and grinned. A terrifying cold light flashed in his red pupils. My lord will let you see. What is it called an attack? The moment he finished speaking, Accelerator raised his right foot, and then stepped on it. Boom. This kick gathered incredible vectors. All force is concentrated at one point, and then released suddenly. At this moment, the whole Marineford trembled because of it. And, with Accelerator's foot as the center, a huge spider web appeared in the house. The entire port was instantly shattered, and the sea was tumbling. What? At this moment, everyone looked at this scene in horror and couldn't believe their eyes. With just one kick, the entire continent was shaken. Can this be done by humans? Accompanied by the destruction, there were also strong winds blowing in all directions, and huge cracks of different sizes would appear on the ground every step of the way. Accelerator opened his hands in a cross shape and walked forward as if he was about to embrace an angel. At this moment, no one seems to be able to stop his footsteps. The nasty smile under the corner of the mouth made everyone who saw it shudder, and some even couldn't stand the considerable pressure and ran back screaming with their heads in their hands. Monster. This is a monster. Damn. Attack. Hit. Don't mess yourself up. The sea soldiers continued to attack, but it was completely useless. All attacks would just go back the same way. Seeing this, Accelerator grinned, and randomly picked up a pistol from the ground. Oh, my, what a poor marksmanship. Is it impossible to hit like this? Then. At this time, Accelerator suddenly aimed the pistol in his hand at his temple, and grinned arrogantly. Then, he pulled the trigger mercilessly. This moment. Everyone was stunned. What happened? However, don't wait for their reaction. One of the sailors suddenly had his brain exploded and was pierced by bullets. What? Advertisement. No one knows what happened. Immediately afterwards, Accelerator crazily pulled the trigger, the smile on his face turned into ultimate, until all the bullets were shot at his own temple. They couldn't understand the reason why Accelerator did this, but in the next moment, because the bullet that was supposed to be shot in Accelerator's head shot into someone else's brain as if it had changed its route. It pierced through the brains of the sailors one by one with incomparable precision, and people kept falling down. The whole scene was full of corpses. How is this considered a shooting? You guys. Two right now. In the sky, suddenly flashed a flash of light. The flash of light came in an instant, and appeared directly in front of Accelerator, at an unbelievably fast speed, and even Accelerator couldn't notice it. When he came to his senses, there was only one leg emitting light in front of him. Really? Can't your sun never sets empire stop? I just made a fuss in G1, and I haven't finished reporting to the world government, and I'm going to make a fuss in naval headquarters soon. Can't I let the old man stop the meeting? At this moment, Kizaru suddenly appeared, descended from the sky, and raised his kick, extremely fierce. Flash kicks. Then, sigh. At the moment when this kick was kicked out, Kizaru's flash returned to the same way in an instant, and shot to the distant land in the blink of an eye. The next moment, it exploded. At this moment, even the sea soldier in front of him couldn't react. What happened? Just now there seems to be a flash of light. That seems to be Kizaru Admiral. Accelerator, who knew what he reflected, suddenly smiled. Is this the headquarters admiral? The speed is really amazing. I didn't even realize it. It's a pity. My uncle's ability, my god. After finishing speaking, Accelerator frantically manipulated the vector behind him. 4 huge whirlwinds suddenly emerged, took Accelerator with them, and flew into the air in an instant, rushing towards the place where Kizaru fell. At this moment, Kizaru was lying on the ground, touching his chin with doubts. Strangeness. Why does it feel like the attack has come back intact? As this, an ability user. Reflection. Correct. But. Not quite. Advertisement. At this moment, Accelerator's crazy voice suddenly came from the sky. Kizaru raised his head and saw Accelerator against the background of the 4 whirlwinds. He arrived in an instant, and stepped on him. Seeing this, Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. No armament hockey. No soul attack like Ulquiorra either. An ordinary attack. That's right. This is an ordinary kick. With Accelerator's physical strength, even this kick is not as powerful as that of an ordinary high school student. Kizaru saw it too. However, the vectors gathered in it are not what Kizaru can feel at all. Looks ordinary. However, since it is the sun never sets empire, you should be more vigilant. After speaking, Kizaru raised his hands, and a flash of light flashed in his hands. The next moment, the flash shot out, and at the same time, the body was photonized instantly. 8-foot mirror. Whoosh. The next moment, Kizaru completely turned into photons, and shot out under the trajectory of the 8-foot mirror, directly turning into a flash of light. In this state, he is the speed of light. However, seeing this, Accelerator stepped on it without hesitation. At the moment of touching the flash that was gone forever began to reverse. All the photons flowed upstream in their original posture, and at this moment, they returned to Kizaru's body. Now, Kizaru's face showed unprecedented shock. What? The photon actually reversed. This unscientific. Hearing this, Accelerator grinned. Stepping down with 1 foot, this foot actually stepped on Kizaru's body, unable to elementalize. Kizaru's expression changed drastically. No, that's science. As I said, you got the answer right about my uncle's ability, but you didn't answer it completely. This is called vector manipulation. All vectors are under the control of my uncle. Just ask, is there any simpler vector in this world than the linear propagation of light? Chapter 78 Vector Reversal. This is science. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let me ask, is there any simpler vector in this world than the linear propagation of light? Accelerator's words kept beating Kizaru's heart. Vector manipulation. In fact, Kizaru does not fully understand the true meaning of one-way ability. However, at this moment, his elementalization is blocked, but it is real. Accelerator's foot is not armed, and there is no restraint in ability. However, Kizaru felt that the photons in his body were disturbed and out of control at all. What devil fruit ability is this? It can actually hinder the old man's sparkling fruit. Hearing this, Accelerator grinned and spread out his hands, extremely arrogant. Feel sorry. This is not a devil fruit ability, this is science. Vector manipulation. This is the name of my uncle's ability. It can control the direction of energy. As long as it touches the skin, it can freely control the direction of kinetic energy, thermal energy, electric energy, etc. Forget it. With your head, I probably can't understand it. Just use your body to experience it. The moment he finished speaking, the Japanese sidestepped on Accelerator. The convergence of the vectors makes all the open black lens bracket force close black lens bracket concentrate on one point, and then explode instantly. Boom. This kick directly caused Kizaru's body to explode, transforming into countless photons, splashing everywhere. 810. At the same time, this kick directly split the ground, the sea rolled, and the whole Marineford was shaken by it. The next moment, Kizaru got rid of Accelerator's vector control, and the photons gathered in an instant, turning into a human form, clutching his chest, with a horrified expression on his face. This ordinary kick has such power. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible ability. At this moment, Kizaru was a little apprehensive. Looking at the extremely arrogant Accelerator in front of him, Kizaru remembered what Zephyr said to him, don't rely too much on Devil Fruit's ability. Before that, Kizaru scoffed at it. After all, in his opinion, Sparkling fruit is part of his strength, how can it be called dependence? Moreover, his hockey and physical skills are not weak, far from being dependent. Kizaru, you also suffered from being uneducated, concentrating all the vector directions on one point, not to mention stepping on your feet. Even my breath can cause a tornado, just like this. As he spoke, Accelerator took a deep breath and walked out. The exhaled air directly turned into a huge tornado, rolled up the surrounding ruins, and attacked Kizaru. Seeing this scene, Kizaru froze and couldn't help but speak. You say, this is called science. Do you think this is scientific? Idiot, this is science. The moment he finished speaking, Accelerator rushed over. Behind it, 4 tornadoes serve as power, allowing one party to pass at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Kizaru also gave up the idea of using the sparkling fruit ability to fight against him. Since the fruit ability is restrained, then suppress you with swordsmanship and hockey. Advertisement. You don't really think that I got the position of admiral because of the ability of sparkling fruit. After speaking, Kizaru raised his hand and pulled it. Accompanied by the flash of light, a golden lightsaber instantly appeared in his hand. Sword from the sky. Under the flash of light, Kizaru aimed at Accelerator's neck and chopped it off. Seeing this, Accelerator didn't dodge or dodge, and directly took it with his bare hands. Kizaru's expression changed slightly. Unarmed. At this moment, Kizaru released his sense of knowledge, convinced that Accelerator had no defenses, so he really stuck out with his bare hands. Reflection. Slash. Flew back intact. Kizaru's expression froze. Tien Kongyan's sword suddenly raised, and directly knocked his own slash into the air. His pupils shrank involuntarily. Not only the fruit ability, but also the sword technique can be reflected. My lord said it. All vectors are under the control of my uncle. As long as there is a direction, there is a vector. You can even touch me. After finishing speaking, Accelerator sneered, stretched out his right hand in an instant, and grabbed Kizaru's neck. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately raised his hand to block the blow. Accelerator's right hand firmly held Huang Yuan's arm. Kizaru's expression froze. Its own photons are controlled. Can't even do elementalization. You seem very nervous. Suddenly, Accelerator spoke in a low tone, which made Kizaru have bad thoughts in his heart. What? The heart rate is above 150, the blood flow is very fast, and the bioelectricity is very disordered. Are you afraid of me? What a mess. What did you say? This is vector manipulation, so people need to read more. Accelerator curled his lips and said with a grin. To me, touch kills. Maybe you don't understand, but to put it simply, the moment I touch you is the moment of your death. Like I said, as long as there is a direction, there is a vector. The blood flowing in your body, the propagation of bioelectricity, and the simple diffusion of oxygen are all vectors. And these are all under the control of my uncle now. What do you think will happen next? At this moment, even Kizaru found Accelerator's ability difficult to understand, but he knew a lot. However, before Kizaru could react, Accelerator had already started to act. You are still confused. It's okay, I will let you understand it slowly. For example, like this. After finishing speaking, a certain amount of medicine was instantly manipulated. The next moment, Kizaru's expression changed suddenly, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, wanting to breathe, but no matter how much he breathed, there was no trace of air entering his body. What have you done? Advertisement. It's nothing, let the oxygen in your body diffuse against the concentration. Oxygen can't get in, and your lungs can't expand under the pressure gap. Another example like this. As he said that, Accelerator manipulated a certain vector. The next moment, Kizaru felt his body go limp and almost fell to the ground. I reversed the bioelectricity in your body, the nerve transmission was cut off, and now, you can't even control your body. Kizaru was surprised and found that it was so. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger. Kizaru looked at Accelerator, and now, he finally understood this ability. What a terrifying ability. Is it scary? Accelerator smiled. And that's just vector manipulation at its crudest. Guess what? I reversed all the vectors in your body. What will happen at this moment? Hearing this, Kizaru's expression changed. The next moment, Accelerator narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous cold light flashed in his red pupils. Then, the vector is reversed. At this moment, Kizaru felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and the blood surged up instantly. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of pong. Kizaru's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into countless photons, scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Accelerator grinned. So, things like people are really fragile. It only takes me to touch it lightly, and it will die. Without a doubt, you should be thankful that your sparkling fruit is Logia, or else, you're gone. If one side passes by, there will be a burst of blood. At this moment, with the gathering of photons, Kizaru appeared in front of Accelerator. Instead of acting rashly, he put a distance away instead. What a monster. Sure enough, the guys who never set the sun are not fuel-efficient lamps. Kizaru looked apprehensive. Even Accelerator, who seemed so weak, displayed abilities that were at the crushing level. What on earth is your sun never sets empire trying to do? My uncle said it, there is a one-way street of death. Nobody can get through here. Hearing this, Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Stop our marine operation, cut off rescue. Is there anything important about Impel Down that requires such a big fanfare? Accelerator scratched his ears with a look of disdain. Who knows? Perhaps it was His Majesty's whim, so what? In this world, there is nothing His Majesty can't do. Not to mention this side. At this moment, in the conference room, Sengoku was beating up the black sperm. Advertisement. The Shichibukai right now are all stunned. Although they don't know what happened. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sengoku got angry, and it was a trick to beat him to death. These attacks, in the eyes of these Shichibukai, were quite deadly. However, what was even weirder was the black sperm. No matter what ult Sengoku puts, he always catches it with his head. Are you afraid of getting bigger with your face? Moreover, his body, the more he hits, the more he hits. Even the entire conference room exploded. Sengoku is very angry and feels ashamed. But the problem is that the black sperm kept talking obscenities when they were face to face. You guy, haven't you eaten? Just this strength. Is this the strength of Martial Marine? Aren't you underestimating me? Sengoku was so angry that his head was smoking. The next moment, he suddenly turned his head, looked at Shichibukai, and snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Hurry up and suppress him. Hearing this, Shichibukai looked at each other and looked at each other. Make a look like you want to make a move in 4.4, but no one really moves. What a joke. Lousie's Shichibukai is here to reap benefits. If you don't get much benefit, you just let me work hard. That's not how Tool people are. And Doflamingo hid to the end. He knows the strength of the black sperm. If he really wants to fight, with his clone's strength, if it is affected, it will be gone. At this moment, seeing all the Shichibukai fishing one by one, Sengoku's lungs exploded. Really? You pirates are unreliable. Between the words, Sengoku's eyes are extremely sharp. But at this moment, Hawkeye's expression froze suddenly, and he subconsciously pulled out his black knife. Seeing this, Crocodile next to him was taken aback. Hawkeye, you want to shoot? Hawkeye shook his head. No, my opponent is coming. The next moment, accompanied by the shocking berserk magic power, a figure bathed in pitch black magic power descended from the sky. The pitch black holy sword was gently provoked, and when it raised a huge impact. Artoria looked at Hawkeye calmly and grinned. Hawkeye, come on, I didn't expect you to leave last time. It's not because I saw me defeat Kaido and let you run away. The voice just fell. The faces of the Shichibukai next to him changed slightly. This woman actually defeated Kaido. Advertisement. Chapter 79 Kizaru. Sengoku, I don't seem to be his match. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The voice just fell. The faces of the Shichibukai next to him changed slightly. This woman actually defeated Kaido. Or is it the truth? Afterwards, everyone looked at Hawkeye. How do you say? Hawkeye didn't speak, but calmly pulled out his knife. Everyone was taken aback. You just deny it. Kaido was really crushed by woman. This joke is not very funny. Do not. It doesn't matter if your magic power is infinite or not. After fighting Kaido, I will never fight you again. Facing Hawkeye's answer, Artoria grinned. You are much more honest than that despicable Kaido. At this moment, The holy sword in Artoria's hand lightly waved, and with the rippling of violent magic power, the entire conference room was in turmoil, as if it would collapse at any moment. But, I'm sorry. No matter what time it is, I am at my best. In that case, let's have an upright duel now. Hearing this, Hawkeye smiled. His whole body was full of enthusiasm, as if he had regained the youth he once struggled with, and nodded his head immediately. It is good. The moment he finished speaking, Hawkeye released a shocking momentum all over his body. At this moment, the expressions of Crocodile, Moria and others standing beside him changed slightly. This momentum. Hawkeye, are you serious? During the speech, everyone quickly dodged to avoid the attack range of Hawkeye. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman, and if 06 is not careful, any blow can be fatal. Then, next moment, clang. Hawkeye and Artoria slashed instantly. The huge sword pressure and the violent magic bombarded together, and the huge impact directly caused the entire meeting room to explode. Seeing this, everyone's face changed drastically. So powerful. Forget about Hawkeye. The power released by that woman is terrifying, pure destructive power. But, can this kind of power really defeat Kaido? At this moment, even Jinbei couldn't help but change slightly. He was impacted by the magic power, and even had to raise his hand to resist the force, making his skin extremely hot. Hawkeye and Arturia fought together in an instant. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of attacks and defenses were carried out. The aftermath of the huge impact destroyed everything around. And at the same time, black sperm surrounded him, constantly irritating Sengoku. Advertisement. Veins on Sengoku's head popped. Bad news one after another kept coming to mind. Impel Down was attacked, Naval Headquarters was invaded, Shichibukai paddled 1 by 2 at the critical moment, and the black sperm in front of him kept taunting him. Today, the face of the entire Marine will be gone. And as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, he will undoubtedly be nailed to the pillar of shame. And there is only one way to wash away this shame. The guy whose sun never sets. You completely pissed me off. In the Setsuna room, golden light shines. Sengoku's body turned into a golden giant in an instant. Jiren exudes Buddha's light and has a shocking momentum. Ever since becoming marshal, Sengoku has deliberately suppressed his anger. Because, he is no longer admiral, and his temper cannot follow his heart. Sitting in the position of marshal, it is more about mastering the word open black lens bracket G close black lens bracket. People who are influenced by emotions have never been qualified for the position of marshal. However, this moment, the anger suppressed by Sengoku for a long time broke out in an instant. Go to hell with me. Huge anger erupted instantly. Sengoku slapped it like a mountain of 5 fingers, and everyone in front of him is regarded as the target of attack. Shock. Boom. The huge impact exploded in an instant, centered in Sengoku's hand, and spread continuously, shaking everyone directly. This Setsuna. Countless cells of the black sperm were crushed, and every layer of impact would destroy many of his cells. At the same time, the other Shichibukai at the moment were also instantly knocked into the air, spitting out blood. Being able to become the top of Shichibukai, not to mention dominating the sea, at least achieve a prominent reputation. And fame has always been accompanied by strength. However, these big pirates faced each other and were directly defeated by Sengoku, spitting blood and wounded. At this moment, Artoria blocked the impact with the holy sword, glanced at Sengoku, and snorted coldly. Intervene in my duel, you are courting death. As soon as he spoke, he wanted to rush towards Sengoku. But Hawkeye moved over in an instant, blocked it with a knife, and snorted coldly. Don't be distracted. At the same time, he looked at Sengoku and said, leave it to me, don't get in the way. Hearing this, Sengoku cast Hawkeye coldly, but didn't speak, just snorted coldly. At this moment, no matter what power Hawkeye is in, it will be good for him if Marine comes. As for other Shichibukai, damn it, Sengoku, why did you attack us? Moria snorted coldly, spat out blood, and was extremely embarrassed. Before, he was attacked by the black sperm, and now he was sent flying by Sengoku, adding more injuries. Seeing this, Sengoku snorted coldly. You scum of the sea. Advertisement. Now, I command you as Naval Headquarters Marshal. Those who stop the sun never sets empire. Otherwise, immediately deprive 7 warlords of the sea title. Then, die. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku shot instantly. Obviously, I don't want to see this group of Shichibukai playing fish and water in the voiceover. He has to deal with the sun never sets empire, and also beware of Shichibukai's betrayal. Where does he have so much energy? Since these Shichibukai are useless and want to catch fish, let's kill them first. The Buddha's light shines everywhere, and Sengoku slapped it with a palm, carrying endless killing intent. Seeing this, all the Shichibukai's faces changed drastically. Sengoku is killing me. Everyone resisted instantly. The huge impact sent all the Shichibukai flying. The next moment, they counterattacked subconsciously, but before they could make a move, reason stopped them. Now, once he makes a move, it will really tear his skin apart. At this moment, Sengoku stepped forward with a fierce aura. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Seeing this, all the Shichibukai retreated one after another, not wanting to fight Sengoku here. What's more, can they beat Sengoku together? This guy is ex-admiral, which pirate out there has never been chased by Sengoku until he can't find his pants. Thinking of this, Moria sneered and shot instantly. The pitch-black shadow stretched out, shooting directly at one of the clones of the black sperm. He. Now that you've become open black lens bracket Shichibukai close black lens bracket, let's fulfill our obligations. What's more, you black bastard just beat me so badly. Moria shot instantly, knocking several black sperm clones into the air. At this moment, seeing this, other Shichibukai also started fighting one after another, not wanting to be tough with Sengoku. Now, Sengoku is in a fit of rage and can really kill. The next moment, Moria, Crocodile, and Jinbei struck directly without hesitation. As for Doflamingo, he slipped away the moment the black sperm struck. The black sperm was attacked and immediately roared. Pirate, you are courting death. The black sperm erupted instantly, and countless clones separated from the void, engulfing Shichibukai and knocking them into the air. When the Shichibukai saw this, their faces changed drastically. This guy, why are there so many clones? Do it. Next moment, they fought directly, each using their own unique moves, knocking away the clones densely packed with black sperm, and killing a bloody path. Seeing this scene, the black sperm sneered. Good. You guys, you've done something to me. 3 devil fruits per person, this uncle wrote it down. Even if the cell reserves are not enough, and want to suppress this group of Shichibukai, the black sperm thinks it is not a big problem. However, suppression is not the goal. The task entrusted to him by His Majesty is to fish for devil fruit. He counted the current Shichibukai and the prisoners he released. One counts as one, if one person really took out 3 devil fruits. Advertisement. That would be a huge gain. Here's a fortune. Your Majesty will definitely praise me. And at this moment 600. Staff Officer Suru, who narrated the narration, saw the angry Sengoku and shook his head. They're all grown up. Let's do it again. The next moment, she moved directly, stroking Sengoku's back with her right hand. Washed away all irritability. Sengoku's anger vanished in an instant. I've become a marshal, and I'm still so impulsive. Did you think it was when you were admiral that you still did this? Hearing this, Sengoku smiled. Don't say that. It seems that there is still a tacit understanding between you and me. This group of Shichibukai are trash that can't be supported by mud. If we don't force them like this, we will have problems sooner or later. Now they dare to paddle. Next time, they dare to turn against the water. Sengoku is also taking this to beat. And at this moment, whoosh, between Sengoku and Suru, a golden flash suddenly flashed. Next moment, the ground behind the two exploded in vain. Sengoku and Suru were startled, and their expressions changed slightly. What? This is. Accompanied by the smog all over the sky, photons gathered in it, turned into a human form, and walked out of it. Seeing this scene, Za shrank suddenly. Kizaru. Seeing this, Kizaru shrugged, looking embarrassed and helpless. Oh. This is really troublesome. Sengoku, I don't seem to be a match for this guy. The sun never sets empire seems to have awakened an incredible guy. What? You are not an opponent. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. What the hell made that Kizaru say, I'm not my opponent? And at this moment, a devil with white hair and red pupils descended suddenly. Accompanied by the strong wind, the atmosphere gradually became crazy and hot. My lord, said it. Here is a one-way street of death. Your Majesty has ordered that no one can pass through. Pass. Die. Chapter 80, breaking the island with 1 foot, plundering the Earth's 5-minute momentum. Open black lens bracket, subscribe, close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. My lord, tell me. Here is a one-way street of death. Your Majesty has ordered that no one can pass through. Pass. Die. Accompanied by the emergence of one party. Both Sengoku and Crane's expressions changed slightly. This person in front of him actually made Kizaru say that he is not an opponent. With white hair and red pupils, behind him, 4 hurricanes rose into the sky, like demons. But, in fact, the color of knowledge and knowledge swept across, and Accelerator couldn't feel the slightest sense of oppression from his body. His atrophied muscles due to lack of exercise all year round are not even as strong as ordinary people. Such a guy actually defeated the yellow ape. Kizaru, what's going on? At this moment, Welcome stood up from the ruins and looked at Accelerator in the distance with a serious expression on his face. His ability is quite terrifying. It's called vector manipulation. What? Whether it's Sengoku or Crane, when they hear this ability for the first time, they are very confused. At first Kizaru also underestimated this ability, but suffered a big loss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. In short, this ability is quite terrifying. He can manipulate all vectors he touches. As long as there is a direction, it is a district. So, definitely don't get caught by him. Once caught, you will die. Kizaru is serious and doesn't mean to be joking in the slightest. Before, if he wasn't Logia devil fruit, the moment the vector in his body was reversed, he would have exploded and died. Catch it and die. Advertisement. Is it so dangerous? Sengoku murmured, and stepped out. The Buddha's light shone all over his body, and his whole body instantly turned into a golden Buddha. He aimed at Accelerator and took a palm shot. In that case, just don't get caught. Shock. Sengoku's palm came to an abrupt end a few tens of meters away from Accelerator. Immediately afterwards, from his hands, a shocking shock was released and blasted towards Accelerator. The earth was instantly lifted up, hitting Accelerator directly. Seeing this, the Japanese side took a look at the list. Shock backquote. The power is pretty good, how about trying it yourself? During Setsuna, shock is also included in the list of reflection. Next moment. Before Sengoku could react, he felt a huge force emanating from his palm, directly heading towards him. Sengoku's face changed slightly. What? Boom. The huge impact returned everything intact, completely enveloped Sengoku, and exploded with a loud bang. Sengoku was forced to retreat, his face horrified. It actually reflected my impact. I see, is this vector manipulation? Sengoku understood what Kizaru meant when he said that he was not an opponent. This kind of opponent who can reflect the attack is not a question of whether you can beat it at all, but your attack can't hurt the opponent at all. Moreover, all your attacks will be returned intact, which is equivalent to fighting with yourself. It is indeed a tricky ability. Next to him, he couldn't help but speak when he saw this scene. However, it's not impossible to deal with. Hearing this, Kizaru froze for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. As expected of a great staff officer, have you seen through the weakness of this ability? Advertisement. It's not a weakness, it's just a loophole. Crane looked at Accelerator and analyzed. Reflex is really tricky. If you can't do anything about it, it's probably useless whether it's physical skills, sword skills, hockey or fruit abilities, right? Kizaru nodded. That's right, and the old man's sparkling fruit has been restrained a bit by him. Crane continued to speak. Not only that, Sengoku's impact doesn't work either. Assuming he can really reflect everything, why is the ground under his feet okay? Hearing this, Kizaru froze for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. If the ground is reflected, wouldn't he be able to stand at all? As he said that, Kizaru suddenly realized something, as if he understood something. You mean? Crane nodded. His reflection should have a blind spot. He can stand on this land, which means that at least the area under his feet has no reflection. Or he intentionally controlled his reflection ability, and only activated the ability at the moment when the enemy launched an attack. Although it may not be complete, these two possibilities are the greatest. So, No matter what the possibility is, if he is not aware of it, sneak attacking his feet should be able to achieve the greatest effect. Hearing this, Kizaru felt suddenly enlightened, looked at Crane, and couldn't help but speak. As expected of Staff Crane. Crane waved his hand. This is just a possibility, not necessarily effective. If his ability exceeds our imagination, I'm afraid Reflex has no dead ends, so prepare for the worst. After all, the opponent belongs to the Sun Never Sets Empire, and dared to break into the headquarters single-handedly and stop all of us. At this moment, Accelerator grinned when he saw the three of them, and couldn't help but speak. Are you secretly analyzing my uncle's ability? It's a pity, even if you want to break your head, you can only imagine the tip of the iceberg of my uncle's power. The combined brains of all of you in Marine, my calculation ability will be crushed by me. That's it. Do you still want to analyze the loopholes of this uncle's moderate manipulation? Advertisement. The next moment, Accelerator stepped out, and the whole Earth, under the concentration of vectors, was constantly heavy. Forget it. I won't play with you bastards. Let you make some serious news, don't be so scared that you pee your pants. Hearing this, the three of Sengoku's expressions suddenly changed. Next up, what does it mean? Are you going to zoom in? At this moment, the three of them sensed a trace of ominousness. But at this very moment, Accelerator suddenly raised his right foot calmly. This foot contains all the vectors of the entire world. At this moment, all the vectors are under control. The wind began to howl. The earth began to tremble. The air began to crack. Under this kick, the entire Marineford trembled instantly, and was directly crushed dead. The huge crack continues to extend until the entire island is completely separated before it ends. Varied. At this moment, even these strong men from the old era gasped in fright at the current scene. This kick crushed all of Marineford to pieces. What a terrifying power, this monster stone. This seemingly peaceful kick is more terrifying than Whitebeard's shock. And it was at this moment, in this pirate world, that the Earth's rotation was delayed by about 5 minutes on this day. Accelerator used vector manipulation to deprive the world of its huge momentum, and this power turned into a demonic blow. But at the moment when the momentum of the Earth is plundered, the outside world, day, the sky cracked, thunder and lightning. The small island is trembling, the air is screaming, and the collision between the continents has caused huge earthquakes in the whole world. The sea roared, and all the sea areas instantly swept through the monstrous huge waves.